first item of business is seating of alternates. We have a full house except for Mr. Salisbury tonight, so Jay and Stephen, you're in the wings this evening, although I will be recusing myself for one of the applications, so Jay, you can step in on that one. Next item is the review and approval of draft minutes of April 25, 27, and May 9. Have everyone had the opportunity to look at and review the minutes? Are there any changes or alterations to the minutes? No? May I have a motion, please?
Motion to accept.
Okay, Jim, motion. Is there a second? Okay, Joe seconds. All in favor? Aye. Excellent. Thank you. Next up is the director's report. Director Sesto, please.
Thank you. I'm pleased to say that we did have a strong group of applicants for the applications coordinator, and the job is being offered to one very strong candidate. We've not yet heard back from that person, so I anticipate in our June meeting being able to let you know who that is, and I think we'll all be pleased with that. The green sheets, I don't think it ended up making it onto this month's log, but in looking at our green sheet calculations month in and month out, they don't show actually how many people come to the counter. And the green sheets is actually a very small number as compared to the total number of people, staff members service 5 days a week. So we will be adding that number, and I think it'll give a broader understanding of the workload that we see from 8 to 1 every day. Procedure reviews. I think the bond issue is something that we are going to hopefully be taking up again in June. There was a applicant who would like the agency to review his special condition and the bond amount. He was going to be on the agenda this evening, which he would have been here very late, I would imagine.
More like this morning, I think.
Something tomorrow he would be on the agenda. So when we were on our site visit today, the suggestion was made that the agency as a whole revisit bonds, why we hold them, what's our expectation from them, and what amount reflects those goals and expectations. So rather than having the gentleman come this evening and wait it out, it was suggested that he defer till June. The agency should have time on its June agenda to discuss these elements of the bonds, and then we can work from there. Part of that is how we accept bonds. Presently, it's cash only, which, depending on how much the bond is, can be a very heavy burden. My experience has been cash bonds and letters of credit, and I have not had any problems with letters of credits in my history of using them, but the town does not allow them. So in speaking with John Wetmore, town council, last week, he couldn't remember the exact reason why we don't take them, and agreed to revisit that, depending on how this agency sort of pans out with the bond amounts. Letters of credit could be a nice option for people. And there was agreement that surety bonds, which effectively we have to take up the issue with an insurance company, does not serve our purposes. I did have a presentation on May 5th to the Chamber of Commerce. It was a nice showing, I thought. I know it's a big town and lots of members, but I was very pleased with the turnout, and the questions were terrific. So I felt very upbeat about that, and hopefully members of our commercial community will rely on us and let us help them answer some questions so that they can make the best decisions possible for themselves. We do have a high school intern. By the skin of our teeth, we have a high school intern. We did not have anybody sign up, and thankfully for us, Andrew's original internship fell through, and he wanted to come work with the agency. Doreen has been working with him, and he's a nice guy, very talkative. Hopefully this experience will be a good one for him. And you should have all received notice of the legal update workshop that's put on each year by DEEP. So that is something I look forward to find out what case law and rethinking of the statutes and the like impact our workings here on a monthly basis. So If you don't have a copy, I do. I encourage people to attend. It is a good, valuable outing if you can make it. So that's all.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Doreen, compliance report, please.
Okay, so for our green sheet summary, we're up from last month, from 62 to 80. For the total review that we did, we saw 80. 75 of these did not require a permit. 5 of them did require a permit. 28 of these had wetlands on the property, but did not require a permit. This is attributed to likely minimal disturbance activities or activity that's far away from a wetland. For our inspection, in our inspection log, we fell short of our 100 site inspection goal. This is attributed to training of a new staff member and a slightly shortened month. For deadlines passed, we had most everybody submitted their requirements timely. We have one that we have to review at 40 Sawmill Lane. Their plantings were not complete. We'll review that over this next week. We had a couple of stop work orders and violations. 2 of them submitted applications timely before this meeting. One other was handled at a staff level. The 4th one, 32 Bedford Road, will be discussed under the violations section of the agenda.
Okay.
For the incoming application summary, we received 15 this month. 13 of these are new. 2 of them look like they are agent approvable. Finally, let's see, we also had bond releases. We reviewed 23 files. We were able to release 13 bonds this month. The reason for some of these that we were not able to release were that conditions were outstanding as part of their permit approvals. And lastly, I wanted to report that the Riffle Bioassessment by Volunteers program, it's the RVB program. The report for 2015 came out at the end of April. The 2 streams that were reviewed in Greenwich, which was Converse Pond Brook and Sutton's Brook, we found at least 4 of the most wanteds, which determines these to be excellent water quality. So that's good for us. You can find this report on the town website. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Doreen. Any other business for tonight? Okay. We will move on to the public session. First application up is the Town of Greenwich project. Oh, I'm sorry. We aren't in the public hearing portion yet. Okay, fine. The first up is a Town of Greenwich project, 2016-03914 Ballwood Road, Town of Greenwich Department of Public Works, for pump station replacement and drainage improvements in and adjacent to wetlands. Mr. Clausi, if you would.
Okay, the agency looked at this application in April and decided to carry it over to this month because neighbors with their consulting engineer raised concerns about the portion of the plan to open up the a continuous channel through the back portion of the property. This channel is currently blocked by an earthen berm at its eastern end. Let's see. There was also another less pressing question about stormwater drainage off of the pump station itself, which is right along Ballwood Road. So since that time, since the April meeting, we've gotten revised plans. The pump station portion of the project has pretty much been worked out. The rain garden and gravel layer that's going to handle the increased runoff from the 635 square foot new impervious area has been reviewed and found to be acceptable by the engineering division of the Department of Public Works. Let's see. Now, as far as the swale goes, the DPW and their consultant, well, actually, the DPW Engineering Division looked at runoff rates and contributing watershed and other factors, basically did a watershed analysis and came up with figures that show that there will be an increase in the 1- and 2-year peak rates of runoff to this point, which is right at where the berm would be taken out, and an existing 24-inch reinforced concrete pipe takes all of the flow that hits this point and conveys it to Long Island Sound. There would be this increase. I looked at the numbers and noted that this 24-inch reinforced concrete pipe has a capacity greater than the volume of water or the rate of water that will hit this point at the peak in those two storms. I raised the question to DPW, is my interpretation of this correct, that even though it's an increase, it's not going to be a ponding or an increased ponding situation because the pipe is sufficient to carry that peak rate, and they responded that that was a correct interpretation of their numbers. I think that this application is now complete. I have provided conditions of approval in the staff report, and I recommend the agency issue a permit for both pump station rehabilitation and opening up this channel.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Welcome.
Hello, Jim Michael, Deputy Commissioner of Public Works, and I got Rich
Feminella, wastewater division manager for the sewer division.
Okay.
Yeah, Bob pretty much covered it. The one thing we just want to, emphasize here is the quote-unquote earthen berm. When we go back and look at in doing some research, there was always a channel in this area, and that earthen berm is more or less sediment deposits that have occurred over the last 50 or 60 years and have just, accumulated there. And the purpose in us doing this is to try and reduce the amount of standing water on that site in the larger storms. Try to help the neighborhood out by not having as much standing water. That was the purpose in doing the swale work.
Okay. Okay, very good. Are there any questions for the applicant regarding this? No? 1 second. Okay, thank you. Is there public question or comment? Okay, please.
Good evening. My name is Charles Otten. I live at the property directly pictured there. I think Mr. Clousey and I have had some reason to correspond in the past. And a little disappointed we didn't get notice of this meeting, so I found out about this by accident. I am very concerned about the description of the flow, potential flow of the water, as you describe it, Mr. Clousey. I live through Sandy. We've lived in this property 10 years, and I can assure you that the pipe that you're referring to, it may or may not be 24 inches, I think it's actually 18, that flows out into the Sound, is not set up to enable the flow of water as you've just described. When we have periods of substantial rain, there is a lot of ponding in that area that was pointed out by that rather, thank you, a rather clever pointer. And we are particularly concerned that we're leaning on some ideas that revert to some historic swale that was there maybe 40, 50 years ago. And as we all know, things have moved on. I had the occasion to meet the site visitor, I think from your department, Bob, about a week ago, and made the point to him that just because it had been there. It was a little bit like the Native Americans asking for America to be turned back to them. So we are directly affected by this. We have had some opportunity to discuss this with Bob. I think you've heard we've expressed a preference for a pipe rather than an open swell, because if there is an opportunity for this water to be moved quickly into the Sound, I think it would benefit everybody. And I'd so therefore respectfully ask where that discussion's got to. I've seen some correspondence between certain parts of our neighbourhood and Bob Clousey on that. I can assure you, having lived through heavy rain, sandy, and other substantial wet days, there is a lot of ponding there already. So if this swale is opened up, we will simply create more standing water in that region that was pointed out by that pointer.
Okay, thank you. Bob, do you want to respond? Or the applicant can respond?
Well, I would just say, I know Mr. Otten from prior applications and working with him. I don't remember corresponding with you on this specific application or about pipes related to this application, sir, but that's just point of clarification.
Yeah, and the 24-inch pipe or 18-inch pipe that he's referring to is a private pipe. It's a private drainage network. This is a private neighborhood. The town's policy is not to be upgrading these. In addition, we are not increasing the amount of flow to this area, and by cleaning up this swale, we're actually going to be providing more area for water in the event that that pipe would get backed up because of being over capacity for water to sit. My concern would be if we were to try and put the entire swale into a pipe, it would actually decrease the capacity because it would not allow the water to pond on the property in the, large event storms where the pipe's capacity is overburdened.
Okay. Thank you. Did you have?
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, my name is Barry Hammonds. I'm a professional engineer, licensed in Connecticut and New York. I spoke with you about a month ago concerning a memo that I had been directed to address. I wrote that to DPW. We received that response. You saw it up here. It was 86 pages, and we're grateful for it. We received it Thursday. It was a busy weekend to review it. I wrote up a series of comments, and I would like to hand out these comments to you and speak to them.
Okay, thank you.
For the record, Mary Young, representing my family's interest at 11 Ledge Road. We hired Barry Hammonds along with our property owner at number 10 Ledge Road. What's being distributed today or tonight to you was distributed earlier today by your director to you. This is Barry Hammonds' response to the 86-page report issued by DPW this week.
Starting down the middle of the page, it says, "We are grateful for the engineering analysis and the opportunity to review it before the May 23rd meeting. Based upon the report, we are in full agreement that the pump station improvement by itself will have no adverse impact upon adjacent landowners." So the work on the pump station, no problem at all. Maintenance on the existing drainage swale, however, remains our concern. We respectfully disagree the proposed, quote, maintenance on an existing drainage swale that traverses the property, unquote, referenced in item 1 above, will not have a negative impact upon homeowners downstream from the project. It will for the reasons stated below. The report reads, quote, "There's a slight increase of the peak discharge rates in the smaller storm events." The second page of the memo shows analysis of a one-year storm has a pre-construction peak discharge rate of 7.42 cubic feet per second, a post-construction discharge of 9.48 CFS for an increase of 2.06 or a 27.8% increase of flow rate. Let us put these numbers into English. A one-year storm means that approaching 100% probability a storm of 2.90 inches in a 24-hour period will happen in the course of 1 year. That's the definition of a one-year storm. That means the downstream homeowners will always, 100% of the time, have a 28% increase in the peak discharge toward a pipe of questionable conveyance capacity. Is a 27.8% significant or slight? In my professional opinion, the answer is significant. For the 2-year storm, the analysis shows peak discharge goes from 11.41 CFS to 14.1 CFS, or an increase of 24%. Significant? Yes, again, in my professional opinion. A 2-year storm, 3.4 inches in a 24-hour period, addresses a 50% chance of occurring every year. The same concern arises. Would the downstream owner want to have a 50% chance every year of a peak discharge increase by 2.68 CFS? Although it is important to remember that we are speaking of probabilistic events, and it is impossible to say how long a peak rate would last for any particular storm. If the peak rate was exceeded by 2.68 CFS for just 10 minutes in that 24-hour period, for just 10 minutes, a cloudburst, that would mean 12,000 gallons of extra water would flow into a downstream owner's backyard. Every year, a 50% chance. For the 1-year storm, the 100% chance of 9,000 gallons of extra water. Every year, 100% chance in just 10 minutes. Finally, we talk about the conveyance capacity of the 24-inch RCP. It says the conveyance capacity of the 24-inch RCP is computed to be 14.6 CFS, and this is a standard Manning's formula. This assumes a very pristine, newly constructed concrete pipe using a friction factor of 0.011. Don't worry about it, it's just not used. More suitable for plastic pipe. However, questions 8 and 9 in my May 2nd memorandum ask specifically what is the actual capacity and whether this old pipe is compromised. These questions were not directly answered, but my experience would markedly diminish this conveyance number. We don't know the capacity of that pipe. We are given numbers based upon brand new concrete pipe. No fill, no sediment. Finally, on page 4 of item 1 above, in response to comment 6, the following statement is made. Quote, a no development alternative to the removal of the sediment deposit, the berm, could be considered. That's from DPW. It could be considered. No action. We argue it must be considered. These applications must present the most prudent and feasible alternative. Is this analysis toward that end? Have you been presented that this in fact is the most prudent and feasible analysis? I would argue that it is not. Thus, based upon the DPW engineering analysis, we offer there will be a significant adverse impact upon the downstream homeowners and recommend work on the berm be removed from the applicant's proposal to avoid significant increases in discharge to the downstream property owners. And I thank you.
Okay, thank you.
To supplement Mr. Hammond's comments, again, Mary Young, I'm not only an unhappy downstream property owner from the pump station project, my credentials are such that I have 20 years of land use experience. I have my master's degrees in community planning, and I believe, having worked in town government for the last 20 of those 20 years, that there is a solution that would be amenable to all. We heard the Public Works Department describe that the pump station can be done, stormwater runoff can be handled without touching the berm. Bob Clausey told you that calculations were provided in drainage structures, drainage structures created to meet that need. It seems to be a secondary request that the drainage swale be reestablished. I suggest to you that more study needs to be done, that can be segregated from this project, the pump station can move on without it. That is our request, and we respectfully hope that you will consider that before granting the project in full. You have the authority to grant in part and deny in part, and we would hope that the Public Works Department, who serves to represent the interests of all the homeowners, including not only the upstream property owners, but the downstream property owners who are asking you, do not do this, it's for them to listen. It'll cost less resources of taxpayer dollars. Traditionally, the town prefers to pay less, and we're asking you in this case to do just that. Pay less, do less. Less is more in this case. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you. Please. Yep.
Neil Weinberg, 10 Ledge Road, extremely downstream homeowner, right in back of this wetlands area. So just wanted to mention that I would agree with the previous comments and extremely concerned with, I don't know, an extra 10 gallons of water would be a problem. Never mind 10,000 or 9,000. So very concerned with that, being that that area is already, in my opinion, unprofessional, without very little educational background as far as wetlands. But I see how overtaxed this system is already. Would be very, very happy to have a comprehensive solution for all of that drainage system. But it seems like in reading these findings that this is just going to further burden what's there right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other public comment on this particular item? I guess I have a question for the applicant, if you would. We heard testimony regarding what the potential condition of the pipe is that this would flow into. Has that pipe been scoped to find out if there is a sedimentation within the pipe that is potentially going to reduce the capacity from what you calculate it at?
We did not scope that. That's a private pipe on private property.
Okay.
Therefore, we do not go in and do inspections of those in this case.
Okay. Because it seems to me that might be a sort of a key piece of information that we would need to have on that. I'm not sure how the other members here feel.
Well, I'd like to know who owns the pipe. You say it's a private pipe, but who's responsible for it?
I believe it's the Ledge Road. I think the entity is the Ledge Road Home Property Owners or Homeowners Association.
Is there a representative from the association here?
Well, we're a part of that association. I believe it's called the Ledge Road Tax District.
Okay.
Sorry, you have to
Okay.
speak in the microphone.
I'm a part of that. I'm not the representative or the president, but there is Ledge Road Tax District. And I'm not an expert to speak on that. Certainly we could have all the facts pulled together for that, but there was a new pipe put in, I don't know, 5, 6 years ago. The problem there, one of the problems is the pitch with that area.
Well, the problem I'm having right now is it's not town property, it's not a town pipe, and yet you're raising objection to town operations. Now, if the Ledge Road Association, whatever the proper name is, has a problem with what's being done, it seems incumbent on them to find out how big that pipe is, to scope that pipe, and to come back and work with Public Works to solve the problem.
Mm-hmm. Mary might be more versed to talk on that than I would, so I don't know all of the historical context, but I'm sure that I would imagine the Ledge Road Tax District would be more than happy to make sure that it's in the proper, physical, and that it's feasible and in good shape and how the town might need it to be, because it's in all of our interests to make sure that this works
No,
properly.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
It's just that Public Works obviously can't do anything as long as the association owns the pipe.
I'm sure we would work with them to do what needed to be done.
Mary Young, I think you're echoing my sentiments. This entire drainage swale maintenance plan is premature. Public Works has never reached out to the Ledge Road Tax District to ask us any of the questions you're asking this evening. Those are very prudent questions, and we'd like, as a tax district, to be responsive to them. That's why, again, in my opinion, because we don't want to obstruct a pump station replacement that obviously is needed and has been capital investments have already been set aside. So let them proceed with their pump station, segregate the swale maintenance, save it for another day, let the two parties gather, do the drainage studies that are necessary, and proceed in a different day and a different time with that work.
Works for me.
Sounds good. Would you like to comment?
The purpose in just for everybody's information, the purpose in adding the swale was based upon resident complaints of properties along this area.
But can you comment about the impact testimony we've heard, that the swale is actually going to have an adverse impact?
My professional opinion is the swale is not going to have an adverse impact. The swale actually is going to better the property because it will allow the flow. When we did the calculations that he's referring to, we were basing it upon conditions with an existing sedimentation settlement there. They weren't, it's not that we're adding flow, we're not bringing flow from another area, we're not increasing impervious area. We were looking at that sedimentation blocking and causing a block to the channel and allowing, by removing that sediment, there's going to be a change in that existing condition. So when we look at what the condition was on the historic plans to what the condition in our proposed plan are, those are the same. So it isn't an increase, it's an increase from what what currently exists because of, in our opinion, a little bit of lack of maintenance on the town's part of that channel. And by maintaining that channel properly, we would be allowing that to flow the way it was intended to flow through our property. I believe a few months ago, you had an application directly adjacent to this, which you guys required them to clean out their portion of that channel up to the town property. This was intended also just to continue that process of cleaning that so that it's clean between there and the end of the pipe.
Okay, thank you. If you were granted access to scope the pipe, is that something that the town is willing to do?
In all honesty, I think we would we would probably just remove the work that we're proposing as part of this channel from our application, let it be the way it is, and, let the neighbors, address that issue in the future.
Okay.
In other words, abandon the swale aspect of it completely?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we were
it
trying,
seems to
we're
me
trying to
that
do
it
it as a
might-
favor to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it
if
seems to
they're-
me it might make sense
That's
that
not
instead
something-
of speaking at cross purposes, to see if there's some commonality in that. I mean, I think the neighbors might be interested in getting a better understanding of how the swale improves the water that's going to accumulate. But, I mean, if the solution is to abandon it for now, then maybe that's something we ought to consider.
I mean, a couple of the neighbors have expressed concern and would prefer that option. In our process of going out and doing some additional research over the last few weeks, a few neighbors have come up to us and have expressed the desire to have us do this
Right.
work as well.
Bob, you have-
Unfortunately, I
you have
don't
an
believe they're
insight
here
on that?
tonight, but,
Right.
so we're trying
It
to,
could be the subject of a future project then,
right.
potentially. Okay.
Just for the agency's edification, where does the water go now? I mean, on a 1 or a 2 year storm, it's the same amount of water, same peak rates of flow coming to that, say, earthen berm here. Where does it go now?
It's it's just going right around the earthen berm into the swale. It's on the other side of the earthen berm and into that pipe.
I mean, my observations of this berm sort of extends from Ballwood out to about here, right around the property line. So if you're saying it goes around the berm, it's going to the south and into the receiving swale and to that pipe.
Correct.
It's ponding here, overflowing there.
Right.
Correct. You know, where the pipe is and where our quote-unquote earthen berm is, there's a swale, yes, that direction and coming up on the top there as well. That comes into that same point and then goes into that pipe. So it's getting to that same swale already and getting to the same pipe over time, so.
It's taking a circuitous route.
Just going around the earthen berm right now rather than going
Okay.
through the
Fair enough.
berm and causing, you know.
Can you describe the 9,000 and 12,000 gallons that Mr. Hammonds referenced? What does that actually look like? How does that move through the land? So you've not described that you think the 9 and 12,000 are inaccurate assessment of the changes, but what does that change actually look like? Half an inch more of water? Does it go out further?
I didn't have enough time to review exactly that calculation to know. I think the impact to the area would be nearly unnoticeable, in my opinion. I think, in my personal opinion, if we were to do this project, it would be less noticeable that there was standing water back there in the future than what currently exists.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, well, let me make float an idea here that we decouple the two pieces of the application, and I'd make a motion to approve all the work with regards to the pump station and its immediate environs. But I guess it would be a denial of the other half of the application due to incomplete information with regards to the condition of the pipe and lack of access to the pipe. Does that, okay?
Mr. Scoofles.
Discussion? No? All in favor? I'm
Well,
sorry.
Can I just make a comment and say, rather than make a motion for the denial of that portion,
Withdraw?
can we withdraw or
Sure.
remove
Sure,
or put a condition
absolutely.
on that part is not included as part of the application?
Sure. If you withdraw it, if you say you're withdrawing that
Yeah, that's
part
fine.
of the-
We're fine with withdrawing
Okay.
that portion of the application.
Okay, I amend.
As long as it keeps the pump station piece moving.
Very good.
Our
I
key purpose.
amend my motion to state that the applicant is withdrawing the portion regarding the berm and the reinforced concrete pipe.
I'll second the amendment.
Okay? Further discussion? No? All in favor?
So
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up, we're now moving into the public hearings portion of this. Next up is 25 Mead Avenue, application 2016-030. In a spirit of full disclosure, I serve on the building committee for the New Lebanon School, so I'm going to recuse myself from the discussion and voting of this and turn it over to the capable hands of Elliot Benton, our vice chairman.
Madam Director, if you would.
Thank you. The additional information for the record, stormwater management report, signed and sealed by Darren Overton, Malone and McBroom, dated May 18, 2016. Lot consolidation plan prepared by Langen, dated May 17, 2016. Tree removals plan prepared by Malone and McBroom, dated May 17, 2016. Revised set of site plans, which I will not enumerate all of them. Revision date of May 19th, 2016, prepared by Malone and McBroom, signed and sealed by Darren Overton. Response letter to Patricia Sesta with pollutant loading computations, Signed and sealed by Darren Overton of Malone and McBroom, dated May 19, 2016. Letter to Patricia Sesto summarizing plan revisions, also Malone and McBroom, dated May 19, 2016. Stormwater Management Practices Maintenance Declaration, draft, dated May 18, 2016, also prepared by Malone and McBroom. I forgot staff report dated May 20th, 2016.
Yep.
Well, there you have it. Thank you. I was wondering why everybody was so quiet. So we're up there, okay. In response to the agency's concerns at the last meeting, which primarily dealt with stormwater management in the section along Mead Avenue where the existing parking area and school reside and will be redeveloped as parking, that flow, if you recall, was being discharged to the town's drainage system and working its way over to the Byram River untreated. Acknowledging that the Byram has its issues, I believe it has a TMDL associated with it, there was encouragement to re-examine those portions of the watershed of the project and see if additional stormwater management features could be incorporated. So there are two new basins. There is a biofiltration basin here at the south end of the proposed parking lot. 10 parking spaces were eliminated from this area, 5 were made up elsewhere for a net loss of 5. And then a second basin is proposed here on the west side of the existing ball field. Those basins serve as water quality basins. There's no infiltration expectation presumed within the calculations, although this one has a greater likelihood of having some infiltration. This one is going to be constructed in a hollowed-out portion of ledge and then backfilled. The discussion of the narratives, I believe Mr. Overton is going to be providing that this evening. There was discussion of alternatives presented in the previous submissions, but they were not tied necessarily to how they would affect wetlands and watercourses. And Public Works simply received this information on Friday, so in the 5 to 7 hours since they received it, they were not able to provide a recommendation or assessment of the new material. So we do not have that working with us this evening. And I'll say to that, my read on their comments that they were not particularly substantive to our sorts of issues. So I don't believe that DPW review is going to net out anything different, more or less for us. I have confidence that the two basins are designed competently, and I don't expect any sort of major changes to come from their review. I think that's it.
That's it? And, okay, your staff report actually has a recommendation?
Based on this information, a delay, but there are conditions if the agency finds that they are comfortable with the presentation of this evening and they're comfortable not having that DPW review, then I have provided conditions for your consideration.
Thank you.
Without the DPW, even without the DPW?
Yes, because and Mr. Overton can speak to it more specifically. It appears to me that things that DPW is requesting were not substantive on our issues. They had a whole litany of things that were a lot of housekeeping pieces, and then there were a few other substantive pieces, but I don't believe they are of a magnitude which is going to create changes beyond what the intent of a permit could be met.
Thank you. The applicant?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Stephen Walco, Chairman of the New Lebanon Building School Committee. I come before you having navigated the waters of the RTM earlier in the month to now address some of the planning and zoning and now inland wetlands watercourse agencies issues. We do have Darren Overton here from Malone McBroom and Christine O'Hare from Tai-Soo Kim, our architects, to hopefully address any and all of your questions. As you know, we were before you some last month to address those concerns, and we believe we have. We're asking for your approval of this so that we can move forward. Our timeline is as follows. We have a deadline of June 30th to get to the state in the hopes that by next session of the General Assembly, they've approved our grant so that we can then begin construction next summer to allow the children to then occupy the building in September then of the following year. So that's the time frame we're under and the application that's before you. So at this point, I will remain to answer any questions, but I'll turn it over from a technical standpoint to Darren Overton of McLoone and McBroom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening to the record. Darren Overton from Malone McBroom. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut. Ms. Sesto did a wonderful summary, so half of my presentation is already done for me. On the board in front of us here, I've highlighted the aerial that we presented at the last meeting is here, and the rendering of the proposed development areas. At the last meeting, we moved forward with a wetland alternative, proposing the alternative wetland enhancement area. That area is highlighted in the yellow circle here on the plan, and that has been fully implemented into the plan, and our stormwater calculations have been updated to represent that. There were a couple other substantive changes to the plan. In the highlighted area below, the bus loop, we made some changes to adjust the bus loop. As we mentioned at the last hearing, we're saving a very large oak tree there. We made some minor adjustments in order to provide for a little bit more room to save that tree. One area on the east side, there was a change. The gray area, we had a large equipment pad that was there. The mechanical engineers have now incorporated that into the building, so we have removed that pad and removed much of the grading associated with that. Thereby, on the revised plans, you'll see the tree line has moved rather significantly to the west, so we're saving more trees in that area. And then also, there was discussion about removal of a turnaround at the end there. I believe the emergency services have allowed us to remove a portion of that gravel turnaround area, again, allowing us to pull that tree line in and save some more trees. As Ms. Sesto had mentioned, we added 2 bioretention or rain garden areas. Those are highlighted in kind of the green areas on the plan. One at the south side of the proposed parking area. The reason we are able to accommodate this on the south end now is the building committee approved a reduction in the parking count of 10 spaces to eliminate a row of parking here and a drive aisle. Actually, in the end, with the redesign, we're able to accommodate and get a few of those spaces back by utilizing the drive aisle. So it was really only a net loss of 5, but it gave us room to incorporate a bioretention area here. Also, based on discussion here at the last meeting and comments that were received regarding runoff into the Byram River watershed, I did meet with engineering staff, went over their comments, went over the staff wetland comments, and we discussed other alternatives for stormwater management. And one suggestion that came up at the meeting was utilizing a corner area of the field that really looked like an underutilized space at the time. So we proposed another bioretention and rain garden type area there, which collects runoff from the watershed on the north side of the school. So I'm just going to briefly go over the watershed. This is the proposed plan with the drainage routing and the stormwater basins, but I want to go through and just look at the watersheds. So I've highlighted on here the two watersheds that essentially changed, which drain to the two new bioretention areas. So you can see the one on the north side of the school, we're picking up the old portion of Richard Street and where Church Street used to come in and connect. A portion of that under the proposed design is converted to a grass paver type of system, but there still is some impervious access road as well as a small parking area that was draining to a low point and a catch basin that was there. The previous design, we didn't have the rain garden and we didn't have, what we've added now is a hooded outlet and a deeper sump on that basin that collects the runoff from the impervious area. In a portion of the area, there's no curb and will actually sheet flow into that basin. So we've looked at providing basically what is an LID element, low impact design element, that is encouraged by the drainage manual in this watershed that picks up all of the impervious area. The watershed or the drainage manual design requires that you meet 60% of the drainage area drains into an LID element. We actually have all of the impervious area draining into that proposed element there. So that was an enhancement in the design there. And then on the south side of the parking lot, we have the addition of the bioretention area that picks up runoff from the parking lot. We've dropped the curb there in the new parking lot design and allowed that to sheet flow in. We also still have a biofilter swale in the existing island, or the proposed island there, with an overflow also going into the rain garden. So the rain garden adds some storage. As we had mentioned previously, virtually this entire western watershed that is an existing development area for the school and the parking lot. There's ledge outcrops. There isn't much soil over the ledge. So this area would actually be excavated, a portion soil, portion of it ledge, and we would place a biofilter soil mix, an amended soil mix in the bottom of that. It would essentially serve to provide soil filtration of the stormwater that would infiltrate through that, and then we have an underdrain that ties in there. So we've got vegetative filtration, we've got basically a soil type, a sand type filter, and then it would go into the underdrainage because there really isn't any opportunity for infiltration there. As Ms. Sesto had mentioned, the other basin is excavated into the soil in the field, and there will likely be an added benefit of some infiltration there as well. But we do propose to have the amended soil mix. There's a specification in the drainage manual for that. We would propose to follow that specification, 2 feet of it. We're still proposing an underdrain there to make sure it drains dry within the 12 to 24-hour period. So as far as the stormwater management, just kind of a quick overall summary. We have 3 analysis points, A, B, and C. C is here for the area on the east side that drains to the south. B is the existing development area for the school with the parking access drive in the school building. And then analysis point A is the watershed area extending up towards Richard and then off to the north, which encompasses the ball field area. So analysis points A and B are essentially under the drainage manual redevelopment areas. Under the drainage manual, it's under standard 9 for redevelopment watersheds. They're essentially required to meet the standards in the drainage manual to the maximum extent practicable because it's a redevelopment. And the goals there are to improve on the existing condition and have a reduction in annual pollutant loads. As part of the submission with the comment responses, we did do a simple method pollutant analysis on this, and we do show for all 3 analysis points that under the proposed design, we are reducing the pollutant loads, and we did a wide range of loading criteria. As for analysis point C, the watershed on the eastern side, we do have the new school building that is going into the valley there, and we're clearing a portion of the wooded part of the site. That wouldn't be considered a redevelopment. Even though the overall site, we are redeveloping it, this would be considered under the drainage manual, a new development area. Therefore, in that design, we have essentially designed that under the stormwater requirements to meet all 14 of the goals in the drainage manual with the improvements that we're showing there with a pretreatment basin and then the wetland enhancement area. I can add some further detail on the individual treatment that's proposed, but that would conclude my overall presentation as far as the changes and what we've done as far as the stormwater and water quality management.
Mr. Overton, can you review the pollutant renovation analysis?
So we prepared a pollutant renovation analysis, and it looked at a number of typical pollutants that you find in stormwater runoff, particularly from paved surfaces. And we also, at Ms. Sesto's request, we added in a couple other parameters. We added hydrocarbons and also bacteria. So in analysis point A, what the pollutant loading shows is that we have about an 18 to 24% reduction across the board in all of the contaminants that we analyzed pre to post condition. And in that watershed, analysis point A is mostly the field and a small area of pavement with the access roadway. So it isn't a watershed that necessarily has a high pollutant loading to begin with, but nonetheless, based on what we've proposed, we're going to have a reduction. At analysis point B, which is the redevelopment of the parking lot and the bus loop where the existing parking and school building was, we've proposed the biofilter islands and then also a hydrodynamic separator. That's an area where under existing conditions is the majority of the watershed is paved or impervious surface, which under existing conditions with no stormwater management has high pollutant loading runoff from the site. In that watershed, for all the pollutants analyzed, we have an excess of an 80% reduction in pollutant loading for that watershed, mainly because under existing conditions there is no stormwater treatment other than catch basin sumps. In analysis point C, again, which is an area with very limited pollutant loading, there's only a small area of paved surface for vehicular traffic for the loading area behind the school. There's a small area of gravel access for emergency services, and then the building itself, which generally has a lower pollutant loading than like a paved parking lot or access drive. So in that watershed, we have a 23 to 63% reduction in the pollutant loading, depending on what type of contaminant you're looking at. And the details of that analysis were attached to the comment response letter. There's also a question regarding alternatives that were presented at the last meeting that came up. There was a response that was included. I believe it was comment 9. There was a response that provided a little bit more detail, and I believe this was presented. Looking at starting with option, there was option D for the location of the school that was rejected because the layout would have ended up being a 3-story addition and didn't meet the educational specifications. So that was ruled out. For the most part, all of these alternatives looked at various locations of the building, various shapes of the building, and various sizes of the building. All of them were generally located in a similar area to the building that's proposed. Some were longer and narrower. Some actually utilized some of the existing building area.
So, sorry to interrupt you. Do any of those proposed plans have a different impact on the wetland than what is proposed today, what is being requested for permit? In other words, are the alternatives about design and other aspects of this project that don't relate to wetlands?
While those concept plans had not necessarily been thoroughly vetted for stormwater management, I believe there would have been a goal to maintain similar watersheds as existing like we've done here. So I think the stormwater runoff patterns would have been similar, and we would have tried to achieve also the same goal with getting more hydrology into that existing wetland area as we have under the enhancement plan. That enhancement plan wasn't thought of at that stage of the analysis. So I believe the wetland impacts, the stormwater management under any of these scenarios would have been relatively similar. We've worked hard to strike a balance between providing stormwater management, meeting the goals of the curriculum and the proposed redevelopment, and also balancing the concerns of the commission and many others involved in the process. So I believe the plan that we've put forward is the most feasible and prudent alternative for the site.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the agency? Are there any public comments? Mr. Pop.
Matthew Pop, landscape architect, professional wetland scientist. I was there at the last meeting. I guess they submitted revised plans at the end of last week. I picked the plans up today. I would ask that you delay this application until I have further time to review the application. But I just took a preliminary review at the drawings today. I'd just like to go a few of my comments. The first would be shown here in red. The school's right here in red. This all area in red essentially is untreated runoff that runs down the Access Drive into the catch basin or bypasses the catch basin. So this area, even though they said it was a small area, it's a significant portion of the paved area. The entrance drive is on a slope. It is heavily salted in the winter time, as is all of the areas on the site. And that's probably the most important area that should be treated. So again, that has not been treated. On the southern portion of the site, we do have a rain garden here, and they still have the infiltration swales. Since it is in bedrock and there's no infiltration, and since we do have it all drains to, or most of it drains to the detention basin and overshoot flow, and then could even be treated in the wetland area, I probably would almost recommend that the rain garden, the bioswales, don't get included. They're never going to be maintained by the town, ever. And then the rain garden, or the bio basin that they added in the ball field, they said that's the underutilized portion of the field. That's probably the most heavily used portion of the field. If you ever go there after school, that's the place where the children play. Occasionally, well, quite often adults play soccer. They all play right here, right where that basin is going to go. If they are going to do any treatment of the runoff, in a ball field, it should be underground. Byram, it's pretty dense, and we're trying to get as much green space as we can, and that's a space that is very desirable, and it shouldn't be used for a basin. It's changing the character of the field, and it's changing the use. Again, it goes from a multi-use field with the ball field to, people play here when the ball field is on, to just one use. That's probably a planning and zoning issue. The second issue, or some other issues, were there should probably be more trees shading the parking lot. The symbols are too far, the trees are too far apart. I wasn't sure if there was an invasive species control plan. I didn't see that. I know we're saving some trees within the wetland. I'm not sure of the types. They may be Norway maples. If they're Norway maples, we probably should remove them. And I think Bob Clausy had a good idea at the last meeting. We should probably be looking at underground detention somewhere on this site instead of above ground. Thank you.
But just, you were talking about the basin and the rain garden, you're saying eliminate those? And but at the same time, you're saying look at underwater retention?
Well,
I'm a little confused.
Well, these are in rock.
Yeah.
Right here.
Right,
So
but they're not adverse in any way to the...
No, but I'm just thinking they're not going to get maintained. I don't think the town will maintain
So you're saying
basins.
the theoretical impact as a result of the lack of maintenance is what we should be considering?
Well, they're in bedrock, so there's no infiltration. If you put underground galleries, doesn't have to be here. Maybe the galleries are down at the bottom of the slope or somewhere else where there is infiltration. I don't see the benefit of these. Blasting or excavating. It's probably like 5 feet, 6 feet into rock to put these in. By the time I think they're like 3 to 4 feet deep. You have to over excavate a couple of feet. So that's significant. So it's a significant amount of work for, I think, the benefit that you get. And again,
But I don't see the adverse impact.
Oh, no, well, the adverse is it takes up space, it costs money. If they want to put them in, that's fine.
Okay.
But again, it is treated within the basin, overshoot flow, and it does get treated within the wetlands. So,
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
About that.
Okay.
Let's let him respond.
Okay. Good idea.
Would the commission like me to address?
Sure.
Okay. As far as the access drive, there is a portion that we have mentioned previously that drains down to the existing catch basins, and essentially the width of the driveway and the area is substantially similar to under existing. We have put the hydrodynamic separator on the site at a logical location. To put it down further, we'd be disturbing more of the library property to try and pick up more area. While we could always keep moving that down the line somewhere and pick up more area, we believe, again, we've provided a reasonable balance on this project with the location that it's in. And we've shown that we have a significant pollutant reduction in that watershed under proposed conditions. As far as removing the bioswales and the rain garden in the parking lot on the south side, again, we have proposed those to meet one of the goals of low-impact development in the drainage manual. I mean, we necessarily wouldn't be opposed to removing them and providing for underground storage, but we think the bioswales and the LID elements are proven to be better at stormwater management than underground type of structures. But again, we're trying to create a balance here. We wouldn't be necessarily opposed to it. No matter what we do in that watershed on that western side, it is all ledge. It was probably blasted as part of the development to build the school initially, and there's a stormwater system that has no stormwater management whatsoever. Anything we do is better, and what we've proposed is significantly better. I think it's meaningful to have them there, and I would propose to leave those there. We were not aware in putting together the concept of the bioretention basin near the ball field, that was a highly used portion of the field. Part of our charge was redeveloping the baseball field into a more standard type of field, and that was the focus of the redevelopment of that area. The outfield will likely be used for a multi-purpose field. If the corner of that field is a highly used area, again, if it's more important that be play field than an open, low-impact development type of bioretention area, we wouldn't be opposed to working with engineering on some sort of option for an underground type of structure there. We believe in that area there is our good soils. It's a B type of soil on the soil survey, and there would be an opportunity for infiltration there, unlike the rain garden on the south side of the parking lot. As far as more trees in the parking lot, we have, again, a balance of creating the needed parking for the school. The existing school was deficient in parking and utilized a lot of the parking at the library. We've sought to add more parking here and improve on the circulation and safety of circulation, not only for cars, buses, and pedestrians. And as part of that, we have in the islands proposed trees. We worked with Ms. Sesto, who had a recommendation to provide for larger shade-type trees in there. So we have changed the type of tree species in there. And under existing versus proposed conditions, I don't think the canopy change is going to be very much, because it's already an open parking lot and bus loop and drive aisle now. Thank you.
Perhaps Mr. Walco would like to comment on the use of the field?
It's a planning and zoning.
Sure. I mean, I'm not Stephen Walco, chairman of the New Lab Building Committee. I would agree and disagree in part with Mr. Pop's assessment of the utilization of the field. I think for most of my life, I grew up and have played on those fields, both as a student and then as an adult. The field is important to us. It's just so important to us that we've added it to the scope of work so that we can secure reimbursement for not only renovating the field or returning it and restoring it, but to also renovate it. So it is a very critical part of our mission, if you will. I do agree that to the extent we can maximize that field, even that corner, I would argue that it's not the most used portion. I would say what now looks like center field is the most important or overutilized field. In fact, if you go there, you can, well, not now because of the contamination and the fence is up, but normally you would see a soccer game there probably 6 out of the 7 nights, if not 7 out of the 7 nights. So I think the goal is to always maximize the field, maximize the use of the field. That's our goal as well. To the extent we can perform and balance water, the water runoff, if we can put it underground, I think that's a much better alternative for us than to have it where there's a greater slope and a greater ability not to use the field. Maybe that was said in the reverse, but if we can push that out so that there's a multi-purpose dynamic to that field, even that corner, I think that benefits us. So I think we have to look at where that path is as well, because our goal is to maximize the field.
Okay. Pat, if they go from having the rain garden there to going underground, do they have to come back to us again?
No, I would consider that exchange to meet the intent.
Okay.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Are there any other comments from the public? Very good. Do I have a motion on this?
I'll make a motion to approve. I think, I'll make a motion to approve and to grant the permit. I think it's a substantial plan. I think it's addressed all the issues that were raised in both the first report and the second report. I think the feasible and prudent alternative aspect of the plan has been addressed. I don't think the objections are directly wetland related. I don't think they're, the concern about removing, certain retention is adverse. I think the goal of making the field more multiple use is fine, but it's not a wetland issue as far as I'm concerned, so I think the project should go forward.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I agree with those sentiments. I'll be happy to second that.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Thank you.
Okay.
In the far corner.
Okay, next up is the continuation of the public hearing for application 2016-002, 345 West Putnam Avenue, 37 Oak Street, 26 Hemlock Drive, and 0 West Putnam Avenue, Burcham, Moses, and Devlin PC for Post Road Ironworks, Inc., for the Guerrero Family Limited Partnership for construction of a 355-unit apartment building, 105 feet from wetlands and driveway 10 feet, and driveway 10 feet from wetlands. Bob.
Okay, we've received a number of materials into the file since the May 9th hearing session. Received on May 9th, but after the prior list was prepared, there was a letter from Richard Feminella, the wastewater management manager for the DPW, to Director Sesto. That was dated May 4th. We received a number of items from the interveners on the 9th. A letter from Edward O'Hanlon, Esquire, to Chairman Harris. A memo from Matthew Rood and Michael Doherty. This was not from the interveners, of AECom, who were the agency's consulting LEPs. That was dated May 9th. Memo from Director Sesto to the agency dated the 9th. CVs for Mr. Gleason and Marchesi of Triton Environmental Incorporated, Mr. Gennaro of Nobis Engineering, and these were submitted by the applicant's agent, Stephen Studer, Esquire, on May 9th. Sunshade, vernal pool management zones, and wetland watershed exhibits presented by William Root of Mylone and McBroom on May 9th at the public hearing session. Following that hearing, there's a letter from Director Sesto to Mr. Studer dated May 11th. And then here are the items from the interveners. 2 letters from Attorney O'Hanlon to Brian Harris dated May 18th. a letter from Michael Clemens, Ph.D., to Mr. Harris dated May 14th, Mr. Clemens, or Dr. Clemens, CV. Two letters from Joseph F. Rizzoli, professional engineer, to Ted O'Hanlon dated May 17th and 18th, and Mr. Rizzoli's CV. A report entitled Environmental Review, Post Road Iron Works, prepared by Leggett, Brashears and Graham, signed by Michael Manolakis, licensed environmental professional, dated May 2016, and a copy of Mr. Manolakis's CV. Then we have a letter from Mr. Studer to Brian Harris dated May 18th, two letters from Mr. Studer to Pat Sesto on the 18th, a letter from Engineer Gennaro to Pat Sesto dated May 17th, a letter from Mr. Gleason and Marchesi to John Gasparini dated May 18th. There's a letter from Paul Simonetta, Triton Environmental Incorporated, to the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection Water Toxics Program Coordinator, dated May 16th. Letter from Thomas Knowlton, professional engineer, to Robert Burcham Esquire, dated May 13th. A report entitled Sanitary Sewer Downstream Capacity Analysis, Post Road Iron Works Incorporated, which was prepared by Malone and McBroom and certified by Thomas Knowlton, professional engineer, dated January 6th, 2016. A letter from Mr. Gleason and Mr. Marchesi to Stephen Studer, dated May 18th. Two letters from Ted Hart, professional engineer, to Director Sesto, dated May 18th. A letter from Mr. Hart to the senior wetland analyst, Robert Clossie, dated May 18th. A letter in response, a letter from Mr. Hart to the Greenwich DPW Engineering Division senior civil engineer, Scott Marucci, dated May 18th. A report entitled 345 West Putnam Avenue Storm Water Management Report Addendum, prepared by Malone and McBroom and certified by Edward Hart, professional engineer, dated May 17th. We got a revised set of plans, 40 sheets, and I won't go through each sheet title, and a email correspondence between Robert Clossie and DPW Commissioner Amy Siebert, dated May 20th. Those were the items that were in the file as of 9 o'clock this morning. Since that time, we've received, we did receive the transcript from the May 9th public hearing session in electronic version, which was forwarded to the applicants and the interveners. And we have a memo dated today's date from Director Sesto to the agency. And prior to the meeting just now, I was handed a letter from Ted O'Hanlon to Chairman Harris regarding this application. That brings the record up to date.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Director Sesto, is there anything you want to add to comments at this point?
No, this was, the memo that was prepared late this afternoon was in response to some of the legal issues that the agency had raised at the last hearing.
Okay.
So if there's
Has
questions,
this
I'm happy
memo
to
been
answer.
shared with the applicant or the interveners?
Yes, they received it this evening as well.
They have it?
Yes.
It should be in your folder. Okay, great, thank you. Attorney O'Hanlon, would you like to kick things off?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ted O'Hanlon from Robinson & Cole for the interveners, G&PA. Ms. Sesto has reminded us a couple of times of the need to be efficient here. So I understand a number of people have heard that we will have consultants speaking tonight, and will probably not speak as a result. So what I wanted to see if we could do at the beginning of this is ask for a show of hands of persons who are opposed to this application.
Just as a curiosity, how does that affect wetlands?
Why? Because I think it's important that any agency of the town know how the
No,
people of the town
specifically.
feel of it.
How does your demonstration affect the wetlands?
It makes these people
But
who
I
have
don't
decided not
appreciate
to speak tonight feel a part of the process. because they feel like by being asked to keep it short and to keep it limited to the consultants, they're being left out of it. So, and
Well,
that's the reason.
Okay,
Point of
let me correct you
clarification.
there. We're not disenfranchising anyone from the public who wants to speak. So just so you know. that's
I understand
not
that, but
our
the word-
decision. We appreciate you
But the
wanting
word
to
has
be
gone
brief.
out from staff, not to me,
No.
but to my clients,
Okay.
that this was intended to be a very short presentation, no more than 80 minutes in length.
No.
And therefore,
Pat, can you
Can I
comment on
clarify?
that, please?
Yes, I can.
Because you can't leave that on the record.
Right.
My correspondence was between the neighbors, not Mr. O'Hanlon. I asked how many people they expected to be presenting tonight. They said they had 4 consultants, and I suggested that 20 minutes allotment per consultant would be appropriate, plus questions from the agency. And I asked that the neighbors be reminded that reiterating each other's comments was not necessary. Once the agency has heard it, that is sufficient. At no time did I suggest that the public should not or would not be able to speak tonight.
nobody has
That sounds
suggested.
perfectly reasonable
Yeah,
to
but
me.
nobody has suggested that she did. But again, the word
Part of
has
an
gone
orderly
out.
process here, part of an orderly process is to get meaningful input from the public, and that's what we intend to do, okay? Let's be
appreciate
clear about that.
Okay, so you've seen the level of feeling in the community about this. The letter that I've submitted tonight is in response to a legal issue that the applicant raised for the first time in their submission last Wednesday. And that's a suggestion that this agency lacks jurisdiction to review that pipe that discharges into 2 wetlands on the north side of the property. They did not raise this issue when I first raised the belief that we have that this is a violation of your wetlands regulations. They didn't raise it at any of the 3 hearings. They raised it for the first time in their papers on last Wednesday. I urge you to consult your environmental counsel about this because, one, it's a complicated issue. There are no court decisions interpreting this, but respectfully, we believe that their position is wrong. Your regulations and your authority exist just as the DEP's regulations and authority exist, and one is not preemptive of the other. The only way, and I'll leave it alone because I want to move on to the consultants, but I want to offer one observation. Attached to the letter is a map. The general permit that the applicant claims to have, first of all, we never found until they raised this issue last week. The DEP records are not well maintained, but it took us 3 days of searching until we found it. But the applicant has claimed to DEP that they are discharging stormwater into Horseneck Brook. That's what the water testing reports that they submitted to you all state, and that's what their registration, not application, it's a registration process to DEP states, that they are discharging stormwater to Horseneck Brook. This map attached to our letter,
Comment that you just said that?
the applicant has submitted, and you all asked about it last time, why it hadn't been submitted before,
Yeah.
a number of water testing reports
Right.
that they have submitted to DEP. Those reports state that they are discharging water to Horseneck Brook. Now, we went back and found the application, the registration materials, and it says Horseneck Brook. It also has a identifying number that a DEP program requires them to list, but they have called it, for whatever reason, Horseneck Brook. Attached to my letter is a map that shows that Horseneck Brook is at the closest point about 1,400 feet from the 2 wetlands that they are discharging into. So to demonstrate the significance of this issue, and it's not technical, I ask you, and you should ask your environmental counsel, how can they have a permit that takes away your jurisdiction over this issue when they haven't even notified? Because this application, this registration for a general permit does not require the owners of the property to be notified that there is a discharge of stormwater onto their property. That's the first point. How can it be fair that they can be operating under a general permit that they claim is taking away your jurisdiction over this issue when the registration that they gave to DEP claims to be discharging into Horseneck Brook and did not include any notice to or opportunity to be heard by either owner of those wetlands. It is directly contrary to logic and the spirit of the whole DEP and inland wetlands regulations. The second point that I want to make is that, again, as with their arguments about being an establishment and all that, it's a red herring. This general permit is going to expire when they stop being an industrial facility. And one of the big things that they've claimed in this application is we deserve credit because we're going to end this industrial use here. Well, when they do that, they end their obligations to the DEP under this general permit. There is a provision where they can continue it while they do construction, but after that it's done. And the suggestion that somehow their stormwater, which they have measured, which they have tested and submitted to you and will claim to be within the guidelines of this permit. They're not claiming that it's clean, they're within the guidelines of this permit. The idea that somehow that is all the review that is necessary is directly contrary to your regulations and the DEP's regulations, and I urge you not to be fooled by this preemption argument because it is not valid. And then what's going to happen when they stop this industrial use is that, again, as with the establishment argument and avoiding a transfer of ownership, is the only agency that will have reviewed this site for the appropriate remediation of the industrial contamination that, one, they've admitted exists, and two, that in their phase 3 they've admitted impacts these wetlands, is you all. And that brings me to Ms. Sesto's memo today. Point number 1 suggests that while there may be agreement about the violation of your wetlands, that somehow that should be kept independent from this application. I respectfully disagree. This application is dependent upon that discharge from their site into that wetland, those 2 wetlands, but directly into the wetland that doesn't belong to them. And therefore, you can't separate it. If we were claiming there's a violation by this pipe and the application was going to eliminate it completely, there might be a valid point that that's going to be an independent issue and you could separate the 2. But their application is asking you to continue that discharge in place. And respectfully, I don't think you can separate at that point. You have to understand what has the impact historically been. What is the condition of that wetland now? They've never even looked at the one. And once they do that, what remediation is required, if any? And what is the ongoing impact going to be? And how is that sufficient? And let those people whose property it belongs to have a say in it. So I admire you for the progress that's being made here because there clearly is a wetlands violation. It is not preempted, but you can't separate it from this application because they're asking you to bless it to go on into the future. Those are the, the legal points. And I apologize for the length of this letter, but as I make clear, the general permit regulations and your wetlands regulations exist under separate chapters of the DEP's statutory authority. In one of them, yours, you have been delegated by the commissioner full authority to regulate all the wetlands in your town. Under the other one, there is a general permit that deals with stormwater, and it's intended to encourage property owners, particularly industrial and construction, to use best practices as they discharge stormwater. But it doesn't take over pollution, the existence of pollution, past pollution. And that's why we think it's very important that you look at this, consult your counsel, and deal with it appropriately. You all have my letter from last week where essentially our position on this application is, one, that it's incomplete, and 2, that it doesn't meet your criteria under section 10.2. But okay, I apologize. You all have, and there's another point that's made in the memo, is that regarding incompleteness, all of the materials that Mr. Clousey just read in that the applicant has submitted in the last week, none of them were able to be considered by our consultants in the preparation of these reports. 6 inches of materials. All of them submitted the same day as ours, none of them which we could address because we hadn't seen. Respectfully, I submit that's further evidence of an incomplete application. The second thing is, in the application, I mean, in her memo, Ms. Sesto makes the point that the agency has the right to ask for additional information, but she also makes the point that you all don't have the right to require the applicant to provide information about these wetlands, but concedes that you do have a subpoena right. I would respectfully submit under 8.5 of your regulations, which you are exercising repeatedly in these memos to the applicant to submit additional information, that if any applicant refused your request to provide testing or to allow you access on their property to test and suggested that you had to get a permit, that any court of law would uphold your denial of the application immediately for not cooperating. So the suggestion that you need to get a subpoena is accurate if a property owner refuses you access. But the idea that an applicant could require you to get a subpoena, I think your counsel would advise you don't even bother, just deny the application, because if they fail to provide that reasonable cooperation, it's not worthy of consideration. Which again brings me to the point, and the last point of our letter is that, again, it is a respect for the permitting process that you require this complete application before you finish the entire review. It's an enormous expense to the citizens and to yourself to have to keep going back for this. And I urge you to find that the applicant's strategy here of only providing information when it's asked for, and that includes legal points, because this legal issue of a general permit was not raised in March when we first appeared before you. It wasn't raised in any of their written correspondence to you. They brought it up on May 18th. Again, the idea is that reasonable cooperation? And we submit it's not. So anyway, that's our incompleteness point. The other point is that none of the criteria in section 10.2 we believe have been met, and you have my discussion of it. I have tried to summarize some of the points of our consultants. I'm not going to repeat them. I'm going to let them speak for themselves. The first consultant we have is Michael Clemens, a PhD, who will speak now. And Ms. Sesto, do you have did we give you the PowerPoint? I mean the thumb drive with the map? If we could put that up for Mr. Clemens, thank you.
Colors didn't come out quite right. Good evening. For the record, my name is Michael Clemens. I just want to give one more item into the record. Good evening. This is a very complex application, and I'm going to try in my brief remarks to try to, at least from my perspective, sort it out. But I do need to make one correction before we start to my report. And I'd like to direct your attention to the very last page of my report. In the very last paragraph, the 6th line, there is a typographical error. It should read 42%, not 43%. And I apologize for that. I'm going to be accurate. 39 plus 3 is 42, not 43. There's several really distinct issues that this application presents, and some of them are larger landscape, ecological, and wetlands issues, and then there are the issues presented by this specific application. And this is something that's been very troubling to me and very hard to decipher as I move back and forth. As you know, I was involved with the initial application, excuse me, the 2012 application on Tollgate, and examined that landscape. And actually, because there was a cooperative arrangement between the applicant, Land Tech, who was their consultant, and the neighbors, I was able to look at all the wetlands on site. They were likewise able to look on the wetlands on the neighbor's property. And what is difficult for me to put my arms around as a scientist is that this is a much smaller land mass of the application. And yet, the impacts, I believe, still extend into the wetlands that are under your jurisdiction. This particular application looks at 2 large parcels of land and 4 smaller ones. But the applicant is very silent on 5 parcels of land, which I have listed in my letter. 24 Hemlock Drive, 18 Hemlock Drive, Wetland 4, Flag Lot Wetland 4, and 23 Oak Street. And these have large amounts of forest on them. So I see from an ecological standpoint that there is a problem here, because it creates tremendous challenges for you to review this application. But also, and I know this is getting into an area that may be difficult to follow, is that as this land has not been shown to be reserved for any conservation purpose on this application, it is assumed that that land is reserved for future development. So you have what's called segmentation. And it's interesting that in New York State, for example, you cannot take a piece of land where you've had an intent to develop and then come back and segment it, because it is understood that ecologically that it's harder and harder to render a decision, a conservation, a land use decision, the smaller the parcel of land. It obscures many of the connections. It also obscures the ability to effectively mitigate. So there is a challenge. And also your IWA regulations, although do not address segmentation by name, implicitly state that the need to look at the ecosystem-wide effects of the application as it pertains to wetlands, as it pertains to those areas in your jurisdiction. And that was discussed last time. I remember at the last meeting, there was discussion of the pollutants or if something's flowing from point A to point B, surely that still falls within your jurisdiction. But I admit this is a complicated issue to put one's arms around. And so at the very end, I'm going to address the ecosystem issues on the larger landscape, but I'm also going to address the specific issues from the application in front of you. So, as I said before, the concept of taking the site that was once large and then pulling out a section of it for development, and quite conveniently a section that doesn't have wetlands on it, creates a real challenge for you and for other people to try to understand what the impacts are. And it's interesting also, as you look at the applicant's presentation, the sort of alternative use of the larger landscape when it suits them, and then when it doesn't suit them, oh, we couldn't get on that piece of land, or that's off-site. And there are really also 2 types of off-site wetlands that are in play here. There are off-site wetlands on parcels that are still nominally under the control of the applicant, and then there are parcels that are truly off-site. But going back to the 2012 study, when I heard something, well, we didn't look at the pond behind the Cotswolds because you couldn't get on that pond, which was the downflow of this drainage pipe we've talked about, and a discussion of what's in those wetlands, because it wasn't ours. And yet you go back in 2012, and there was a very cooperative relationship. No attempt was ever made to ask, could we look at those wetlands? It's very convenient to proffer the argument, well, we couldn't get on that. It just sort of cuts it up. I think had they asked, I think you would have had a much more complete application in front of you than you do now. But it works, I think, in some sense to advantage. On the other hand, when it comes to looking at landscape analysis, they certainly look at the whole landscape. They look at Wetland 4, admittedly one of the least productive of the vernal pools, and yet they take and extrapolate the condition from that pool to Wetland 3, which they didn't set foot on in this entire study, and yet had they asked, again, there is no reason to believe that they wouldn't have been allowed because they were allowed in 2012. So it's this back and forth that I find extremely confusing. Now, I know last time I made some people unhappy that I did not want to testify last time, and that was because I received a Michael Klein's report, Environmental Planning Services report, just basically over the weekend. And it was about over 70 pages. There was 20 pages of his report, then lots of appendices. And it was the appendices that really made me stand up and take notice, because there were materials in those appendices that I had never seen before. And interestingly enough, they were being attributed to being a joint report between Land Tech and myself. So I'm not going to go over all the details that I have in the letter I sent to you. Suffice to say, I had nothing to do with that report that was submitted 2 months after the denial of the application. So those conclusions, which are alternatively being referred to as Appendix D, the joint Land Tech Michael W. Clemens report, or their conclusions, et cetera, about the viability of Wetland 2 are not our joint conclusions. They were Land Tech's conclusions, and all I can assume is it's a report that was sent to the client after the denial of the first Tollgate application. And why this matters, it's important because one of the reasons Land Tech and I did not reach joint conclusions were we certainly collected the data together, we agree on the data, but we did not agree on the interpretation of the data. And that is why we never put together a joint report. And as the hearing closed, I never produced a report. But I will tell you now that I did, and I still do favor a very precautionary approach, a conservative approach to the conservation of these vernal pools. And so I get a little bit miffed that when things are said that I sort of had said the wetlands had no value, that they were Tier 3 pools. And I certainly don't agree with the assumption, again, that is made by Mr. Klein on page 13 of his report, that these wetlands do not contribute significantly to the biodiversity of the area. Lastly, not to belabor this point, I never saw the sketch map that was handed in, which was also attached to the shading study by Land Tech of the vernal pool zones and the management zones and the amount of green space. And I prepared this map that you have behind you. And unfortunately, one thing it's very hard to see, I don't have a pointer. Do you?
Here you go.
Thank you, Bob. These things over here, these areas here are supposed to be actually in a brighter color. They are in the original report, because those are areas that I've talked about potential for restoration. As a matter of fact, there's more of it. This area all in here. I'd love to take it with me. Okay. This area here, which you can see is for some reason did not transfer in this file, this area here shows on the map that the agency has as orange, bright orange. That's area that I'm talking about restoration. And these two wetlands also are pink, and these are areas that are slated for restoration. I don't understand what happened to the file transfer. So, getting back to the COP pool. The COP pool, or wetland number 3, is right here. That is the central wetland, central vernal pool. These are what we call satellite vernal pools. They receive some breeding activity, mostly overflow from wetland number 3. Mr. Clausy, in a report initially submitted, actually indicated that this was probably at one time part of Wetland 3 and Wetland 4 were connected, and there is a sewer line that built up berm in Old Saybrook Wetlands Commission on the big chunk of land called the Preserve down in Old Saybrook. Okay, so if you choose to look at the entire landmass, what I call the Tollgate landmass, certainly down the road, if they continue more development on the site, I think you will have certainly even more issues. But let's just talk about this development. The other thing you should recognize is that when I did these green zones on the map behind you, I was extremely conservative and took out a lot of the area around the houses and that. And yet, as Mr. Harris noted at the last meeting, the frogs are moving through those areas, and the nature of that actually does contribute to habitat and migration corridors, but we took a very conservative approach. So you could probably have more green on that if you pushed it, but I chose not to be consistent with other work I've done elsewhere. You should also be aware that the nature of the site is that much of Greenwich is very steep, ridge and valley, and if you could think about the site as up and down with lots of crevices, that it is actually has a lot of vertical and horizontal areas for habitat. It's different if you had a flat area. So, and I think this is part of the reason we're seeing in parts of Greenwich, we've talked about this in other matters before, why there is often some very significant biodiversity within Greenwich is because of the nature of this topography, which actually, if you were to flatten it out, which is all these vernal pool rings are based on a flat, a two-dimensional model. You have a lot more of you to roll it out. So and flatten it. So I think that these BDPs, these guidelines, are helpful, but they're not absolute. They're supposed to give some guidance. And the actual tiering system is basically supposed to look at when you've got a site that has multiple vernal pools to help one actually pick the best places to develop and the best places to conserve. Calhoun and Clemens also state that in case of Tier 2 pools, that Tier 2 pools are basically excellent candidates for restoration. And I believe that the first step toward restoration here is not to allow any more forest to disappear, and the next step might be trying to reconnect and reforest. You have 39% forest at present. I have an alternative that I'm presenting, which gives you a little bit more, up to 42% forest. And I think that there's other things you can do to continue to improve. The issue of impaired wetlands is woven throughout this application, and I just can't, as I said before, accept the concept that we just ignore them, they're damaged. I mean, if that's it, you may as well, half the things you look at have been damaged in some way. And I think there's not a wetland in Connecticut that hasn't had the human hand on it at some point. So if we use that approach, we may as well just stop doing anything. I believe that many of these wetlands could be greatly improved through stewardship. For example, the 2 wetlands that are put on along Oak Street on page 20 of Mr. Klein's report, lawn, where he says, well, they've had drains put under them in this lawn. Well, it's a very straightforward thing to take the drains out, let the hydrology return, pull the lawn out, and replant the wetlands. That's not a wetland that's lost, that's a wetland that's impaired. And I don't believe that one conditions applications when there are significant ability to actually improve the functionality of these wetlands. So I really think you're at a crossroads concerning this property. I think the current application looks at one piece of it. I think there are 5 out parcels, much of it heavily forested, that are not spoken to. I refer to them as land reserved for future development, because absent any indication from the applicant that they're willing to put these into conservation, I can only assume that it's their right and their desire down the road to come in with more development. I've suggested that you could do a feasible and prudent alternative that would meet some of the goals by shrinking the development onto the easterly portion there. That is the site that is more polluted and degraded. Reforesting, joining this fragment of forest is 15,000 square feet, joining that together, putting more forest here, restoration, restoring these two wetlands. I realize one of them is not on the property that's owned by the applicant anymore or under their control, possibly at least this one. That begins to bring you more forested habitat there and is a conservation solution that focuses the development on the most heavily disturbed part of the site and allows restoration and enhancement to occur. There's also enhancement and restoration opportunities on some of the other out parcels on Hemlock. There's a lot of opportunity here to make this system function better. And once we move beyond the very heavily damaged part of the site, we're talking about the site that is still very important for the aquifer, for stormwater. It becomes then a watershed issue on some of this, how we manage it. This is a sensitive area. But I know that you may want to ask after this, I've given you the feasible and prudent alternative for this particular development. Shrink it into here. Reforest this here. There's already some forest there. That's a patch there. Join it all together, make it work better, and certainly don't take the chunk here of forest back here, which is going to be affected. So what I will say is that obviously I'm very concerned about the long term, what's going to happen here down the road in those other parcels. But even at this particular juncture, leaving those parcels off the table, because I know that this may not be a place you wish to venture, I will tell you that it is my professional opinion that the activities of the development that are proposed before you tonight will affect the wood frog, will make the recovery and jeopardize the recovery of that species. And I think it can be turned around to actually enhance the recovery of that species.
How specifically will the development impact the wood frogs and the restoration of, I assume you're talking about restoration of just the vernal pools, right?
Well, the vernal pool, as you know, has the 750-foot, 750-foot zone, which requires ideally at least 50% of forest. We're below that, but I think part of the strength here is the nature of the landscape has allowed the animals to persist. I am looking at, rather than developing so much within, if you notice here, half of this is outside this line. So if you push it all over there, you have much less of the area within that 750-foot area being developed. And you have a lot of forest restoration here where they had proposed to put buildings. So I'm saying scale it back, put it there, do less harm. Obviously, you have to clean up the site. That's a whole nother story. And restore the forest in here. And down the road, someone's going to have to deal with all of that. Certainly.
Let me ask you another question. Is the 750-foot buffer, I know your book speaks to this, but is it an absolute buffer for the vernal pools regardless of their impaired condition?
It is.
I'm going to paraphrase what Mr. Klein said when I asked him specifically that I asked him specifically whether the size of the development, in his opinion, had an impact on the vernal pools, and he said, whether it's smaller, larger, or even the same, it doesn't change it because they're so impaired. And my question is whether this, we're aware of a larger buffer for vernal pools, but is that boundary applicable in this particular instance, given the condition of the vernal pools?
It's my professional opinion it is, because I believe it's a Tier 2 pool.
Okay.
It's and the way to recovery. Mr. Klein's opinion is based, it's that same concept that it is so impaired it's impossible to save it. It's too impaired to save, and I think it is not that impaired, and I have a different opinion. And I believe that, but
So just to follow up, the forest would, maintaining the forested area would be integral to the restoration of those pools, and it's as a natural phenomenon, right?
maintaining the forested area is essential to have as much forest as possible within that 750-foot, and it's not a buffer. And I guess
why specifically is what I'm trying to, why specifically?
Because, and I'll get to that, because the last meeting, Mr. Root, I believe, said, well, that's the average distance that these animals travel. And that's actually not correct. It has been demonstrated that 95% of the reproductive population of that pool lives in the first 750 feet of habitat. So the more of that habitat we have that stays intact as forest and not converted to development, the higher the probability is that this population will continue to recover and actually expand.
So if I can paraphrase, you're saying that if there is no development whatsoever, the vernal pool will continue to recover?
Vernal pool is recovering as we speak at 39% of forest. The current application, though, looks to remove some of the, not remove some of that forest.
No, I understand that. I'm just trying to set the baseline, which is if there's no development whatsoever, there's no restoration, there's no development, existing conditions remain as they are. The vernal pool will continue to recover.
It will recover slowly.
Okay, so...
It is recovering.
It is recovering. So that if we, in fact, do the development, will we eliminate that vernal pool? Will we slow the level of recovery? What will the impact be, in fact, of doing the development? This development?
If just this development, it'll slow the recovery because you will take away more of the forest.
But it will not eliminate the recovery?
I couldn't say that with any certainty. It certainly, this pool is coming back. I don't know what all the impacts are going to be of the current footprint they propose, how much of it will affect. But again, I think there is a way, I mean, I would like to take that separately. I say there is a way that you can develop the site with reducing that likelihood of affecting the recovery, and that's what I've presented to you.
All right, a second question. The sunshade analysis that was done for this development indicates that there will be additional shading during the late fall, winter, and early spring. Will that have any effect on the vernal pools?
I don't think directly, because I think it's not going to affect the trees in the growing season. But what I'm concerned about is I believe that some of the edge of that development is starting to go into that forested area. So it's not as neat and clean. That line of forest goes into the current site on the western parcel. That is why I'm trying to push it out of there onto the eastern parcel, and not only try to protect that forest that's there, but to connect. There is a block of forest and trying to reconnect it.
Okay. And if this development were simply smaller, in the same footprint, but a smaller building, you'd still have the same negative impact?
No, if you take the building, as I've...
No, not pushing it in, not moving it, but the same footprint.
Scale.
Just a smaller building.
Shorter building.
A lower building
Oh,
with
lower.
less, that
No,
doesn't matter.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Bennett. No, I'm concerned, much more concerned with the footprint than I
Okay.
am with the shading.
Fine, thank
To
you.
me, it's about footprint.
Got it.
Can I just follow up on a buffer-related question in the wood frogs? Because I think there's a statement I'm going to read to you from Mr. Klein's report, because I don't want to paraphrase it, and just ask you to comment. I believe I'm deducing from it that he's talking about the buffer and the footprint, but he says that Wetland 3, which still supports limited wood frog breeding, represents an impaired habitat due to algae growth or eutrophication. And he cites your letter of May 25th, and said, where you talk about the detritus and the impact on the wetland. But he says thereafter that wood frogs, first he says that this species, wood frogs, tolerates a wide range of environmental conditions and is secure throughout its range. Wood frogs breed in a wide variety of permanently, seasonally, and occasionally flooded wetlands and watercourses. These habitats are present in numerous locations in the study area. There is no reason to believe that these areas will not remain suitable for wood frogs in the future. So I'm asking you to comment on that because it seems to contradict, in some ways, your testimony about the impact on the wood frogs.
Well,
and you've tied the wood frogs to a direct benefit to the wetland. So,
well, believe I've looked. I don't know how Mr. Klein can make a statement about Wetland 3, never, as he said, setting foot in Wetland 3, relying on the reports. Yes, Wetland 3 has algae and detritus in it. That's the fact of the matter. And
let's talk about the wood frogs, though.
Well,
his comment about the wood frogs.
Well, that's an interesting comment, because wood frogs, I have not found wood frogs. He said, I think they're in the Cotswold. I've never heard them in the Cotswold. I've said pond. The wood frogs, as I understand it, in this sort of densely suburbanized part of Greenwich, there is one pond, that pool, that has a wood frog population. That's Wetland 3. There are 2 satellite pools, Wetland 4 and the Ramsey Preserve. I've not found any other wood frogs in this landscape. I've looked at them in other nearby areas, and I've not found them. So I tend to think that this is not, at least in this area of Greenwich, you do not have many populations. This is fairly significant in that it is probably one of the last populations you have in this area. But let me also carry a line. What you're saying, if he says they're common statewide, well, wetlands are common statewide. And we use that. I mean, I don't understand whether they're common or not common in any way alleviates this agency of their duty to try to protect them.
No, I agree, but I agree with that general proposition. But what he's saying specifically is that because these habitats are present in numerous locations on the site, which I believe you're contradicting, that there's no reason to believe that these areas will not remain suitable for wood frogs. And I think implied in that is that the development will not impact the wood frogs. Do you disagree with that?
I disagree with it, and I also don't understand where else on site, having looked at the site, is he talking about the 2 wetlands on Hemlock? I mean, we've looked, that whole area was studied intensive. The only place that wood frogs have been found with regularity since 2012 in that Tollgate landmass has been Wetland 3, Wetland 4, and the Ramsey Preserve. So I don't know what other wetlands
How
he's
would the
talking about.
construction of this building, just to drill down a little deeper,
Sure.
impact the wood frogs in Wetland 3?
It would eliminate more of the terrestrial habitat that they utilize, and it would also eliminate the chance of actual restoration, which is critical for a Tier 2 pool.
Dr. Clemens, I have a question on migration. Within the wetland just over here.
Cotswold wetland, as I call it. Yes, sir.
Could you comment on migration between Wetland 3 and the Cotswold? It's basically a corridor here, and there are 2 types of landscape in this corridor. Up toward where the development is proposed, that's going to be forested and steep hillside. Here, it's more residential lawn type. Could you comment on not just wood frogs, but all the obligate species from this vernal pool, migration over to this wetland?
Well, Mr. Carr, I think the residential lawn is really quite small. It's in here. These 2 are residential lawn. This is almost a continuous block of forest here. I'm sorry, the resident, yeah. This is, I'm sorry, everything that's in green is actually continuous forest. These are the residential lawns right in there. So, yes, the forest is a corridor for a lot of wildlife. A lot of the wildlife, though, is not necessarily wetland dependent, but there are definitely ecological connections between the wetlands. There are egrets that feed, have seen feeding in the Cop Pool, and we've also, that's, I'm sorry, which is wetland 3. And certainly could be moving to the other wetlands. So there definitely are ecological connections between, for animals and that are using them. They're not necessarily all obligate or even wetland dependent species. But certainly the presence of that big forested block between the two wetlands certainly is a corridor for a lot of wildlife. Is that responsive to your question?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes. You've talked a lot about the importance of the forest, but what about the hydric balance of the wetlands, particularly wetland 3? How important is that to keep that balance as it is now with what it would be, assuming some development goes forward?
I don't see that the development itself, and this is one of the tricky things, I don't see that the development itself will affect the hydric balance, or maybe only in a very small part of the watershed. I agree with you, it's critical that the hydric balance stays as a vernal pool. The only thing is there is something about pipes and that, possibly I read in one report, between these two wetlands possibly contributing to there. But I think it's really a landscape, it's forested landscape, but certainly it's critical to maintain the hydrology as it is now, which is now functioning as a vernal pool and not as a semi-permanent wetland.
Well, when they do the development, they have to make sure that, according to the drainage manuals and so on, that they get no more flow under certain conditions of rainfall than, we would have now. But in order to do that, what they do is they put a wide spot in the line to hold the water, until the storm kind of goes through. And so that bothers me a little bit, that doing something like that, even although you might be able to say, I'm not putting out any more at the peak flow in a storm, but in the everyday types of rainfalls that you have, I'm concerned that maybe that putting something like that in place could in fact upset the hydric balance.
It could, but I think I'd like to defer that to Mr. Rizzoli, to your question, because I think he can give you, answer your question from an engineering perspective. Certainly, theoretically, changes in the hydrology of that wetland are undesirable. We've seen what happens when we have too much water in that wetland. We have all the evidence back from that. So yes, I would ask him that question. That didn't come to me to be an issue on this, but I think I'd rather have him answer that question for you.
I have a set of questions on a slightly different area, which you may or may not feel yourself qualified to respond to. And that is, what is the effect of some of these chemicals that we believe are flowing into and are in the wetland? Specifically, the one that strikes me as most of a problem, there are two, zinc and lead.
On amphibians?
On amphibians, on wetlands in general.
Okay. I think what has been said is, I think that depending on the concentrations, and I'm not going to delve far into this because we also have an LAP who can just ask that, but basically amphibians particularly are very, very sensitive to these kinds of chemicals. And on the other spectrum, animals such as snapping turtles and other things are actually bioaccumulators of some of these things. So I think it was asked last time, someone asked a question about animals that were moving around out of the wetlands, whether they could be carrying potentially some of these toxins into the food chain. And there's evidence that in some places this has happened. This is why I think it's so important, and again, I'll let them talk about this, why you need a risk assessment, particularly an ecological assessment of what's happening in what I call the Cotswolds wetland, because that pipe backs into that other wetland, but its straight trajectory is right into the Cotswold wetland, and we know nothing about what's going on in that wetland in terms of its biodiversity or its toxicity. But certainly those things are all of concern, and we just don't have any information on that wetland.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you for your time. I
Thank you.
don't know if I kept on time, but I tried. Shall I just leave the pointer here, Bob? You want to give it
That
back?
makes sense, yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
I do have a couple of questions for Dr. Clemens. Would it be best to ask them now or to wait?
He doesn't to wait, because this is their presentation.
He doesn't get to ask Clemens questions.
Right.
Joe Rizzoli will speak next.
I'm sorry, Mr. Suter, just as a point of reference, this isn't a situation where you can directly question the other applicant's testimony. You can respond to what has been said yourself, okay?
Excuse me one second, Mr. Rizzoli.
Just so I don't get yelled at by the lady behind the machine. For the record, Stephen Studer, Butcher Moses Devlin for the applicant. I would respectfully disagree. I mean, essentially, this is a hearing. We're entitled to a fair hearing and due process. And if you look at the Connecticut cases that discuss participation in a matter like this, it's clear that we have the right, all parties have a right to basically ask questions of opposing parties' witnesses. I don't have a lot of questions, but I do have a few, and I do think I have that right. And I'm happy to wait until the conclusion, but I just want to make sure that I do have that opportunity, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, so there's two issues here. One is you're going to have a chance to respond, obviously, to what the interveners are saying, and they might have, so that's not the issue, right? It's the question is when you respond. Now you're saying in the form of asking questions to the experts of the other side?
Yes, we obviously will respond.
As opposed to having your expert, Mr. Klein, comment about Mr. Clemens' testimony.
We will do both. Mr. Klein will comment about Mr. Clemens' testimony, but I do have some questions of Mr. Clemens himself, which I think I'm entitled to, I know I'm entitled to ask, and I just want to make sure, I don't care if I do it right this instant. I'm happy to do it later on. I just want to make sure I will have that opportunity at some point to be able to ask those questions.
And so, Mr.
Do they have to do with the substance of his testimony?
Yeah, there's a few things I want to understand and point out, but mostly understand.
Mr. Studer, then you would accept questions from Mr. O'Hanlon's experts to yours?
I would.
Well, we have never run our hearings that way, ever. And personally, I'm not an attorney, but I would object to having our hearings turn into confrontations.
Well, I understand your position, and respectfully, I do understand this is not a court of law, so I would not anticipate that sort of questioning. But I do think that the case law is very clear that we are entitled to ask questions of these witnesses, and I do insist upon that right.
If I may, it's my understanding that cross-examining between the interveners and the applicant is appropriate.
Okay, fair enough.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding, as this commission has done, is that it's appropriate to hear questions through the commission itself. Mr. Studer has a question of a witness, he can ask the chairman, and the chairman can decide if it's an appropriate question and for the witness to answer, rather than have it a confrontational question answer.
You mean rather than an examination or cross-examination?
Exactly, I believe that's your practice.
I would tend to agree with that, but let's deal with it when we have to. Okay?
Okay.
We'll do that later?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Rizzoli, sorry for the delay.
Mr. Chairman, good evening. My name is, for the record, my name is Joseph Rizzoli. I am a professional engineer. Started my business in this town 35 years ago. I have a master's degree from Polytech Institute, which then became NYU. And I am proud to say that I was hired by the town of Greenwich 35 years ago to write their first drainage manual. I don't think the applicant is going to have too many questions for me because I essentially agree with my colleagues. And I'm not going to get into a lot of numbers. I think you've heard so many numbers. 50,000 CFS, so many gallons per minute. You have a great engineering department that, if you've seen their comments, they are extremely thorough. So I am certain that when the process is done, all the numbers will be correct. The engineering department will assure you of that, and I assure you of that. I do have one mathematical disagreement, which I will get into later on. What I want to do is I want to put the engineering into more of a perspective, if you will. I want to humanize it for you. Just kind of bring these numbers to life. I'll give you an example. The applicant has admitted on the scope, if you want to look at how big a project we got going here, he's admitted to 52,000 cubic yards of cutting, 12,000 cubic yards of filling. Now, no one said how much of that 12,000 is going to stay on the site. So let's say we have a differential of 40,000 that has to come off the site. Remember, about 80% of this is rock. When you're taking rock off of a site, unless you're going to chip it on the site, which could take forever and be extremely noisy, there's a lot of voids. So, but let's be conservative and say we got 40,000 cubic yards of mixture rock, mostly rock, to be removed. Well, if you take a standard 10-yard truck to move that material, you are talking about 4,000 trips. Now, I know you don't care about what happens to the roads. That's Planning and Zoning's department. But I'm using that to give you an example of the size of the project, of the disturbance that you could expect, and how big a hole is being dug here. Let me talk about vegetative roofs, because I think they work beautifully, and they look terrific. But your job or your obligation is not to make a decision as to what happens the day these structures are built, or even a year later, or even 5 years later. You're responsible to make a decision based on the lifetime of these structures. 20 years, 30 years, 50 years? These types of roofs have one major defect, and that is to maintain them, to maintain the hydrological and quality of water characteristics. If a plant goes brown, somebody is going to go and replace it. They're going to go and fix it. If, on the other hand, if something doesn't work hydrologically, usually these roofs, I haven't seen the details, but inevitably these roofs have overflows, emergency overflows, if you will. What happens when those kick in, nobody knows. Somebody might, but it's not as important as making sure the aesthetics are appropriate. Now, let me tell you what's involved with the maintenance and why I'm making such a big deal out of it. And when I spoke to your town engineer, I said, so these things are a little onerous. Where did you get these maintenance procedures for both the roofs and the porous pavements? And he said, well, mostly from the manufacturer. So the manufacturer is responsible for this list. Vegetative roof shall be cleaned of debris and sediments upon the completion of construction. Of course. Any filter media impacted by the construction activities shall be removed and replaced at this time. Of course. The roof shall be visually inspected on a bi-weekly basis for the first 6 months. Any erosion or displacement of the filter media shall be promptly repaired, and the cause of the problem shall be identified and corrected. During these inspections, weeds shall be pulled and removed. Monthly inspections shall continue until successful operation of the system is confirmed. The surface of these structures shall be inspected on a quarterly basis after the first 6 months. And after heavy runoff events, one inspection shall occur immediately following the winter months after snow has melted. Any accumulated debris and sediments shall be removed. Check draining time of vegetative roof annually. The town's drainage manual. It's in my report, MD 100. Check draining time of vegetative roof annually. Check within 72 hours after a minimum 1-inch rain. I could just see a whole team of people ready. As soon as they have a 1-inch rain, they're going to run up there. If there is no standing water, infiltration is acceptable.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Are you reading this to us to make a point?
Yes.
And the point being?
The point being is that there is no incentive to follow this.
Okay. It's my understanding that we cannot assume that the applicant will not do these things.
I cannot assume that.
No, you cannot assume he won't. Okay? And we cannot assume he won't.
I am explaining from the drainage manual what happens to your wetlands if they don't.
I understand that, but we cannot assume that they won't.
Into any impact on wetlands, you just read from the drainage manual. And we've also had their green roof vendor who was brought in his report and talked about the specifications of the green roof, how it's maintained, when it's maintained, and other physical characteristics. Are you able to respond to that?
I'm talking 20 to 30 years from now. What if it's owned by other people? If there's no incentive because of the overflow factor I explained, okay? That means that maybe 20 years from now, you got water that is not getting the hydrological or the qualitative treatments that you're guaranteed to get for the first year or 5 years. And this is information for you to use as a non-numerical approach to this.
So your position is that their rooftop runoff calculation should be based upon no green roof, assuming that there is no green roof?
That's an alternative. I don't think they have developed the green roof to the point where these safety factors are, this is not a possibility. So far, this will occur if you don't follow the instructions in the drainage manual.
Okay.
Let me move on to the porous pavement, because I have a similar problem with porous pavement. Again, from the town's drainage manual. Clean and vacuum
Okay.
the porous pavement upon completion of construction. Check for standing water on the surface of the pavement after a precipitation event. If standing water remains within 30 minutes after rainfall had ended, cleaning of porous pavement is recommended. Vacuum sweeper shall be used regularly to remove sediment and organic debris on the pavement surface. The sweeper may be fitted with water jets. Pavement vacuuming shall occur during spring cleanup following the last snow event to remove accumulated debris at a minimum.
Would you like to just submit the drainage?
I already did.
Representative?
I already did.
So I don't think it's really necessary for you to read verbatim the entire section. If you could just get to the point regarding a lack of maintenance of porous pavement.
I'm coming back to the fact that there is no incentive to do this for the next 30 years. It's very expensive. Now, what happens if they don't? What happens to the wetland?
Okay.
The applicant has proposed 13 catch basins. The applicant has proposed 13 catch basins. You've seen the site. You've seen the plans. The catch basins are there for a purpose. They're at the low point of the driveways, parking areas. Why are they there? If this is such a great porous and you don't have to worry about it. Well, maybe somebody is worrying about it. If what is supposed to be done for the lifetime of this property is not done, these catch basins go into effect. And then you are dealing with a standard pavement. There's no longer any hydrological benefits, no longer any quality benefits. And what happens when that basement is full or starts getting water? It goes directly into the wetland to the north. That wetland to the north eventually runs down to the other two wetlands. It's all interconnected hydrologically. So if they don't do this as they're supposed to, there will definitely be an impact to the wetlands. The groundwater is going to be a considerable amount of blasting. Blasting can open fissures. My experience is that you rarely know exactly how much water you're dealing with until after you dig your foundation. That's when you really know how much water you're going to be dealing with. But more importantly for you is, would the blasting open up crevices, because there is a portion of the footings of the building that are lower than the wetlands. What is the probability of that happening? Not very high. Can it happen? Yes. If it does happen, it will totally destroy that wetland. Finally, I'll get to the point where I do disagree.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Rizzoli, could you point on the map that footing that you say is below the level of the wetland? Just so we can have that on the record.
Do you have EW2? Or I could show you.
You can show us on the, in that, what quadrant?
It's not
we're
up
talking
there.
about.
It's in the section.
Okay. It's coming up.
What I have here is in green is the wetland. And what I have in red is the bottom of the footings. There's about this is a skewed scale, so it's about 7 feet down. But remember, when they blast, they can't blast that exactly. Usually you have to overblast.
Okay.
But anyway, it is still definitely higher
And
than the footings.
And I'm sorry, the distance from that wetland to where the footing is?
I'm sorry?
The distance from that wetland to where the footing is?
Let's say about 150 feet.
Okay, thank you.
As I was saying, finally, this is the one area where we do have a mathematical disagreement, and that has to do with the sewers and the contribution that this building is going to provide to the sewers. Now, Richard Feminella of the Sewer Division has talked about, or has used the words, capacity limitations to the lines. I think you've read and seen his report. And when it's overtaxed, and then raw sewage can get into Horseneck Brook. So I think this is one of your most critical of your obligations, because we're talking about raw sewage now. The applicant has prepared some calculations using one method. We, however, my office has done it using 4 separate methods. We've used the State of Connecticut Public Health, Connecticut Department of Environmental Protection, the New England Water Control Commission, and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. They all have their little quirks. When we calculate using all 4, we get a low contribution of 72,000 gallons per day to a high of 88,000 gallons per day, or average 79,000 gallons per day. I believe the applicant was at around 46. And
say that's an amalgamation of all 4 methods. You came up with what?
All 4 method came up with 79,000. All of them were at least 72 or higher. Now, I don't understand very carefully, that accurately, but the Sewer Division puts a threshold at 50,000, and then it requires a further, more special review of some type. Now, when you talk about sewers, the gallons per day isn't really as important as the peaks. The vast majority of people take a shower in the morning at 8, or when they come home at 6. So you have these peaks. So whenever we design anything, we don't use gallons per day, we use peak values. Well, the average peak is 315,000 gallons per day. Let me put that number again into perspective.
I'm
Sounds
sorry,
big.
Did you say 315,000 per day, or would that be on a per hour?
Per day.
Okay.
putting that into perspective,
I don't understand, I guess I'm not understanding.
If you have an average of 79,000 per day,
no, the 79,
but then how do you get to a 300 per day?
you multiply it by 4. All of these methods tell you to, to multiply your average by 4 to get your peak.
Your peak period, but that's not a daily average, that's in that 8 a.m., 7 a.m.,
Yes,
8 a.m.
exactly.
It's a
Exactly.
spike.
It spikes.
Flows at the rate of 350
Yes,
for a
and
short
that's
period.
when your pipes burst.
Okay.
Again, let's get back to the perspective, because these are just a bunch of numbers. I think we're all familiar with Georgetown North, the development. It's not that far from here. Georgetown North has 31 single-family homes. If we take Georgetown North, and let's assume that each home is 4 bedrooms. I didn't go that far to check how many bedrooms, but let's say they all have at least 4 bedrooms.
That's too many. Yeah.
This project would provide sewage effluent equivalent to 4.5 Georgetown North complexes. We have not heard, and I haven't seen any separate study or opinions on this sewage from either engineering or the sewer division. What I say to you is, don't take my word for it. Show both of these reports, mine and the applicants. Get the engineering department involved and get the sewer division involved so that you can make an informed decision on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Rizzoli. Any questions for Mr. Rizzoli at this point? Okay, thank you.
Well, yeah, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Just the question that I posed earlier about trying to keep the hydric balance for that one wetland, wetland 3, consistent with what it is today versus after development. So obviously after development, they have various techniques for keeping the peak flows, you know, to match what is there at the present day. And sorry. So the question is, are you confident that the designs that they have that work with the drainage manual are going to be okay in terms of keeping the hydric balance for that wetland over all rainfall conditions, not just for the 25-year storm or whatever they're designing for?
My answer is yes, I believe that.
Okay, so you don't see any.
Like I said when I opened up, I'm not questioning any of the math or the models for the hydrology. I am very much questioning the fact that I don't believe. I think it's a real stretch to think that 40 years from now, 30 years from now, that math will stay the same.
Thank you.
Mr. Manalakis, the licensed environmental professional, will speak
Okay.
now.
Thank you.
For the record, I'm Michael Manalakis. I'm with Leggett, Bashir and Graham. I'm an LEP. LBG is the oldest groundwater consulting firm in the country. And you guys all have these handouts over here. I'm going to start actually discussing about the establishment question. And I understand that that's not one of the primary concerns here, but the way it relates to this project is really standard of care for investigations and also contaminants of concern on the site. In 2012, the DEEP did an inspection of the site, and they identified hazardous waste on the site, and they weren't managing their waste appropriately. They didn't know they were generating hazardous waste at the time. They identified at the time that they were generating waste xylenes, which is a listed hazardous waste. And as noted in the PowerPoint, I just used quotes from the memorandum that they did in February 2012. The applicant was actually discarding the waste xylenes into their used oils. Discarding the hazardous waste into used oil makes the used oils hazardous waste. That's something that they actually noted in their memorandum. Looking at the 2016 phase 1 done by Triton, they went ahead and went through generations of hazardous waste, what they do in an average monthly time period. But they didn't count the used oil that was generated during that time because it's hazardous waste at the time. When you do the math, and they had manifests at the time of how much used oil they were generating, it turns out they were generating about 53 kilograms of used oil per month that had this waste xylene in it. When you add it to all the other hazardous waste that they were generating that's in the phase 1 in 2016, and of course you want to subtract out the xylenes that they were producing because you can't double count that. It turns out that they're averaging over 100 kilograms of hazardous waste generating a month. So just based on that, based on the DEEP inspection and all the notes that are in there, it indicates that they were generating over 100 kilograms of hazardous waste a month, and they are an establishment. And why that's important is because of standard of care. Now the remediation standard regulations are the guidelines, and really, when they transfer the site, that's actually what they have to clean up to on the site. So this, and forgive me, I need to get a pointer. I want to go over actually just a little bit of the overview of the site. In the phase 1, they ended up identifying 16 areas of concern. And the list is over here. They have 3 site-wide areas of concern. It's historic fill is one of them. Exterior storage is one of them. And I'll take a look to see what the other one is. Overall, I just want to see, this is really not good quality. Can you guys see this well, or is it just me? Right, see it? Great. All right, I want to actually point out the drain that's going up over here. And it's what they identify in the phase 3, which I think is relatively important. They indicate the main discharges to this wetland over here, not to the pond, it's to the wetland over here. They indicate in the phase 3 that some flow from there can go to the pond. But the main stuff's over to the wetland. No testing has been over there. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. The other things that are important over here is that geology on the site. I know you heard earlier that bedrock's really shallow over here. There's actually deeper overburden on the east side of the site. When you start going over to these ponds, they have a well right up over here. When they drilled it, it was 20 feet of overburden. That's just typical soils. It's not bedrock. They didn't hit the bedrock over there. So over on this side of the site, you have much deeper overburden, so you don't have that bedrock, that shallow bedrock. This is a picture of the wetlands, actually, that pipe discharges to. This is, and hopefully you see in the picture as well, because I don't see the red really in here. When the 2012 site inspection occurred, they noted that this was stained with paint on the inside. And what's important here is that once they identified in that 2012 that they were generating hazardous waste and they didn't know that, they had Triton go out there and do a hazardous waste characterization saying, okay, what are you generating over there? So they did testing. And they found out that their waste paint liquids were characteristically hazardous for arsenic, lead, chromium. They also said the xylenes that they had over there They were waste paint solvents. Those were hazardous waste. So what you see in this picture, and you'll see in actually subsequent pictures, is that paint staining. It's actually going into the catch basin. What they ended up doing in March, soon after that inspection, Triton collected a catch basin sample. They found out that they had xylenes. 84% of the volatiles in that catch basin was waste xylenes. The only use that we know of on that site for waste xylenes was a hazardous waste. It was a waste solvents. That was in the catch basin. Also, you see the paint, the liquid paint that's dripping into there in that picture. Again, hazardous waste going into the catch basins. These are really just pictures of the site conditions. You see like red staining throughout. One of the comments on this one is that this is similar stone and gravel as the inside in the paint room. It's not natural to have the red over here. This is not a Triassic area. This is, typical brown soils you see over the bedrock. And this is just, again, their inspection, deep inspection, saying they poured, paint was poured on the ground. This is something from the 2016 phase 1, the next photo. It shows paint on the outside and some of the outcrops. I don't know of any operations that were over here, but it just, again, shows that, and the reason for the pictures and why I'm showing the pictures is that you're seeing this waste throughout the site, not just in operation areas. Over here is the 2012. It's a picture from the 2012 phase 1. Now, again, the used oils were hazardous at the time. I'm assuming that this is their hazardous waste storage area in 2012 because of that. Then also this. Now in 2016, and this is relatively important, they've already gone through the ringer. They already had the deep inspectum. This is their hazardous waste storage area. You can see in the picture that it actually says hazardous on there. You see dents in the drums. I mean, most waste haulers wouldn't even accept this. I don't know any waste hauler that actually would accept it. There's no secondary containment over here.
I like the fire extinguisher.
This, again, here's a used oil place, but if you actually look on that drum right over there, it says hard, but actually they misspelled hazardous on the other screen on some of the drums. But again, this would be their hazardous storage area that they're doing right now. If that, I'm assuming that drum, at least was used for hazardous waste, and you can't do that. You just can't borrow, okay, that's a hazardous waste drum, okay, now it's not. It's a whole mixing. And it really leads to the whole importance of this is standard of care. Are they really taking their environmental obligations seriously? So what's important here is actually, to you guys, is impacts to wetlands and watercourses. It's not whether they did a great investigation or not. And this is what I think actually is really important. When you do the investigation, you have to understand where all the contamination is, because when you do the soil sediment erosion control plan, you have to know what's contaminated. You have to know if you're going to impact the wetlands or watercourse, and you have to do it by testing. When you actually are out in the field and you collect a sample out there, 9 times out of 10, maybe 80% of the time, you're not going to know it's contaminated. You're not going to know it's over a standard. You need to see the actual analytical results. The other thing is actually why they need further investigation. We're going to go on this, and I'm sorry, it does have several sides to go through this, is you want to see if there's any ongoing pollution in the wetlands at this time. You also want to make sure that you're not reusing contaminated soils on the site. It's both for human health and the environment, actually for the future development and site occupants, and it's also protective of the wetlands and watercourse. And also safety of workers. You don't want to have your construction workers.
Can I just interrupt you a minute? I mean,
yes.
You're making what I consider to be a fairly obvious point.
Right.
But where's your contention? What specifically are you saying was not tested?
I'm going to, that's the next slides.
Okay.
I promise. I wanted to actually get the pertinent part out of the way because I don't want to see even saying data gap, data gap. Point is this. First, I'm going to go through hydrogeology. This is their maps. Groundwater goes from uphill to downhill. You can see actually they have a flow divide right over here. And what that means is, and I think I actually have it over here too.
These things should be marked.
They have a flow divide on the site. So when groundwater flows, it goes perpendicular to these lines. Goes in this direction, goes out here. Where the flow divide is, they're saying it goes in this direction and this direction. It's really important to see where their wells are. They have a well over here. They have a well over here. Sure, but I got to be honest with you, it's a little bit difficult to see up here. But they have a well right over here. What also is shown on this map, this actually shows at the end of the game where they actually plan to do remediation.
Test wells you're talking about.
Monitoring wells.
Yeah.
Yes.
The TW6, TW1.
Right.
That's what you're referring to.
Right, and this is where they've sampled on the site. Here's the big problem. You see over here where all their big remediation is and all that contamination? Groundwater is supposed to flow this way. There's no well there. There's no well down gradient from these impacts. And why is that pertinent to you? Groundwater to surface water. What that is impacts to wetlands. They didn't really fully characterize this. They don't understand actually if there's groundwater discharging to the wetlands, which of course there is, but if it's contaminated or not. They put the wells in the wrong location. You can see on that map that's actually right in front of you really clear where those wells are and where the remediation is. All the red dots are bad, green dots are good. This is a 1965 aerial, and this really speaks toward actually when we were talking about earlier, and I think many of you brought up, why isn't that north area? Why don't you have any dots over there? What you can see over in this location is, and this really just says, up in the north area, you actually can see a small, and you can see it on your prints much better. Over there, you see like a line over there, which actually looks like a watercourse. It looks like water in that area. Don't know what it's for, but I'm going to bring it up on the next slide. This is 65 before they developed that area. This is 85, and I apologize for the quality, but 85, 95 show the same thing. 75 show the same thing. They're poor quality, but what it shows up in that northern area, it shows the same density and similar type of features that are right behind that main building where a lot of that contamination occurred. No sample points up in that location. The other thing that's important is, remember, site-wide fill was one of the concerns on this property. That area was filled. It was developed. It had to have been developed. So why was no testing done up there? They identified that as a release area, but there was no testing up there. This figure really goes toward, it identifies overall, this is what they did, soil quality. Red, again, is bad. Green is good. Important parts on this really is, it shows that, and I'll get to it later on actually when we get to specific contaminants, it shows that they didn't finish their characterization. It shows that there are red dots that are there, and there's no green dots on the other side. And you can actually see it over here. There is no green dots. There's no dots at all. It's all red over there. You can see it up right over here. There's red dots going up in this direction. Now this is actually speaking towards specific contamination on the site. This is petroleum hydrocarbons. And this was actually specifically what I was showing on the other one where you didn't see that closure over on those locations over here and here. But what's really pertinent to you guys is, what are we seeing in the pond? Now remember, the pond is not the primary discharge. But it does receive, and this is what they said in the phase 3, they said it was impacted. I agree. Let's start looking at the numbers right over here. They get the number right over here. They get the hot spot for ETPH right over here. They don't see anything in those dots right over here. That's one of the main contaminants on the property. That's one of the things that they found in the catch basin. When they tested the catch basin in March, they found ETPH. Why it's important is you have a drain coming from the road over here. The drain from a road is showing no impacts. The drain from the site is showing impact. What's really important here is that's not necessarily the worst. We're talking about petroleum hydrocarbons right now, but when we talk about metals and the transport of metals, it goes with particulates. Where's it going to go? It's going to the deepest part of the pond. That's where it's going to go. You would expect over time that hopefully things have improved what's going into the catch basins. So maybe the scouring might have less concentrations over here. You're going to see worse impact over here. And again, we don't have anything over there.
Do you have any opinion as to, or any evidence to point to any ongoing contamination from the drain?
Well, what we have is this.
Or do you have even an opinion about it?
Well, I'm going to tell you what I have. I prefer not to just guess opinions.
No, I don't want you to guess.
I will tell you this.
just made a point about the
And we're going to go through every one of them.
sedimentation.
I mean, the cadmium, the lead, the whole thing. But the important part is actually when they tested the catch basin in March of 2012, they found xylenes in there. They found elevated lead in there.
Right, I'm talking
After
about
that, I know.
present
after that,
day.
I got it. After that, they tested it, and they've been doing it by the stormwater permit now. Well, the stormwater permit doesn't test for volatiles. All they do is these certain metals. So all I can do is look at the metals that they had then and they have now. And their 2014 results, I believe it was May, they actually had higher concentrations of lead in 2014 than they did back in right after that site inspection by the DEEP. So all I can do is by the numbers. It was a higher concentration than what they had back then. And that's actually a sample that's actually stormwater runoff. Back over then, that was actually what was sitting in the catch basin. So you would expect it to be even worse. You should have some type of dilution when you actually have runoff. So. This really, the whole point of here is really, lead is one of the primary contaminants on the site. That's really why I actually have this figure up for the total lead quality. And the other part is important to note that it's outside the areas where they identified as area concerns. You see those red dots that are outside the yellow lines. Those might be associated with the site-wide AOCs. Here's another very important point, leachable lead. We said it was an establishment. Because it's an establishment, leachable lead is important. Leachable lead is actually what can impact groundwater. Every sample they collected on this site exceeds what's called the GA pollutant mobility criteria. It's a leachable concentration that tries to protect groundwater. They haven't characterized it, but every sample exceeds it. Arsenic soil quality. This is important because I really want you to start looking at the patterns. The patterns where you start seeing impacts. You start seeing a lot of impacts over in that area of the site. You see it with the lead. You're going to see it with the other metals that we go through. They indicate that arsenic's naturally occurring on the property. But what's really important on this arsenic is where you actually start seeing it not impacted. You start seeing it not impacted in areas that were clearly, that must have been filled at some point, which I'm going to show you in the next drawing. What I did was, over here, this is actually shows the concentrations of arsenic detected in each sample point. Minus 999 means ND. So what happens is you have your hot spots right over here, and it dissipates over here. What that indicates is that's a release. That's a release pattern. When you start having it hot in one spot, going to ND or low concentrations. Having said that, though, they did 3 samples over here, which are outside of known release areas. 2 of those samples you'll see over there, I believe they were just above 10 part per million. They're indicating that's evidence of actually it being elevated background. I don't know. It could have been pesticide use. I don't know what actually occurred over there, but I do know this much. If I was going to the deep and I wanted to show that background was elevated, I need more than that. Typically, someone will end up going in and saying, okay, there's arsenopyrite in the area, or something like that. I haven't seen that in this report. And I certainly don't see the concentrations. I think their high concentration of arsenic was 220. I mean, again, over here was like 13. You guys have the maps right in front of you. You could see it. And you can also see how it's spatially going out. What looks like a release. They mention in there, they say, well, we think arsenic might be related to the fill. So we'll statistically go ahead and, or the pollutant mobility criteria doesn't apply to it because of the fill. I don't think that pattern actually looks like it. I think it's one of those things that you actually sit there and have to test, see if it's there. And remember, when they looked at their waste paint, they tested it, and they found that it was characteristically hazardous for arsenic. That's their waste paint liquid. So it's clearly a constituent of the site. And you saw in those pictures the paint being everywhere. Here's the cadmium results. I'm trying to show the same thing. I'm trying to show actually, when you look up over here, you see some impacts with respect to cadmium. There's not many over criteria at this point, but the point is, look at the concentration over there at the outfall for the pond. Look at the concentrations over here. Highest concentration is the outfall from the site. Chromium, same thing. Chromium is a hazardous waste over here. Highest elevations right over there. You have elevated concentrations over there. Again, similar patterns. These are all paint-related constituents and compounds. Again, no sampling over in the wetlands. Selenium, same thing. Now, selenium doesn't exceed any criteria that are out there, but the point is you look at these constituents to understand how the release was and what the release is. And it shows the distribution, high to low. Where do you see the highest concentration of selenium? Right over there at the outfall. Zinc, same thing. You know, and you ask again, you know, and the stormwater permit, look, the stormwater permit that they're doing, that's necessary for like drippage operations. It's not meant for dumping and things like that. You saw that picture, you know, with the storm drain. You saw it with the deep set in there. I quoted specifically from the memorandum. Their latest one, I believe the latest result that they showed, that had elevated zinc in that. Highest concentration, again, right by the pond. Outfall.
All those are right,
And it drops precipitously.
right at the end of the pipe. And it's only on the left side.
Now, what this figure shows is it shows the three.
They didn't test it.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sure. It shows the 3 sediment samples that were collected over there, and it shows the range of concentrations that were detected in soils. It has, this is high to low for all soil, so inside impact areas, outside impact areas. This one right over here, this sediment 3, where you see all the where you see the highest numbers, that's the outfall that's coming from.
Would you take this down, please?
Sure. Sorry.
Okay,
Sorry.
all right. Good.
You probably didn't see anything.
That's where the,
So that's the outfall. Yes, that's the closest one. That's the farthest one, right over here. Now go ahead and look to see at the concentrations. You have zinc over there, high over there, lower over there. But ETPH, which is those petroleum hydrocarbons. You have it high over there in that sediment sample. You got ND in the other 2. And it's the same way, and you have the table in front of you that goes through what is detected in the soil. That's a fingerprint. And I agree with their statement that they say in their phase 3 that they've impacted the pond. So these are the proposed remedial actions. Now, in the remedial action plan that you have, typically what you'll end up doing is you'll show, okay, what's the frequency of the sample of the sidewall? Because they say actually when they do these digs, and that's great, that they'll collect samples along the sidewalls and they'll collect basal samples at the bottom if they don't hit bedrock. That's not called out in the remedial action plan. Also, if you note on here, and you'll see it better in yours, there's actually a red dot outside of here where they just kind of miss. That's a no big deal. Okay, you gotta spend a little more time and catch that. That was outside. I think it's RA. I apologize. I can't read it from over here, but maybe RA7. You also have the western limits of this excavation right over here. There's no green over there. There's nothing outside of there. Because what you need to look on this map when you're starting to look, you want to see those green dots out there saying, okay, you know what, they did it. That's actually what they're kind of digging to. That's why they drew that line over there. You know, they have an idea. What's important about this is besides, you know, the data gaps of not investigating up over here, I mentioned again, and I said it at the beginning, you've got to know what your impacts are if you're going to do a soil sediment erosion control plan, if you're going to have workers on the site. An environmental professional that's in the field is not going to be able to say, that's contaminated, that's not. They need to have the testing data to be able to do it. What's also important, what's not on here, is they have no remedial plan with respect to here. What's important is that if they are an establishment and they've identified that they have contamination over here, the standard of care for doing this is called the Site Characterization Guidance Document that the Connecticut DEP wrote for everybody to go ahead and follow. What it says is if you find these type of impacts, you can characterize it if you want, but you should consult the DEP on where to go next on doing these ecological risk assessments and doing the remediation. You know, they found it's not for every site, but it is for this site. They found the impacts over there. And again, it's only up in that pond that they've investigated. So really this is, you know, in summation, you know, with the wetlands and watercourse, they need to finish characterization over there. Or they just need to go ahead and contact the DEP at some point. We obviously know that there's a release over there. I put in the red text up at the top, which for some reason it's just black and white. That's from their phase 3. It says, based on the results of the sediment samples, it appears that there is some degree of impact to the pond sediment associated with the post-road ironwork facility. So they've identified that. I agree. We looked at each one of those metals. We saw the highest concentration in the pond. Again, that location up there, that's not the worst of it. It can't be because that's not where the primary discharge is. That's overflow that goes to the pond. It's the wetlands, that beautiful wetland where I showed the picture, that's where the discharge goes. And I will say this, I mean, if you're doing this type of development, you got to understand, when you start doing, and I'm sure you've had remediation of wetland summer come in front of you guys, it's a long process. It's a long process where you have to do this ecological risk assessment if that's the route you're going to do, or if you're going to go straight and dig it out. But you got to consult the DEP. There are permits that are involved there. And how in the world would you end up doing all that if you got this big development on the site? Sorry about that. How would you do all that if you have a big development on the site and that's the outfall and it goes to those wetlands and now all of a sudden you're going to dig the whole thing out? I don't know if you guys ever go over to Fairfield when they're digging up Exide Battery and you see how long that's taking. They have concentrations over there. Their cleanup standard is actually lower than what the concentrations we saw in the pond for the lead. I'm not saying, because I know you're going to ask, is this bad for them? I don't know. Do I know it's above thresholds? Do I know it's above a probable effect threshold? Yes. But without doing an ecological risk assessment, knowing exactly what those are in there, finding out what the hazard quotients are for each one of those critters that are in the pond and in the wetlands, and truly understanding what the concentrations are in the wetlands on 10 Edgewood Drive, you can't know that.
Is there anything specific you can point to as a deep requirement that is not evident in their remediation plan, given the statistics you presented today?
Well, it's the big data gaps, actually. They don't know. I'm going to flip back, and I really want to show the location. If you're doing the site characterization guidance document, you got to do the full thing. You got to do the conceptual site model. Okay, it went to the ground. Did it go to the groundwater? Where does it go after the groundwater? You want full characterization. I think we actually showed the big contamination they found was right over here. The groundwater flow, remember, was in that direction. We don't know about groundwater. And the big thing with respect to groundwater is groundwater discharges to wetlands. They have criteria for that. Actually, for this site, it's not the surface water protection criteria. It's actually Appendix D of the water quality standards, which is...
Trying to answer my question. So given that, what would a deep requirement be that isn't evident in their existing remediation?
The problem is they don't know what the contaminants of concern are. They didn't follow the full site characterization guidance document. Yes, they've done a lot of borings. They really have. But they didn't characterize the whole site. They don't have the wells in the right location, so you don't know if there's impact over there. So actually, the remedial action plan can't speak to what the contamination is.
You're saying the remedial action plan is suitable but may not be complete.
If that's all, no. Actually, there is one other thing. Now, the arsenic. Remember the arsenic that we talked about? It's a spill. They tried to say that, look, it's not a spill. It's elevated background. We're going to use statistics, and so they use statistics to show compliance. They have to use statistics from the release area. Only get stuff in the release area to show that it's okay. Right now, I don't know what that is. I mean, I see high concentrations, twice the criteria over in this location that they're not digging up. So if they're not doing that, you know, you're reusing that stuff on site. I mean, the way they have it right now, they would just write off arsenic. And again, you have to take a look at the pollutant mobility criteria on the arsenic too. They didn't do that. All they've ever done on the SPL, the leachable testing, was lead and some select few other contaminants.
Question.
Yes.
Can I characterize what you've said by saying that you think the remedial action plan is incomplete or inadequate?
It's the investigation. It's the investigation that's not there. When you get the investigation done, that's when you can have a complete remedial action plan.
So that's an incomplete remedial action plan.
What exists as a remedial action plan?
Your mic's not on.
Sorry.
What exists as a remedial action plan right now, based on what you said, you'd characterize as incomplete because it doesn't have.
Because of the arsenic, is the obvious thing. Now, also, it's a transfer X site. They have to end up going ahead and going to the deep and talk about, when they transfer the site, about the ponds and the wetlands. And they should be doing that anyway with respect to doing a full release characterization. The one thing I will bring up, and I didn't bring up earlier, was when you saw that drain over there. What is the only picture I didn't include on here? When you saw the drain with the paint going in there, and you had the sample from the drain also containing the xylenes. Thank you. That one right there. The importance of that is, to me, I'm considering whether that's a spill that needs to be reported to the deep at the time. I don't understand why it wasn't. I mean, you had a deep inspection. You had somebody, they actually said, look, there's pouring inside of there. Later on, when they did the testing, they said, okay, the paint's hazardous waste. The liquid paint is hazardous waste from the lead, from the arsenic, from the chromium. The xylenes were hazardous waste. They were F-listed hazardous waste. That's what was detected. 84% of the VOCs, the volatiles that were detected in the catch basin, was that. I don't understand why that's not a reportable spill. That's not stormwater runoff going over there, discharging. That's actually, you don't get those.
Question?
So, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, finish.
No, go ahead.
I questioned Triton Environmental about the ETPH.
Right.
What exactly are they? And they said that they can't be specific. You're identifying them as xylene. How do you know they're xylene?
No, I'm not identifying the ETPH as xylenes. Actually, they had xylenes.
How do you know they're xylene in the...
They tested them. They tested the catch basin for xylenes. They found that was 84% contained xylenes. Back when they tested it in March of 2012. They've never tested it again since. But what they have tested actually in there is they tested lead, they tested, I think it's copper, they tested zinc in those catch basins. And when I mentioned again, they had higher concentrations in 2014 than they did in 12 in the catch basins for the lead.
Xylene is volatile, right?
Right.
So if it's volatile, you probably wouldn't find it down in that pond that's at the outfall?
Well, there's different things actually. I would say on the wetlands, there's a chance for it. For the pond, probably not as much because, again, that's overflow that's going over there. That's going to be a serious event where you're getting water over in the way it's described. You could see it over in the wetland area. What the real concern when you're starting to talk about these type of contamination, when you see it in the wetlands from what all the eco people say, it's the metals. The metals don't go away. They're there forever. They accumulate. Every time something's going over there, it keeps on compounding and compounding and compounding. So that's actually what you need to characterize. That doesn't mean you shouldn't characterize all constituents of concern. You should be looking at the PCB that they detected, the xylenes they detected, all the metals that are over there. It's a full suite, and then you start narrowing it down. It's an investigation method.
Can you detect the xylene in the soil? Will it be residual in the soil?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So it won't...
They have trace concentrations. They have trace concentrations of arsenic in the soil. You know, these are things. What I tried to focus on for this presentation was showing what they have on site, being in the pond, showing that they're not complete. Am I saying that's everything that's missing in there? No, I'm not saying that's everything that's missing in their investigation. I mean, I think truly what they'll really understand is when they actually put wells, more wells in better locations. Because wells are great indicators. They could do other types of investigations to take a look to see, okay, what's gross contamination out there? And they certainly need to fill in some of those data gaps, actually, with respect to, you know, where they don't close out, metals or ETPH petroleum hydrocarbons going from some of those locations where you see the hot spots. I tried to graphically show it to everybody to where it doesn't take an LEP to show that. I'm just here talking and showing it, and you see the numbers yourself.
I don't know if you have expertise. Sorry.
Just
go
one
ahead.
more.
Yeah.
This area going from the site down to the pond, the catch basin.
Right.
You were talking about the soil depth. You said there's not a lot of, it's not shallow bedrock there, the soil is rather deep?
It is deeper. They have a well over here where they drilled it where it was 20 feet and overburden. They didn't identify bedrock in the boring.
About 20 feet deep,
Well, at least 20 feet deep.
at least.
Right.
Okay.
And that's something you would expect actually over in these type of areas too, in this direction. You're not going to just see it in that one location.
I don't know if you can answer this. If this was an establishment, would deep order or have one of the arguments the applicant is making is it's an off-site wetland, so they don't have the ability to test that off-site wetland.
Oh, it's your responsibility to character these things.
Let me just finish. Would DEEP have the jurisdiction to order testing of an off-site wetland, given the compelling evidence you've talked about here with contamination?
Well, I think the first thing that would happen when they actually talk with the people at DEEP, they would say, go make an effort to characterize that. If I was that off-site person, I'm not sure if I want to know that unless I know I have a committed party that's going to clean that up. I don't want to know that I have screaming numbers in my wetland or really high numbers in my wetland, and they're not committed to clean it up. If they're committed to that, okay. I can't speak to whether DEEP would, put an order out there. I strongly doubt it. I mean, I don't think it really takes DEEP a lot to put an order out there. But it's certainly something that they will tell them, say, look, if you're doing this and you're showing us this data and you show that you actually have, and they remind them of the catch basin that's over there and what was poured in there and then the samples, well, I'm inferring that's poured. You saw the pictures. It's one of those things that they're going to say, listen, you need to follow up on this. And you saw the pictures of the hazardous waste storage areas, of the drum storage areas. I took a quick look on Google and I said, poor hazardous waste storage areas. This one fits right in there. I mean, you could do it yourself or you're Googling and you say, okay, it's just not what you expect in 2016.
Could you talk to the, one of the aspects of this application is to continue to use that same drainage structure in the new development. Can you talk to the appropriateness of that strategy? And also, given that there's really been no testing of that pipe.
Well, I don't think if there's a development going on, it's not the point of more contamination coming on from a new development. It's the point of actually being able to remediate the wetland that's being impacted. First, characterize it. You have to figure out whether you have to remediate it. It's putting the cart before the horse. I think when you start talking about a development, when you have a large wetland that could be impacted, because they're going to be coming in front of you and saying, okay, well, we got to do this. Well, we built this 300 and some unit building over here. Now, how are we going to do it when we actually have having discharge coming over here at that point? I mean, I think they need to know that.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the stormwater data?
I did. I looked at the discharge monitoring report. Well, actually, it was a summary table that they provided, and that's actually what I was mentioning. With the 2014 having higher lead concentrations than back in March of 2012, and then most recently, and the zinc, doesn't really. And they had an elevated zinc, I think, in the most recent sampling round. But that might not necessarily mean that much because really, you got to look at it as a total. The zinc concentration over there wasn't higher than back in 2012. But what you can say is that just the one observation that I made with respect to 2014 had higher levels of lead than 2012. And you don't have any information with respect to any of the other contaminants.
If you looked at the permit, the reporting from the permits, and you looked at what's in the sediment samples, are you seeing a correlation between what's coming down the pipe and what's in the wetland?
All I can say is this. You have lead in the pond. It's an overflow pipe. I mean, it's an overflow pond. You have lead that was in March. That was an elevated concentration. you had lead, back in 2012. But I will say this much. It's not really the stormwater that truly, bothers me. I mean, not these dissolved phase. What really matters is the particulates. I mean, particulates is the small grains that go over there. It's not the dissolved stuff that's in groundwater. I mean, we're talking part per million, part per billion. But when you actually start seeing in the grains that are going over there and they're actually depositing over there, do we know that their filter fabrics are working? I think the other question, and I'm going to assume yes, but the other question is the volatiles. It does nothing for volatiles, which was the waste xylenes. We don't know if that's there. I mean, we really don't. Well, we do know this. We do know their hazardous waste storage area is not in great condition. We do know from the photos that we saw from the 2016 that phase one, that the site's not pristine for sure. So we don't know really, are they really managing their waste as they should be? I mean, you guys can decide that from the pictures.
But
I know you're looking for an ongoing, I know you're going for an ongoing release.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Okay.
Okay. What I'm looking for is what's in the pipe. And if you talk about grains and you say the sedimentation in the pond is granular, and if we assume that the grains are coming down the pipe, well, the grains settle in the pipe such that when you have yet more wastewater coming down that pipe, those grains will then move.
Well, that's the transport. I mean, it's just like transport down streams too. I mean, anytime you see that, it's the water that flows through that pushes this. I mean, the question is whether, is there paint particles still getting into, and this is the grains I'm talking about, is there paint particles still getting into the storm drains? Does that transport? Is it the particles? I mean, that would be an ongoing thing. I think the bigger obvious thing is that there's certainly not much question that prior to putting filter fabrics in there, clearly you have those impacts that are down there. That's not, I don't think anybody can look at the data and say, you know what, they got selenium, they got chromium, they got zinc, they got the whole signature that's on the site. You know it's there, you know it happened. To what degree that it currently happens, I mean,
What I'm really asking is to what degree is it likely to continue happening if you pour even more water down that pipe?
Well, it's not there forever. It's new stuff that actually goes down there. The pipes clean out. I mean, you'll end up doing and I heard some of your lines of questions before, but I mean, if you do like a video or something like that, if it's really getting flushed through, you're going to see a lot of it, a pretty clean pipe. So
you would suggest the video?
To be honest with you, I have no opinions toward a video, yes or no. I've done them a lot of times. I've yet to see anything greatly interesting. But it's,
what do you take from the comment you made about the lead tests were higher in 2016 than they were in 2012? 14.
I'm simply making an observation.
I know, but how would that happen?
How could it happen? Now you're making me guess, and
Well, but I mean,
you
have a baseline in 2012, and you have a higher number in 2014. Give me a range of possibilities of how you have more.
I'll give the simple one. I mean, look, lead-based paint. Historically, that's on the ground. You have lead granular. I mean, lead's one of the primary contaminants on the site. If all of a sudden you had a heavy rainfall at one point, and all of a sudden you dislodge some of those grains into there, that could be a reason.
That were already on the ground.
That are already on the ground. It doesn't have to be somebody newly pouring something over there, and that certainly could do that. It could be, but it doesn't have to be. I'm not saying these people, but I do have the pictures of 2012, which shows it's not a great place back then.
I have a question. You said you have a lot of experience with video inspection of pipes.
Yes.
How good is the resolution on that?
Really good. I mean, it's great. I mean, it just comes down to what are you looking for, though. I mean, I'll be blunt with you. I mean, I don't consider that as something. You're not going to get a lot of, because think about this, and I heard your line of questioning before, if you were worried about leakage from the pipe and actually contamination going from there for major cracks. What happens is those areas, they end up getting filled with sediments and stuff like that. And it's hard when you actually have like a lateral flow going through there for it to get a lot of like dissipation. Yes, you can certainly have impact. But I think when we're talking about the scale of impact that we see elsewhere, I don't think it's really large. I mean, they have to do other things rather than focus on worrying about cracks in pipes.
Would your experience with some, sorry, just quick.
Well, so can the video detect hairline cracks?
Oh, you could. Hairline's tough. You're going to see a lot. I mean, really, what you end up seeing in pipes is when they're laid not well, you start seeing separation and stuff like that. Over time, that's what you really see. I mean, if you see a collapse, but I think anybody can figure out a collapse because your flow is. There's obvious things that happen.
What about joints?
Oh, it's in the joint. I mean, that's where you start seeing is the separation in joints. But again, those start get filled with silty, tighter materials. They're not as tight as a pipe because the pipe's either going to be a clay or possibly a cast iron, but it's certainly going to inhibit flow.
So you're going to trap sediment.
Right.
Okay, and that sediment could be tested for contaminants.
Yes, it could, but
get into it.
Right. It certainly could, but I mean, I guess I look at the bigger picture of look, if there is impacts to the wetland, whatever the small, teeny little grains that might have filled into a joint right now, that's really small potatoes right now. What's bigger potatoes is understanding what are the impacts, and how bad are they, and actually having that communication, if they're going to have that communication, because again, it's an establishment at this point. Unless they reported the spill to the state, and they considered that a spill to the drain, that might have actually had the state involved, where they say, okay, we want you to investigate it. But other than that, they have no obligation to go up there at this point. So
the most important thing, though, is what, in terms of leakage, isn't as much the condition of the pipe as it is whether there's a contamination outside along the pipe.
I think above where the catch basins are, things like that. But I think the other thing that's really important and is important to the wetlands is not just the pipe. It's that area where I showed you that they don't have any wells, where you have the overburden. It's downgrading of all the real contamination. It's groundwater to surface water. Those are potential continuing impacts. And again, they're going to be looking at they're going to be looking at Appendix D of the water quality standards, which have really low standards over there. They're really protective of these type of wetlands. It's not just surface water protection they'll be looking over here. And we just don't know at this point. I mean, right now, I will say from all the wells that they have over there, I agree with them. They have no exceedances. But you see on the map where those wells are. You see on the map where those releases are.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other further questions for? Okay.
That concludes our presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Suter, you had some questions, I believe?
I'll try to be very brief, given the hour. My first group of questions are for Mr. Clemens. And I'm referring to the map that's on the back of his report. Is that better? Referring to the map that's on the back of his report. And the question I have of him is how much of the 39% of the forested upland that he's mentioning in this report is currently protected? Protected.
He's asking how much of the 39% outlined in the report is considered protected forest. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What's that?
Do you have a series of questions now? You want to go through your questions?
I would, but I'd love to get an answer to one before I go to the second.
Okay. Can you just continue with your line of questions?
All right, and then basically he references a number of properties in the area that, again, is shown in green on this map. And my question is he aware that the flag lot, which is east of Wetland 3 and south of Wetland 4, is owned by a Mrs. Cortese, who also owns the property immediately to the south of Wetland 3 and perhaps which even contains a portion of Wetland 3? Is he aware of that? Is he aware of that? No. It's not coming through? I'm sorry. Okay. All right. So the question is Mr. Clemens aware that the flag lot that he is referring to in his report, that is south of Wetland 4 and east of Wetland 3, is he aware that that's not owned by an affiliate of the applicant, but is owned by a Mrs. Cortese? And is he also aware that that same Mrs. Cortese owns property immediately to the south of Wetland 3, and perhaps even including a portion of Wetland 3?
So the significance of that is it's not the applicant's property?
It's not the applicant's property, and again, it goes back to my question of how much of this upland habitat that he says it's important to preserve is actually protected with respect to the ability of other people who own property to develop it.
Okay.
And then there was a comment in his 2015 letter talking about Wetland 3. He said that when he was out there in Wetland 3 that he saw no wood frog egg masses, but he did some analysis for, I think, tadpoles, and he saw a low number of wood frog tadpoles, quote unquote.
This is 2012?
2015. 2015. So my question is, what's the low number of tadpoles in 2015? And then finally, and I think I may know the answer to this question, but the orange portion of this map, which I guess didn't come out orange on the projection, but he clarified that. Is any of that included in the 39% that he alluded to earlier?
Okay.
Is that it? Is that it for Mr. Clemens?
That's it for Mr. Clemens.
Okay. Thank you. What's that?
I'm just asking, do you want to get all the questions for all of?
I'd rather do it witness by witness.
Yeah, I think that's more orderly.
Okay. We can ask Mr. Clemens. Do
Is,
you have those?
Is your expert here, Mr. Suter? Is Mr. Klein here?
Mr. Klein is not available. He had a family commitment tonight, and he couldn't make it, so he will be.
I mean, because I have a. Well, I'll follow up, but I'll ask Mr. Clemens then.
Okay.
In response to your question.
Okay. Mr. Klein will be back for the next hearing on the 13th.
I mean, what I think would not be appropriate is that you start testifying as an environmental expert in any way. Okay, so let's just get the answers if we can. Mr. Clemens?
For the record, Michael Clemens. Okay, 4 questions. How much of the green area is protected? I don't have the percentages. Some of it's on the Ramsey Preserve. Some of it is protected as buffer to the wetlands. Other is on private lots, house lots. So it's not formally protected, but it's on existing development.
Let me ask you a question about that. So does the fact that it's not protected in any way diminish your opinion about the importance of the buffer?
Well,
If
it's not a-
anything, it would
it's-
seem to me
okay,
it exacerbates the situation.
Well, firstly, it's not a buffer. It's critical.
not a
It's a
you're
critical upland habitat area. It's
You're
not a
right.
buffer.
You're correct.
Okay. No, I think I think the reality is, firstly, the Ramsey Preserve is a preserve. I don't have the meets and bounds on this map. How much of that is open space? Much of the other land there is in people's yards or in private property, but is in forest. When you do these analyses, you look at what's there now, and given the land use patterns, I mean, I have no reason to believe that the topography in that most of it won't stay, or a good amount of it will stay as forest. There may be some additional subdivision on some parcels, but this is the here and now I'm dealing with. Right now, it's 39%. Does not include the orange. The orange brings it to 42%. The end of the question. I wasn't aware of the ownership of the flag lot, but as I said, in the earlier toll gate application in 2012, it was all there. I understand that some of it has been moved to different ownerships, or different owners are no longer in the toll gate application. I guess it's the Corteses. But I'm looking at the whole landscape, and we looked in 2012, we saw one landscape, now we see a different landscape.
Mr. Suter, would you mind sitting down while he answers, just so it's a little...
The mic is not on? Did you not hear it? You're not hearing? Oh, okay. Okay, so...
Just ask Mr. Suter to sit down.
So, yes, I mean, I'm talking about the whole land. There has definitely been some parcels that are now been no longer part of it. I was trying to get that ecological concept that in 2012, we looked at a whole landmass. Now we're looking at a subset of that landmass, which causes a lot of difficulties in trying to come to terms to assess the impacts. Gets back to what I said about smaller the area of investigation, the harder it is to assess the impact. The last question was number of tadpoles. We did a very small number of dip nettings till we found wood frog tadpoles. We did not go through and count every wood frog tadpole in that pond, but there were wood frog tadpoles. I think there were a couple that we took as a sample, and we stopped. Once we found them, we stopped. We were not trying to count the number, and so we were sufficient to basically determine they were there. I think that's all the questions Mr. Studer asked of me.
May I have just a quick follow-up?
Come on, no.
We didn't do this to you.
Listen, it's my
Please,
right to
no
ask
comments from the
questions.
gallery.
Does a couple mean two? It's a real simple question. So you found two tadpoles? Is that the answer?
Mr. Studer, you're not a biologist, so let me try to explain to you how we sample.
Sit down, please.
Yeah, would you?
Excuse me, please keep your comments to yourself.
It's, I sampled till we found.
You're out of order, sir. Please continue.
I sampled we took probably 15 to 20 dip nets. I can go back to our field notes. Sorry, it's late. We took 15 or so dip nets, waded out in the pond. You saw that probably the picture in the report. Once we determined they were wood frog tadpoles, we stopped. They were not as abundant as spring peeper tadpoles, but they were there. We did not do any more because when you dip net them, you disturb them, you can damage them. So once we determined they were there, took the sample, we stopped. So it's irrelevant, completely irrelevant how many we found because it was not an exhaustive pool-wide sampling. It was a little surgical part of the pool we looked at. So trying to say that we found a few has no meaning to how many wood frogs were there. We didn't look, I would say, over the bulk of the pool because once we found what was there, we stopped out of concern for not damaging the tadpoles.
Thank you. Do you have questions for the other consultants, Mr. Suter?
Well, do you have any rebuttal, or is it just going to be your questions?
Well, we'll have rebuttal when Mr. Klein is here, but...
No, I mean, in general, tonight, are you planning to...
I think, well, with Mr. Klein not here, the answer is, obviously, we need time for him to respond. Mr. Gleason needs some time to respond to the comments of the consultant from LBG. And we could, I do have a witness here who can talk about sewers, if that's a concern. So I'd be very happy to have him go next, but I do have a couple more questions for Mr. Rizzoli.
Okay.
So I guess you'd like me to get my questions out, and then we can have him come up. Okay. So my first question is, his report contains a number of exhibits that are marked by hand. So I guess I just wanted to confirm what I believe to be the case, and that is that that's his handwriting, where he indicates what those exhibits are.
Okay.
Also, I was going to ask him if he was aware that the Exhibit A refers to design requirements for subsurface sewer disposal systems, and did he understand that this was a sewer connection, not a subsurface sewage disposal system?
You know,
And in his
why
opinion-
I'm objecting now? Because this isn't appropriate. This is not about a fair exchange of questions. This is attacking the credibility of a witness based on your observations about his report. Let me finish. This is the fourth or fifth hearing. The entire exchange has been about experts, lawyers presenting legal arguments. If you have some points in rebuttal that you want your expert to put before this agency to challenge the credibility of his report, to disagree with some of his findings, to substantively make some assessments about his opinions, then that's due process. That's fair. But, you know, to turn this now into a legal proceeding in which you're effectively cross-examining him indirectly through this agency, I think is not appropriate. So that's my view. I don't know if you all agree, but I think up until this point, their experts have responded to your experts' reports. You've in turn responded to questions from the agency, and everyone's been submitting a very substantial amount of information. To now ask about the identity of the handwriting, to, you know, ask a very narrow point about what the nature of the exhibit is, I think a little out of order for this type of administrative proceeding.
Well, I respect your opinion. I also disagree with the Commissioner, but in response to your request, if I may, I just have one or two other very small, short questions.
I think what would be appropriate is if you feel that you need information in order to give your experts the ability to properly respond, then let's elicit substantive information. But let's not make this a cross-examination of credibility of things of the nature you just asked.
May I have a moment, please, just to consult? Thank you.
That's my view.
Absolutely.
I would agree.
Well stated.
Then I have no more questions of Mr. Rizzoli, Commissioner, but I would ask that he at least answer the question about, is that his handwriting? I assume it is. I mean, I don't think that's too difficult.
Mr. Rizzoli, would you like to, could you answer that one particular question? And then, Mr. Studer, if you do have other questions, you're welcome to submit them in writing to the interveners, and they will respond, or to us, and then we will forward them to the interveners to respond, so that your questions are answered. But I agree with my associate here that I think it's a better way to go about those types of questions. But would you like to answer that particular one?
I have a staff. I don't know exactly who wrote, whose hand it was, but not mine. I approve everything.
Fair enough?
Thank you, and we will
Thank you.
submit them in writing to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Did you want me to ask one of my witnesses, Mr. Knowlton, to come up and talk about sewers?
Yeah.
I mean,
If it's something that he wants to talk about tonight and versus.
I think the intervener's expert did address sewers, so I think to me, it's a relevant issue, so I would like to hear it.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to ask Mr. Knowlton to please come up and address you. I also, for the record, have a copy of his CV, which I'll hand to staff.
Okay.
Good evening. My name's Tom Knowlton. I'm a professional civil engineer with Malone McBroom, based in Cheshire, Connecticut. A copy of my resume is being passed around. I do have 18 years of experience in water and wastewater engineering. I am the author of the downstream capacity analysis that was submitted and dated January 6th of this year.
Okay.
One of the items that I would like to talk about is the letter from Mr. Richard Feminella to the commission, dated May 4th of this year. One of the items that was contained in there was 5 sanitary sewer overflows, and there's a copy of a map being passed down the row here, and this is a larger version of that map. And I believe, look at that, it's right behind me as well. Thank you. This map illustrates the 5 sanitary sewer overflows that Mr. Feminella gave copies of reports for. We wanted to analyze those spatially to see where they actually occurred in relation to the Horseneck Brook sewer. As you can see, we do have the dates on each one of these overflows as well. 2 of them were completely outside of the Horseneck Brook sewer shed. One of them is shown here.
Where are these?
One of them is shown here to the east on the map at the intersection of Soundview Drive and Arch Street. So that's on the right of the map that you're looking at. One of them is not even on the map because it's 2 miles away to the southwest. So 2 out of the 5 are not in Horseneck Brook sewer shed at all. 2 of them, although on the Horseneck Brook sewer, they are upstream of where the proposed development would actually discharge into the Horseneck Brook sewer. And those are both shown at the top of the drawing that you're looking at the north end. So our site discharging into the Horseneck Brook sewer would have no impact on those 2 sites that have had 2 sanitary sewer overflows in the past, in 2010 and 2014. And the only one out of the 5 that would actually be in the flow path of the proposed development is on the 8-inch main in West Putnam Avenue. And that report showed that there was about 100 gallons of discharge in that event, and that the cause was grease and rags, which is a maintenance issue, not a capacity issue.
Okay.
Now we did receive. Are there any questions on the sanitary sewer overflows?
I guess the question with the flows for 2010 and 2014 at the top of your map there.
Yes.
So those are upstream of the sewer. So it's talking that at that particular point it was over capacity.
Yeah, those 2 are in fact on the Horseneck Brook sewer. The portion of the Horseneck Brook sewer that the proposed development would actually flow through is shown in red on your map there.
But from that,
colors are a little
from that
off on the
overflow
screen.
point, does that flow south to West Putnam Avenue or
Correct.
north away from?
Correct. The Horseneck Brook sewer flows from north to south. Correct.
So at that particular point, it's overflowed, and then you would be, the project site adds volume to that just
downstream of that
south
point.
of
Correct.
that overflow point.
Correct.
Okay.
So even if there's overcapacity, it's not going to impact the northern part?
Yeah, the proposed development would not flow through that section of the Horseneck Brook sewer. Correct.
But if that section of the Horseneck Brook sewer is running at capacity and you add additional flows, what happens south of that?
South of that, each segment between manholes can be analyzed for capacity. So we did not analyze anything north of West Putnam because the proposed development flows would not pass through that portion of the Horseneck Brook.
No, I understood that. But what I'm saying is, if you have a situation comparable to what happened in 2010 and 2014 north of the site, and you are now adding, to take your number, 46,000 gallons a day, what does that do south of where you're adding it? You've got full capacity north, and now you're adding 46,000 additional gallons.
Right. In each of those 2 events, it was an unusually high rainfall event in which that occurred. And there were no... Right. We're always going to have rainfall. You're correct. But downstream of that point, there were no overflows during that same period.
You're not answering my question. I'm asking what happens when you add 46,000 gallons to that existing full flow.
That's a very good question. As part of our downstream capacity analysis that we did in January, we did look at both the existing peaks and then we added the peak flow for the proposed development. And we found that the proposed development did not put any of these segments over capacity that weren't already over capacity. There are 3 segments of sewer at the southern end of the Horseneck Brook sewer that are over capacity.
Go back.
Let's replay that.
They didn't make anything over capacity that was not already over capacity.
Correct.
That's what you said. Well,
Three-
which sections
three
are over
segments.
capacity already?
3 segments at the southern end of the Horseneck Brook sewer are currently showing as over capacity during peak events.
And so you're going
currently
to add
without the proposed development.
And you're going to add another 46,000 gallons to that.
Minimum 46,000 gallons.
As part of our analysis, we recognize that those 3 are currently over capacity. So the applicant is proposing to improve those 3 segments to.
I haven't seen that as part of this application, first of all. And second of all, I thought you were going to coat the inside, not actually make the capacity larger.
The proposed repair for those sections is cured in place pipe, which would actually improve capacity because it's going to improve the coefficient of friction through those sections. So you would actually get more capacity through that same segment than what you currently would get.
Okay, but as of right now, we have 3 overcapacity segments, and you're adding 46,000 gallons to that. And when we have a sewer overflow, we have a direct impact to the wetlands. Correct?
Don't know if the sewer overflows are going to impact wetlands on every overflow. Don't know.
Okay. Could you point to those 3 sections that are at capacity on your map?
At the southern end of the Horseneck Brook sewer, in the vicinity of Prospect Street and Field Point Road, at that intersection, let's see, between that point and the Byram Tunnel, there's 3 segments that we've identified in our capacity analysis that are currently over capacity.
Okay,
and with the improvements to those 3 capacities, the pipes would have sufficient capacity to allow flows from the proposed development.
And does the town agree with you?
The town has provided a letter. Richard Feminella from the Sewer Division has provided a letter to the Inland Wetlands Agency outlining the fact that the Horseneck Brook sewer has been analyzed for quite some time now. There was a consent decree in 2001. It continues to be analyzed. The consent decree required that repairs be made within 6 years, so by 2007, and repairs have not been made as of this date. They're still analyzing the flows through Horseneck Brook sewer, and we have requested those but have not received them to date.
Thank you. Sorry, we sidetracked your presentation. Was that it, or you had more to present?
Oh yeah, I would like to address yeah, just wanted to make it clear that with repairing those 3 segments, the pipes would be below full capacity, even with the proposed development's flows added into that.
Okay. And did you, were you responsible for developing the flow capacity estimate for the project?
Yes.
The 46,000?
46,060 gallons per day,
And can
which
you
is
tell-
32 gallons per minute on average.
Okay, and was that based on a particular standard?
Yes.
Could you cite that for me, please?
Yes, that was based on 70 gallons per capita per day, so 70 gallons per person per day, which is consistent with what the town study was in 2014 when they hired an engineering consultant, CDM Smith, to perform an analysis on this Horseneck Brook sewer. They used 70 gallons per capita per day for the residential flows, and then they used a peaking factor of 4.4 for that, and that was based on TR16. And then the per capita flow was also combined with an estimate of the population for the 355 apartments. We used the Rutgers University study that had unit flow multipliers based on the type of residential development. So that Rutgers University study actually used the 2000 census data, the detailed data, to be able to come up with averages for single-family residential, apartment dwellings, and then also broke it down even further for the unit flows for the number of bedrooms per apartment.
Okay, and that's all based upon the actual plans, the architectural drawings that show the mix of single.
Yeah, studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, correct. That's correct.
Can you explain then the roughly, yes. Can you explain the roughly 50% difference, though, in the computation that Mr. Rizzoli had for the
Yes.
same project?
Yes, we are in receipt of Mr. Rizzoli's letter dated May 18th. We received that at the end of last week. So we did have some time to be able to review it. And yeah, I'd be happy to address those. Mr. Rizzoli, as he discussed, used four different methods for calculating the flow. His first method was based on the Department of Public Health health code.
Yeah, we have his report. I mean, the average of his 4 methods was 79,000 gallons. A year's average is 46.
Correct.
Roughly 50%.
Yeah, so let me just real briefly address those 4 methods. Method 1 is actually intended for subsurface sewage disposal systems, not applicable to this project. Method 2 was quoting a study from 50 years ago that had an average flow rate of 209 gallons per day per household, which predated 1994, which required low flow fixtures. So you would expect that number to be higher than what it would be today. However, if you take that same study that showed 209 gallons per day per household, it also said it had an average of 4.1 persons per household. So then that equates to 51 gallons per capita per day. We use 70 gallons per capita per day in our estimate. So method 2 would actually come out to be less flow than what we calculated. So we don't think that's appropriate. We think 70 gallons is more conservative for this type of development. Method 3 from Mr. Rizzoli's report, it wrongly references a TR16 manual, which actually it's the copy that's in the appendix is labeled GNH WPCA, which is the Greater New Haven Water Pollution Control Authority. As far as I know, the town of Greenwich doesn't use Greater New Haven's design criteria, so that's not applicable. Method 4 from Mr. Rizzoli's report uses the 2000 census, which, as I mentioned previously, the Rutgers University study also used 2000 census data, but Mr. Rizzoli used the average for all of Fairfield County, which would include single-family residences as well as apartments, condos, that sort of thing. So that number in Mr. Rizzoli's report was 2.7 persons per residence. And if you use that same 2000 data, the detailed data from the 2000 census, there's actually a renter-occupied number that's 2.29 persons per residence. And in the 2010 census, it's actually come down. It's trending down. That was 2.13 persons per renter-occupied residence. So for the development that's being proposed before you, when you take the 355 units and the Rutgers University study unit multipliers that I referenced earlier, it actually works out to be 1.9 persons per residence, which is a little lower than the 2.13 that is in the 2010 census for Greenwich. But that's to be expected since the majority of units in this apartment complex are either studio or 1 bedroom, which would bring the average down slightly.
You must have majored in math.
So all 4 methods from Mr. Rizzoli we feel are not applicable to this development. Okay. So to answer your question, that's how our number differs from Mr. Rizzoli's.
Very thorough answer. I just the follow up though is that even with that said, and assuming your 46,000 is a more accurate number, taking your analysis, still Mr. Feminella's report suggests that they are, my words, not his, highly concerned about the prospect of this much coming into a system which they already perceive as being overtaxed. Is that a fair characterization of what you heard?
Yes. Yes, they are currently studying it. They have been studying it for a very long time. There's definitely known issues in flow, and like I said, the 3 segments that are known to be overcapacity, the applicant is proposing to repair and correct the known overflow, or excuse me, overcapacity issues at no cost to the town.
Did I understand, in that, my last point, did I understand that the applicant's offer to, shall I say, repair the sewer is a condition of approval of this application?
Yes.
In other words, my interpretation, if we were to approve this application, the applicant would agree to. So the applicant is making an offer to us. We'll fix the sewer system if you approve our project. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
Could you just comment on is the Rutgers method, is this the universally accepted method for calculating these types of development? Is that what you've used in all your other residential developments or apartment developments throughout the state, or are there other methods that you use as well?
We use it quite commonly, and actually the Rutgers University method has been done for multiple states, so we do use it outside of Connecticut as well, but yes, we use it very regularly inside of Connecticut. Some towns, like the Greater New Haven WPCA, as is referenced in Mr. Rizzoli's report, are more prescriptive, so they require certain numbers to be used, and in those towns, we use their methods.
Is our town abiding by your methodology, or is that what's being studied?
In 2014, the town's study that was, or the study that was done by CDM Smith for the town in accordance with the town's requirements, used 70 gallons per capita per day. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Additional questions? No? Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Hanlon?
Just briefly, we don't have any more substantive presentation tonight.
Okay.
I wanted to talk, if now's appropriate, scheduling. The next hearing is, I understand, is June 13th. I was going to suggest, we haven't heard the response to our consultants. We would reserve the right to at least address whatever they say very briefly, and I was going to suggest if they get any written materials to us within 2 weeks, that gives us a week to look at them. So we'll be prepared to address it as quickly and succinctly as possible, because I understand the hearing has to close on the 13th. But I think in fairness,
that is true.
We'd like to hear what, the response to these and to address it to the extent we want to. But if they get the materials to us by the 6th, that would give us time to have digested them and be able to speak to them when we come in.
Okay. Let me ask Mr. Suter that. Does that seem reasonable to have?
That does seem reasonable, Mr. Chairman. We'll do that.
Very good. Thank you. I do want to offer the public the opportunity to talk. I know you raised your hands before and showed your general displeasure with the application, but if there's someone that would like to speak specifically to wetlands impacts and watercourses, please do so. Hi.
Hello. I'm Hillary Gunn, RTM District 7, but I will be speaking for Don Hamilton, who is the vice chair of the RTM Public Works Committee, but was unexpectedly called away. The 4,000-foot sewer line that would serve this area of the proposed development is far too close to capacity, especially if this development were to be approved. Not only is it near capacity, but also in poor condition. Final flow rate studies have not been concluded but are underway. The line is so old, perhaps as old as 100 years, that no pertinent records can be found. It has root damage and is leaking. It crosses Horseneck Brook twice and runs parallel for much of the 4,000 feet. Sewer regulations require systems to provide adequate reserve capacity adjusted for development consistent with zoning. That reserve capacity is not there. Drain infiltration from storm water is causing spillage. 3 reported incidents since 2010, but the Department of Public Works admits that there might have been significantly more spillage. Clearly, this proposed development presents serious challenges to the sewer system and should not be approved without firm plans to upgrade the sewer system and runoff of spillage. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Wasn't even recognized this time. Peter Quigley, just a citizen. I want to come in on that storm sewer point. You've heard me too many times. The key question here, first of all, this is a flooded watershed. You can give you as many studies as you want, but you're in a very unique situation here when you start talking capacity and the ability of that area to handle any kind of overflow. But the RTM and the taxpayer spent $5 million a year and a half ago, fixing that very main sewer system, okay? So the taxpayers could be the people that are taking on the cost to remediate these systems. So if the developer is going to pay for it, God bless them, because it could be a major cost to fix the sanitary sewer and the storm drains. The CDM Smith study is a different study than the CDM storm drain system, which calls for $200 million of repair in the storm systems in this town, not the sanitary sewers. Can the town handle this project for its size, scope, and its negative impact? That's the real question. Can the town handle it? They're not getting information from the town that's accurate, saying they have the capacity. Does the town have the capacity? What are the risks? There's a consent decree in 2001, but there was a consent decree in 2011. Can the town afford another consent decree? Because that's when the EPA and the DEP fine the town, basically telling them you don't have enough capacity to handle your sanitary sewer because they haven't put, quite frankly, the storm drains in. This is anecdotal. I'm not an expert, but I've got to say for 4 years I've been coming up here talking about soil remediation, and if a site like this with 100 years of metallurgical use doesn't have some history that requires in commercial grade testing, not the state of Connecticut, but commercial grade testing, you're supposed to, the experts in this room can tell me, go down as deep as you find those metals. Not just phase 1, 2, and 3. You go as deep as you keep finding lead and mercury and arsenic, depending on the levels, okay? But I think this commission really ought to get experience in the concept of soil testing. The risks is not only the impairment to the ecological integrity of the wetlands, as Dr. Clemens has so well identified, which is your charge. The risk here is to another town consent decree. That's serious stuff, okay, something to think about. Certainly the erosion and sediment that ends up somewhere, where does that stuff go that's being washed down from this site? That's right, the harbors in the coastal areas. No one's even gone in yet to test the waters there, down around Grass Island. They don't do oystering around Grass Island anymore where this sewer system dumps out because it's so polluted. If you haven't known that, okay? Taxpayer is clearly the one that pays for these things. And finally, the neighborhood and their property values are key to the quality of life in this town. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I can't tell you, ladies and gentlemen of the commission, what a joy it is to be here finally after 3 attempts. My name is Chris von Kaiserling. I'm in the RTM. I've been dealing in these issues for 30 years now as a faculty bred at P&Z and inland wetlands and everything else. And I want to go back to the basics of this. If I understand the mission of Inland Wetlands Agency, its first primary and pretty much sole purpose is to protect wetlands and watercourses. People come to you with applications and say, please let us build this, do this, or whatever, and your job is to say, fine, you can build it as long as it doesn't do damage to inland wetlands or watercourses. Now, two things could happen. You could have a project which obviously has no impact at all, no potential for it, and therefore you'd approve it. Or you have a problematic application that has potentials for damage to inland wetlands, and whereupon you approve with conditions. The job of the conditions are to guarantee that there is no future damage to inland wetlands coming from that project. It would seem to me that if you cannot make a condition which in practical life can in effect guarantee that there's no deleterious outcome from that project down the road, or certainly in the lifetime of that building or use, that it would be difficult, I think, or impossible for this agency to approve an application for which it cannot say to the public, we will protect those wetlands, and by approving this, we will not have damage to that wetlands, at least within our foreseeable control. If we can't make conditions that will give us that assurance, then it would seem to me we can't approve it. I was disturbed by one other thing. I got a kind of impression by one of the experts that, and hopefully I'm wrong on this, that the DEP will not order investigations or actions if they don't feel that they have a body on the hook to remediate anything that might be found. So unless we have somebody who's going to take care of any potential pollution, we don't want to know about it, because if we can't see it, we don't have to deal with it. That was the impression I was getting from the testimony. I find that very disturbing. Maybe there's some practical political reason for that, but certainly there is no ethical, legal, or operational reason for it. We have mandates, like you have mandates to act. What he's telling me is we can't depend on the DEP to protect those wetlands. If there's pollution on that property, which will seep, migrate, however, into these wetlands, particularly other people's wetlands, not the applicant's own property, and we can't get the DEP to protect us from what obviously there's a problem there, and we can't seem to get a secure resolution or confidence that this will not cause a future problem by this application, I'm assuming that the only people we have left is this board, which is there to protect the soil and the wetlands from such pollution, which, by the way, coincidentally, is not very good for the health and welfare of the rest of the community, but that's not your concern. Fortunately, they're coincident. So I think that puts an extra burden on you if what the expert says, that the DEP is not going to be forthcoming and rigorous in its obligation. More the burden on you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Baron Snyder, and I'm District 7 RTM member. And I'm just going to say the very end of my comment because it's so late. I'm here on behalf of family, friends, and colleagues, and we just would hope and urge the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency, we hope that you will take meaningful action where there is evidence of damage to wetlands and where it seems clear that projects are being designed deliberately to try to get around your jurisdiction, even while representing threats to our wetlands and watercourses. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Not seeing any other hands raised, I'd like to, this stands continued, and now we can turn to our regularly scheduled meeting. Thank you.
Might we have just 20 seconds for Mr. Knowlton wanted to say one thing in response to what was just said by the public. Is that appropriate, or do you want to wait?
It's really 20 seconds?
It's, I believe so. 20 seconds, Tom?
Okay. 19, 18, 17.
Just real quick, on cured in place pipe, when that gets put in, all the debris, all the rocks, all the roots will be cleaned out first. It gets lined. The manholes will also get lined and repaired. That'll eliminate the infiltration into that portion that gets relined, and it will increase the overall capacity of that section of the Horseneck Brook sewer.
But only that section?
Only the section that's lined, correct.
And that section being the 3 sections that are now over capacity?
Correct. And any of the manholes that are connected to those 3 segments.
And you as your clients, and I'm talking to
Mr. Studer.
Mr. Studer, I'm sorry. Mr. Studer, you as a representative of your client concur that your client is committed to do these things if they get the approval? Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
And then we'll get started with the rest of the meeting.
Additional soil test locations where the infiltrators are proposed to go, and some additional drainage details. The general layout of the house and other improvements like the pool hasn't really changed from the March plan. Let's see. There have been correspondence between engineering division, the neighbor's engineer, the applicant's engineer. I would point out that there is now a construction staging plan shown on one of the plan sheets that I think is a very important addition to the submission. As Mr. Von Kaiserling said just now, gives me a bit more confidence that we can condition an approval of this and have some confidence that the project can be implemented without impact. There was a question in my staff report about the temporary sediment basin design or layout shown on the plan set. The applicant has submitted a revised layout for that I've shared with the neighbors, and this does look more like a sediment basin to me. So I think that issue has been addressed. And I'd note that DPW Engineering Division has found the revised materials to be acceptable and compliant with the drainage manual. There was a planting plan submitted in mid-March that consisted of shrubs. I'd recommend the agency require some canopy trees be added to this to, get the area beyond the edge of landscaping to a more natural state. And so I think some of the minor concerns that I had left outstanding in my staff report have been addressed, and I'd recommend the agency issue a permit with the conditions provided.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clausen. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, agency members. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicants. Bob has succinctly and thoroughly summarized our revisions to the application. We're hoping that this being our 3rd meeting, that 3rd time is a charm, and that you will approve it with the conditions set forth in the staff report. I believe we've addressed your comments, the staff's comments, the neighbors' comments, and engineering's as well. So it's ready for approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that includes Bob's comment about the shade trees?
Yes. Okay. In fact, that was added to the most recent landscape plan for 5 red maples in the northern part adjacent to the wetland area.
Okay. Very good. Any questions for Mr. Hegney on this? No? Any public questions or comments? Would someone like to make a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, please. I'm sorry, I didn't.
I can't sit through that whole thing. Just,
Didn't look up fast enough. Please.
Good evening. For the record, Brian McMahon, licensed professional engineer with Redness and Mead.
Okay.
Here tonight on behalf of Ann Pazetzner-Fatsi of 38 Hunt Terrace. You may remember we were present at your February and March meetings. We also entered into the record 2 letters dated February 18th and April 8th. The purpose of our review is simply put to review the record documents with an eye towards ensuring that Ms. Fatsi's property is not impacted from runoff or sedimentation. You may remember from my April 8th letter, which you should have in your records, and I'll just show one of the photos that was attached to it. This is, you should all have it in your package there. This is a photo that Ms. Fatsi took from her backyard in 2007, looking up at the site when it was clear cut. There was significant erosion, sedimentation from the subject parcel onto her parcel. And I only show that to you. She'll show you more in a moment, but it's to stress that the site is especially sensitive with respect to its being prone to erosion. It's very small in size. It's steep in slope, and it's very in close proximity to the wetland and watercourse. I think it's a good example of the need. It's not always necessary to have all the I's dotted and T's crossed and the details of the design ironed out at this stage of the game, but I think this is a good example. It shows how vulnerable someone downhill of a site like this can be. The applicant team, as Mr. Hegney stated, has responded to, I would say, some of our concerns and comments and those of the agency members and staff. Some of the changes of note that they've included, they've raised the finished floor and garage elevations, allowing them to soften up the grade of the driveway at the bottom near the garage, as well as up at the top, although it is still quite steep, almost 20%. They have had a slight expansion of the building footprint, and they've raised the pool area and consequently some of the retaining wall heights, as he's mentioned, in the rear. None of those changes that I just mentioned had a direct bearing on the management of runoff and the management of erosion. But they did add one item which I think was a positive addition to the plan, and that is the sediment basin that Mr. Clausy had mentioned earlier. However, we did have an opportunity. We received it today. I did have an opportunity to review it, and I do have a concern about the sediment basin. It is proposed normally, and let me just put it up on the board. This is sheet number 3, issued as of revised on May 20th. We did receive it today. It shows a detailed grading plan for the sediment basin located right here on the site. You can see the amount of disturbance that is required over here on the northerly side of the sewer easement. What concerns me about this sediment basin is normally when the existing land is sloped off in this direction towards the watercourse, normally we would construct and design the sediment basin almost entirely with a fill berm to pond it up. What's happening here is it is being constructed by cutting down on the high side, which is the southwest corner of the sediment basin, and as a result it's intruding into the sewer easement, but it's affecting approximately a 5-foot cut in that sewer easement directly over the sewer main. Now the sewer main's about 10 feet deep. It's deeper than that, but I would be concerned that there may be a problem with the sewer department in that regard, and more so to the point of controlling runoff and erosion. I think there may be a rather routine intrusion of groundwater into this sediment basin, depleting some of the volume that it might otherwise provide temporarily during construction. Just to tick off a few of our fundamental concerns that we think still remain: the site, small, steep, close to the wetlands and watercourse. Virtually the entire property, with the addition of the grading associated with this sediment basin, virtually the entire property will be disturbed by the construction. The development envelope, as you can see, is pushed to the limits on all four sides and up the accessway. Of course, the details of how runoff and sedimentation will be managed are, in my opinion, not quite as fully developed as they should be for a site like this at this stage. The concern for our client is that this may get approved here, and that if problems occur during construction, the recourse for having them addressed, it will be a little bit too late. I have a concern that the north and east portions of the site are cut off from access for maintenance of these two stormwater systems right here. There will be no practical vehicular access to get to them. Although I do note that they included a staging plan, it doesn't include information on such a tight site, a small site as this, where construction trailers will be, storage of building materials, etc. And you can see how busy the site is. I think it should be thought out at this stage. The project relies on about 6 feet of fill to be placed on the property to the west, that is 23 Fairview. The westerly foundation wall of the new building here will have to be designed as a retaining wall to support that fill. And one of the concerns we have is that if this were to be approved and one or the other of the two properties changed hands, there's no means of requiring this fill be put on a private property. There's no easement proposed for that, and we think that unless these two properties stay in common ownership, that would be a problem. One of the, and I just have a couple more, one of the issues we had brought up previously is the impact to trees on neighboring properties. We still have that concern, not only to the south on Aiello, but also to the east on Ms. Fotzi's property as well. And she can speak to her site walk with staff this past week. And finally, the concern I have had that I expressed before is I'm concerned that this site plan is not a real and practical site plan. The building footprint that you see here, you may remember, is dramatically different than was on the original plan, which had an articulated building footprint, et cetera. And we're worried that some of the responses to the concerns are not real or practical, and that may affect an approval that, and these conditions would be unenforceable. For example, with respect to our concern about the infiltration gallery under the deck not being accessible, in response, the applicant has said that there will be multiple hatches or trapdoors placed in the deck. I don't think a property owner is going to want them there. I think it has implications about the structure of the deck itself and how it has to be supported that might interfere with that Coltex system below it. And so I don't think it's a real practical, realistic means of addressing that concern. The steepness of the driveway, whether it was for controlling or limiting the amount of sand that would be put on it, or simply as a safety measure, the applicant has proposed to heat the driveway. That is, I believe, an exceedingly expensive and impractical means of addressing that concern. And even if it was installed, designed and installed at great cost, there's nothing that would force a property owner to actually use it, which also costs quite a bit of money in power. We had one issue with a tree that's just a couple of feet off on a neighboring property to the south, a couple of feet off the southerly property boundary, and the applicant is proposing a grade beam to protect the root system of that, and which is entirely possible structurally, but not quite practical, and it doesn't address the fact that there's 3 to 5 feet still on the root ball system, half of the root ball system immediately just a few feet to the north of it. So with all of that, we have a general concern that this is a plan that is going to be deemed as a placeholder for another plan in the future, and we want to make sure the site is sensitive. It's clearly, my client's property is clearly vulnerable to damage. It's happened in the past, and we just want to make sure that the agency takes that into consideration as they're considering this. And with that, I think I'll ask Jackie Kaufman up, unless you have any questions.
Not at this moment, but please speak and we'll have them. Why are we working?
Jackie Kaufman. I'm an attorney with Carmody, Torrance, Sandak, and Hennessy, representing Ann Possessner-Fatsi, the downhill neighbor to 25 and 23 Fairview at 38 Hunt Terrace. Given the late hour, I will be brief and not repeat what was just said, but as you heard from Mr. McMahon, the record before you, we believe, is insufficient in detail, and it, in that sense, is incomplete. The applicant has created plans that have helped to mitigate some of the negative impacts, but not substantially enough. Ideally, we think that the agency should require that the applicant provide either the level of detail or should provide conditions that will enable Mrs. Fatsi to come back at a future time before the agency to review any changes that would impact her property. So that being said, if the agency does choose to move forward and act tonight and adopt the draft resolution that's before you, we feel that it shouldn't do so without revising Condition 1 that's proposed, and that any approval must include a condition requiring that any change to the plans before you come back to the agency be subject to your review, and not only staff review, but to the agency in a public forum. And that's because any of these changes, which we cannot foresee right now, which may be significant in the future, could negatively impact 38 Hunt Terrace. And we deserve the opportunity for continued peer review and the due process associated with that, so as to prevent any unreasonable and unforeseeable negative impacts to this property. In addition to that type of condition, some of the other conditions are fine. Number 3, we would request that any additional bond money be set aside to protect the plantings and trees currently that are on 38 Fairview Terrace. Ms. Fatsi will discuss that a little bit more in a moment with you about those plants. And that a plant list, an affidavit, and planting costs associated with those be attached to this approval so that we have a record of that going forward. Also, as Mr. McMahon just mentioned, I think it may be prudent to mention in this resolution that an easement may be required in the future between 23 and 25 Fairview owners and recorded on the land records accordingly to enable that fill and construction plan that is proposed right now. If the ownership is different because of the location of the wall and the fill, we think that might be necessary. I think that in the past you have included, conditions of an applicant that require declarations to be filed on the land records in the spirit of a landscape maintenance agreement and a drainage maintenance agreement. I think those are appropriate here as well. And lastly, to the extent that additional excavation will occur, I know that there has been some activity out there already, significant activity already, but to the extent that any material is disposed of at the site in connection with this application, that it should be at an upland level and removed to an off-site location, which should be reviewed and approved by agency staff prior to any permit activity continuing on whatever is approved here. With that, I'd like to, I know that Ms. Vatsy has some comments as well, unless you have any questions
Are you
of
asking
me.
for a delay, or are you asking for
Well, I think that-
conditioned approval? I'm confused based
Well,
on...
really, what we would like time for that, but I understand the applicant. The applicant is going to be out of time by the next scheduled meeting, and then they would require either a withdrawal or a denial without prejudice. We think that there is a better plan that can be brought here, there are more details we'd like to ask for, but I really just I don't know which way the agency is going to go tonight, so I'm trying to protect the applicant's ability to continue to be part of this site plan development in the future if it is closed tonight and decided tonight, because there isn't an opportunity for us to continue this within the current time frame afforded by the statute.
So you're hedging, either...
If we had more time, if there was more time now, I would ask for a further delay. I think that we've made a lot of progress, and we can continue to do so. That being said, I'm not sure that without a site development plan, right now we may be as far as we can possibly go without knowing exactly what type of construction is going to occur here. We have foundation ideas and how the site can be engineered around that. But without knowing more, it's hard to know how that might impact. And what we do know is that often from this point going forward, I don't know if this is going to be a spec house. I don't know if this is going to be site specific for an individual buyer. We don't have that information now. And we know that things change. It's the natural progression of development. And if we don't have that protection, there could be significant impacts to 38 Hunt Terrace that we can't foresee now. And we want the ability to come back before the agency to have that discussion if there are changes that we cannot foresee today.
I guess the question would be, to what extent is this P&Z condition versus wetlands condition? Right. Okay.
The 130 days ends on March 6th, so...
June
6th, whatever the next month
Well,
is.
and I guess
June 3rd, something.
And my other question is, to what extent are these sort of requests for easements and whatnot really not our purview? And it's really, we're talking about planning and zoning for a majority of the things that you just outlined.
I mean, your condition on an easement isn't... I mean, I'm curious to hear what the other side has to say, but I don't...
We did speak about that before the hearing.
Get it conceptually.
There were no objections when we spoke, but I don't want to put
Okay, well,
words
why
in
don't we-
Attorney Hagney's mouth.
If you have someone else
We
that
just
wanted
have
to speak-
a few more comments, and I'm happy to
and then
continue the
maybe
conversation.
Mr. Hagney can then talk to us afterwards. Very good.
Hi, it's me again, Ann. Possessor Fatsy. I'm the downhill neighbor from 25 Fairview Terrace. I know it's late, and so I appreciate being able to speak tonight. So first, thank you, everybody, for all the time that you spent on this application. As you know, my team and I have taken this very seriously, considering all the fits and starts of development attempts over the past 10 years. I have a little thing up there that I can just quickly go through, because again, I know it's late, but I just want to give you an idea where I'm coming from. Thank you so much, Doreen. Okay, one of the things we've talked about before, and I'll try to go quickly, is that these trees that have been shown on the applicant's plan, they seem on the plan far from our wall. They're on the upland review area, but you can tell by this picture that's actually that tree. It's about a 24-inch caliper tree, and my daughter measure it for me. And it's about 2.5 feet from the work where the drainage line is, and we're concerned that there's something going to happen to the trees during this project. Similarly, I circled the red tree. The red tree's on our property. The yellow is the trees on the other property, also against the wall, not far from the wall as the plan shows. We're concerned about what's going to happen to that during construction. Again, those trees are in the upland review area. This is just to remind you what happened. I think we talked about that enough already. This is the construction that happened before that caused the flow to our property, the wetland area. Okay, so see this truck? That'll be 100 trucks coming with fill, and it's about an 18-yarder. They want 1,750 yards of fill. That's going to be disturbed on the site. As a result of that clearing before, these are the drainage problems that we occurred. That's the southeast property of the applicant property. This is downhill from the applicant property. That's our house right there. This is a close-up of the sheet flow that came on our property. This is coming down the middle of our property from the eastern boundary at the applicant's property. More sheet flow. This is that tree from before, so you'll see when the property was cleared earlier just how much everything is going to be gone. This is actually view from our house of a typical flow in the watercourse that goes through our two properties. And you'll see that part of the embankment on our side from years of the flow coming down from prior development caused our embankment to fail. And across that, it's about to fail again. So this is just a picture of what happened before we had to fix the embankment. And that's actually what we had to do. It was hard to tell how high the wall was, so I took an excerpt from my plan, which was a repair was required between 8 foot and 11 foot high. So that's why, we're concerned about this because of what's happening to the watercourse and what's happening to our property. And I'll run back here. So as Brian talked to, before, at the March meeting, there was an attempt to squeeze as much house and site work as possible onto one lot. And at that time, Mr. Liebman noted that the impact from the development would be reduced from the 95% disturbance in the February submission. But I'd like to point out that the new disturbance rate is 90%, and it remains significant. And as I shared, about 100 trucks will have to be required to bring the amount of fill in. And this will actually affect Fairview Terrace itself. And as Brian pointed out, the neighboring lot requires 6 foot of fill to regrade within the upland review plan, and it just seems like this reverses the goal of subdividing that lot in the first place because both lots need to be addressed to put a house on it. So pertinent examples of why this application remains problematic for us was pointed out by my engineer. I'm not going to repeat that, but we are puzzled that there's no more details on this footprint other than the word front and back. And in the engineering letter, there was said that the shape, location, and size are based on extensive discussions with the owner to determine the best balance between usability and town regulations. So what are the details that we don't know about? We very much appreciate Mr. Clause's recommendation that replacement trees be planted. However, as shown in the photos, the proposal will also directly impact the 2 large trees on our property against the boundary wall and within the upland review area. How are these going to be protected against the drainage work proposed, and what measures will we take that we don't lose significant old growth? So I'm a civil engineer by training and respect the efforts being made to meet town drainage requirements. However, where we were expecting a kinder and more gentler plan in response to our comments, one that was smaller and less impactful, we have an application now that has more fill, same level of disturbance, and provision for later verification. And that, again, is something that I'm really worried about because we may be cut out of the loop if things need to change later on, and we're not going to be involved in that it may go to a counter review with the agency and at Wetlands, and that we wouldn't be involved in that. So I'm trying to just go through here really quick. The application does not alleviate our fears. The right thing will be done on this property. On March of 2007, after the applicant heard we were upset about the clear cutting on the property, we were told that no intention of building the lot, and that instead they wanted to separate the 2 lots with landscaping. But we've learned differently what's been happened, and when we were offered an opportunity to sit with the landscape architect, we said yes, only later to learn that he had not been retained. We're sensitive to the fact that no one wants to hear about a neighbor disagreement, so I'm not going to go into that. However, we want to just avoid a beg for forgiveness versus ask for permission scenario that can often happen in these situations. So Mr. Gavin's observation from the first meeting still stands. The amount of fill proposed to be brought into the site remains quite significant. And the grade, which has increased another foot since the last submission to meet the town's driveway gradient requirement, still remains a hazard for vehicles traveling down. So beyond these reservations is a matter of the watercourse. And after the March meeting, we submitted for the record, Ms. Savageau's memo, written at the time of the subdivision application 2004 that pointed out the sensitive nature of the watercourse. On our own, we've already invested significant time and money to repair the collapsed embankment on our property, which I showed you, and more of the embankment area will collapse with sediment and rocks being pushed downstream in a watercourse that eventually feeds into the Byram River. We've shown earlier tonight the culvert's flow after a typical storm, and in this case, designing just for a 25-year-old storm occurrence will not capture the long-term effects from larger storms. So as both an RTM land use member and owner of a business that represents property owners during their design and construction projects, I am speaking tonight not just as a neighbor of 25 Fairview Terrace, but as one of the many of the town residents who grow discouraged seeing the repurposing of property not intended for development. There are many properties in this neighborhood that are oversized due to the significant slopes in the rear yards. Yet 25 Fairview Terrace is the only one of them being subjected to development attempts. Since the 10 years, surely the 10 years required to get to this point must say something about the viability for such an application. Of course, we recognize everyone has the right to develop their property, but there is a reason for the regulatory process everyone must go through, and a property owner remains responsible to the community and for the environment. This particular submission leaves any variations of the plan up to future definition or to a counter review by administrative staff who may not be aware of the sensitivity of the site. And this is a main concern of ours. And I appreciate you considering our concerns and listening to me tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Hagney, would you like to respond to any of the items that were brought up?
Perhaps I was a little bit more optimistic than I should have been thinking about the progress we had made over the last 3 months. But one of the important things is that there is a lot of water, and it's a steep slope that comes down the driveway from west to east. And one of the important things that has been developed as part of this plan is a phasing plan. And so as part of that phasing plan, the perimeter walls, thank you.
You can also pull that back a little ways so that the applicant can see that. Oh, you're going to use that? Okay.
That as part of the phasing plan, the perimeter walls are constructed first, so that there is actual protection right off the bat for the neighbor to the east. And then we're installing the sedimentation erosion controls. And as part of this plan, we also have a wall at the end of the driveway where there's a parking space, so that we're able to do two things. First, not just have a trench drain, but an actual wall there, so that if there is any more water coming down, that it is caught and there is a barrier. And secondly, to make that area much more level, so that rather than the parking area being at a slope, it's almost level. And we thought that that was a very significant change to the plan, and one that would provide the protection that we know the property owner to the east is seeking.
Also, part of the first thing besides the perimeter wall, there's this drain that's alongside of the driveway. There's a drain that's along the side of the driveway, and that goes down to the level spreader, gets constructed first. So all of the water that was previously going to the east is no longer going to go to the east once the wall and the drain is constructed, which happens during phase one. Okay, so all of that water then is brought down to the temporary sediment basin and also the level spreader that's being constructed. Also, per discussions with staff, we have added in the extra detail sheets that you have, we've added some additional wing walls of sediment fence to go down the slope to break the water up during construction, so that this way then the water, should there be any significant water going down, that it's going to make its way down there very, very slowly and we're able to monitor it and capture it. So besides the wall that Mr. Hegney is referring to at the end of the driveway, which for the long-term solution, that when the water goes down the driveway, then there's also a trench drain in front of that wall, so that this way then, and that's tied to the system as well. That has all been reviewed and approved by DPW, saying that the system, by the design is going to work. So there's going to be less water going down that, less water once it hits the main wall. Here, then there's another wall, but we also added a trench drain high up, a trench drain mid, and a trench drain at the end. So we're going to capture the water and bring the water back around. We're not going to allow the water to go down and go through to any of the adjoining properties. The water is going to go where it ultimately always goes, and where it has gone down towards the wetland area. There will be a decrease in water going on to the Fassy property, but we would think that that would be an improvement, so that this way then they don't have, from the photographs that we're showing from a storm event from whenever that was, which was a major significant storm event. The erosion and sedimentation control plan and the phasing plan that we developed was developed in complete understanding that what we needed to do was get the water to not go in that direction. So we're changing the direction of where the water is going. Thank
you. Question, I guess, can you respond to the engineer's comments regarding the rain garden, the slope of the embankments of the rain garden?
you mean
And
the
then also,
sediment basin?
yep, sediment basin.
The sediment basin.
And then also the,
I believe that we're allowed to stretch the ruler, so we speak. I believe that the cut that's there, if you look at it, is only about a 2-foot cut to make that work, and not a 5-foot cut. The sewer, in that sewer easement, because we were trying to do everything that we could to not have any work in the sewer easement, but we have to, you have to build it to make it happen. Okay, so it's only a 2-foot cut by the way that I measure, and that the sewer itself, the sewer line down in there is about 10, 12 feet deep. So that was the discussion that we had when we met with staff. Is this going to be a problem? If we need to modify that temporary sediment basin, which is sized per the Connecticut DEP erosion control manual, which is on the sheets that we submitted to you, if we need to make it narrower and longer, then that can happen, and we'll keep, if the sewer department says they want nothing in there, that can be obtained.
Okay. So
It's just a temporary sedimentation basin during the course of construction.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
And of course, as we said, the level spreader and that drainage system along with the wall system is going to be installed as part of the initial phase.
And then we had a question regarding the access to the Coltex.
And we did spell that out in the revised details that called for some being done by hand and some being done through vacuum removal of the 4 different Coltec areas.
And then I guess, yeah, the question regarding these easements for the fill.
This would just be a temporary easement that can be developed between the two properties. If that's a condition that the agency would like to see as part of the approval, we can certainly have that done. There's cooperation between the parties.
And the first condition that you'd have to, come back to the agency as opposed to a desk review?
Well,
That's,
I think that the policy that the agency has in effect and has had in effect for a long time, that staff reviews plans prior to construction. And if the staff sees something that they think has any significance that should be reviewed by the agency, then it's brought back to you. But there are always minor changes that are made as part of developing the final construction plans that staff has had a long experience in terms of reviewing and determining whether it is of significance or not. So I'd hate to say, if we change one contour by half a foot, that then we're back in front of you again and having, this same discussion at midnight. I think the language is drafted in the proposed conditions of approval is adequate and proper and what the agency normally does.
What else do we have here?
I think if I can just fill the void here a bit.
Please, fill the void.
This is a superior plan to the one that was previously approved 10 years ago. It is one that takes into account the steep slopes and the challenges that properties like this do have and meets them much better than anything that had been proposed before. I think all of the concerns and issues that are valid have been addressed and that it is worthy of your approval.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess the only other question was, you're proposing a heated driveway as a way of reducing the sanding on the heat. I kind of, I do recognize that's going to cost a fortune to actually operate.
Before we actually presented that on a plan, we sat down with the person who's building this for his family and said, "Do you understand that there's a significant cost here?" And he said, "Yes." And we said, "Is this what you want to present?" And he said, "Yes, this is what I want to do."
Okay. I guess you can't really hardwire it straight to the utility pole outside, right?
I don't think that's quite permitted.
Right.
I would
Okay.
add to that, with the heated driveway, I have no doubt that the current owner or prospective purchaser, builder, is all in on the heated driveway, but the property could change hands in 6 months, and so if this is an important element for the agency.
Well, I guess it was probably geared towards the capturing any sort of sand or sedimentation in those trench drains, right? So that those don't get plugged up.
Well, it also deals with the steepness of the driveway. It meets what the town has in its highway manual, and frankly, the comments from the town engineer are as brief as you will find them. It's 3 very, very minor corrections that he wanted done on the plan, and doesn't have an issue with the rest of it.
Unrelated, but the steepness of this driveway, fire engines handle this 15% grade?
I find that the fire engines and the town firefighters can get wherever they need to get, regardless of what they're dealing with.
That's the answer. They run the hose down, come up above.
Okay.
This is a tough project.
Further questions or comments?
This council has.
I don't know. How long does it go on, Mr. Chairman?
Well, let's let the consultant respond. Yes.
I just wanted to, Brian McMahon again, Rendison Mead. I just wanted to clarify on the sediment basin. It is, I just checked the latest plan, it is 5 feet of cut. But I wanted to reiterate, it is a good addition to the plan. The sediment basin is good for this site. I might suggest that there's another location on the site that might, if it can be staged properly, perhaps in the grass area north of the pool. It's a flat area where a sediment basin can be implemented there, do a lot of good, minimize the disturbance on the north side of the sewer easement, and I think it would be a good addition to the plan.
Okay. Yeah, good work. You can have a conversation with that.
Do you want to go?
Okay.
Okay. And actually, one thing that you were responding to about the drainage, just so we're clear, when you're saying it's a better plan for us now, we never had a drainage problem before. And after the growth restored there, we never had a drainage problem again. So is that effective what happened on the property up there, number one? Number two is, I still don't see when they're saying it's a good solution reflects a project like this. I don't know a project like this. I don't know a project with 90% disturbance in the area with such a steep slope, with 100 trucks having to come in. So, I appreciate the efforts that everybody's doing, but like Brian said, there's still things that need to be improved. And we do not know anything about this house. So, for example, I don't know the roof line of the house. I don't know how the roof is going to change.
But we're the wetlands agency, so we're looking specifically at impacts to the wetlands.
Right,
And we're satisfied, at least I'm speaking for myself. P&Z may not be, but that's what your next stop is.
Understood. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overstep my boundary in talking about the patch. But part of it with the drainage and dealing with the engineering and the water capacity is that because we don't know what the house is proposed, like we don't know about the roof line, we don't know how the water is going to come off the roof, which is why we feel so strongly about being able to have the opportunity that if something changes, that it isn't left for a counter review where they may not know the sensitivity of the site. And it's just, that's my biggest fear of this whole thing, is just having something change and we're not involved. So I'm sorry.
I'm going to just throw two things out. One, perhaps with a site like this, with the amount of filling that is going to take place, it would be reasonable to have a condition that says that a erosion and sedimentation control log be kept on the site at all times, that, sort of tie the contractor into proactively monitoring and maintaining the erosion controls, which is a little bit beyond what we normally require. And the second thing is, maybe the first condition could be, there could be something added to it that says, from the mouth of the agency, staff, will review and approve final construction plan, and staff shall be cognizant of
material
significant grading changes or changes from the approved plan, just to trigger a little bit closer review by staff.
Okay.
But both those changes, I think, make sense and are certainly acceptable.
Well, the only thing is, there's a bit of a quibble. To condition the permit based on the activities of staff doesn't make sense. But to say to the staff, put a note on the counter that says, if you see this application come in again, call Bob from wherever. Be hypersensitive. Yeah. So that would be my proposed solution.
Okay. Would you like to make a attempt at a motion?
I will attempt a motion to approve.
Easement. Yes.
Well,
I'm sorry, please.
Be brief, just to that regard. I think that it may be prudent to include the language significant impact to that condition. That any changes that result in significant impact
That's
to the
our
plan
normal
required.
operating procedure, that if a change results in a significant impact, it's the staff's responsibility to bring it before us. They know that, they understand that. That's what their job is.
I think the better language would be material change in any grade or
Well, I-
design. I think that's-
No,
Any
honest
material
to God,
change to the
I trust
plan.
the staff to know what material is.
And if it can, if that note that is put in the file can be included in a condition that notice could come to us, because we have been in a position on this before, where we have had asked for a note in the file, and we have received no comment, and nothing was acted on. So there is motivation behind asking for a more specific condition here to protect this property owner.
Can I
Would you like-
suggest something?
Yes, please.
If your client would have a calendar and every 3 months send an email that goes in the file, said, has the final construction plan come in? Have you heard anything? Then as staff looks through it, they're going to say, geez, there's a lot of interest from this neighbor.
We can put a note in as. I think we could add a note to the file as a courtesy, but I would not want to hold the staff an obligation of having to notice neighbors. I think that's a very weird precedent that could become problematic down the road.
I agree. And I believe that the staff has the competence to make these decisions without any additional wording and a condition to their permit. That doesn't make sense to me. So I would take the wording as it exists, and I would I'd make a motion to approve with the conditions that exist, with a condition additional for the maintenance of an erosion control log on the site.
I'm not questioning staff's competence. Staff is more than competent, and we've had a great relationship with staff, and they've been available to us.
As I understand.
But I feel like due process, the neighbors' due process rights may be jeopardized if there is a change, and it impacts them in a way that they can't be a part of that discussion. But I respect your position. I just want to state that.
Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. So approved. Okay. Moving on. Next is 2016-016, 18 Grahampton Lane, Frangione Engineering LLC for Green Hill Associates LLC for demolition and construction of a single-family residence, driveway, pools, septic, and drainage systems 40 feet from a wetland. Mr. Clausi.
Let's see, got the wrong file. Agency looked at this in March, and the drainage system at that point had not been found to be acceptable by DPW. Applicant went back, has redesigned it, added a rain garden to the design, and also gotten more spot elevations on the east side of the property to find the exact drainage divide which DPW needed shown to confirm other aspects of the drainage design. And these plans have been reviewed and now approved by DPW. I don't have the written comments, but Scott has given his thumbs up. So I would recommend the agency issue a permit with the conditions provided in the staff report.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Welcome.
Hello, Rob Frangione for the applicant. We have no objection to the staff report, and just here to answer any questions should you have them.
Okay, very good. Any questions for Mr. Frangione? Any public questions or comments? No?
Motion to approve.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Good night.
See you in a few minutes.
It'll always be so easy. Okay, 2016-034, 21 Leeward Lane, Rocco V. DeAndrea for Robert and Stephanie Earhart for demolition and construction of a single-family residence, drainage systems, and utilities 65 feet from wetlands.
Okay. The agency had a question about increased volumes that would be coming off the property for, with this proposed development. The original plan had a tight pipe system in the front yard. This current plan has an infiltration system. The drainage report is still, you can't push down on that, Tony.
I'm going to get it figured out. I'm just saying this thing is just tight as you.
No. Sorry to hear that, but the, yeah.
Construction going on here.
The engineering is not special.
Okay. The Cultec infiltrator is in an area where the groundwater has been shown to be about 1.5 feet below where the bottom of the stone will be. So DPW won't allow any infiltration credit to be taken for having this system. Therefore, the drainage report still shows volume increases, but it seems to me that there will be a certain amount of infiltration, so those volume increases are not as great as they're shown in the drainage report. The staff report notes that there could be other alternatives for reducing the volume increase, such as reducing the impervious coverage that's being proposed, and the applicant should explain why other alternatives may not have been considered or maybe were considered. Biological evaluation of the watercourse that receives the runoff has been submitted, and Matt Popp of Environmental Land Solutions concludes that the project will not result in an adverse impact to the receiving watercourse wetland, will not change its functions or character. And just to summarize what he found, he says the watercourse is very stable, largely stone-lined, and he feels it's not going to be affected by volume increase of any measure that will come off the site. The open yard drain to the northwest of the house has been eliminated, replaced with a subsurface seepage drain. So I've provided conditions of approval if the agency feels that at the end of Mr. DeAndrea's presentation, the outstanding issues have been addressed.
Thank you, Bob. Welcome.
Thank you. You have great staying power. You all look great on TV. And thank you for having it on TV so we can all know about when we can leave the office and come back to work. The crux of the application, I think, from comments received from the director initially were relative to a perception that there was a significant amount of volume. There's always volume increase if there's any kind of development. The drainage manual asks us basically to retain a portion of that increase called the runoff reduction. That's somewhat equivalent to the 1 year or the 1 inch of rainfall over the impervious area. The increase in impervious area in this property is about equivalent to a 42-foot square, 1,700 square feet. It's not a significant number when considered against the 5.9 acre watershed that contributes to this pipe. There was concern about whether or not the volume would be detrimental to the conditions downstream. That's just not something, in my opinion, that should be of concern. Fact is that the volume that we increase does not come all at once, so it does not have that kind of a catastrophic impact on the watercourse. Through our detention system, we've been able to reduce the peaks on all the storms up through the 25-year storm as required, and I think that's the critical factor. We eliminated the catch basin in the northwest corner of the property to accommodate the concern that there would be some infiltration of lawn treatment or fertilizers, so that's been eliminated. We have a seepage drain in there to reduce some of the the groundwater elevation over time so that the family could enjoy that portion of the property sooner after a rainfall event. We did look at alternatives. The development now has the galleries into the front yard, down interfacing into the original topsoil layer that's down about 3 feet. That proves that there is permeability in that soil. When they filled the property in 1959, they just filled over the topsoil, so that permeable layer is still there. What I propose to do as an alternate to accommodate you, which is not on this plan, but in response to the staff comments that we received over the weekend, I propose to increase the width and length of the stone base underneath the galleries. Typically, we have 6 inches of stone underneath the gallery. I'm proposing to increase that on 5 feet on the side and 5 feet on each end, and therefore we'll have double the capacity of that retention. So in essence, we have the volume available to hold that first inch of rainfall in that lower gallery, and ultimately it will seep. For your consideration, you should think in the terms of the fact that there has always been a septic system on this property. Currently, the soil types that are on there are not consistent with the current health code, so the septic system could not be installed again. And we're going to remove that effluent by pumping to the town sewer because we're in the sewer district. And as a result, we're reducing some of the volume into the ground, but also demonstrate that the soils have the slow but continual permeability to receive that water. So by increasing the stone barrier below the galleries, widening it out, and having a greater interface over that original topsoil layer, which will allow the lateral flow, I think we can assuage your concerns about a volume increase. For those of you who have walked the watercourse downstream, you would agree with the assessment by Mr. Pop that it is extremely stable, heavily vegetated, stone-lined, and flat. And there was no evidence, as you can see in the photographs that I prepared or presented, of any evidence of any erosion downstream. And recognizing that currently, fully developed 5.9-acre watershed feeds right through that pipe under existing conditions. So with the understanding that we can increase the base of stone under the galleries, I just trust that we have satisfied the major concerns of the agency.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. DeAndrea. Any questions regarding this application at this point? Any staff questions, comments? Public questions? No? May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Jim seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on to new applications, 2016-043. Actually, we have Meadowcroft. It was to be moved under new. Is that?
That'll be in order. It'll be a little bit further down.
Okay, let me know when we get to that.
Yep.
2016-043, 82 Buckfield Lane, Frangione Engineering LLC for Michael Grunberg for construction of a residential addition and driveway expansion 35 feet from a wetland. Ms. Sesto, please.
Oh, I should start by asking the commissioners who have been to the site to please identify themselves for the record. Norma, that was...
Oops. Norma Curlin.
Joe?
Sorry, yes.
All right, so I'll tell you who was there. Norma Curlin, Joe Rogers, Elliot Benton, Jim Carr, and Jay, were you there for that one? Okay, thank you.
Today, I was.
Not Buckfield. Not Buckfield wasn't today.
No, Buckfield was not today. This was the last meeting. I'll start by reminding many of the members, there was an application for a pool a couple years back that was approved, and that may jog some memories there. So in this latest application, there's a proposal to build a carport and expand the driveway in a lawned area, which is 15 feet off of a wetland. So this is the carport, septic, wetlands, pond. There is a planting plan associated with the proposal, which is supplemental information that Mr. Kenny will be speaking to. Conceptually, the issues that I have with the site as a whole is this is basically an island it's even bigger than island, of uplands and surrounded by wetlands that have been, they've given their pound of flesh, so to speak. The only natural portion of wetlands is over here. This wetland over here is lawn or treed lawn, and then you maybe get some more natural sort of wetland vegetation to the north end of the site. And there's lawn right up to the pond's edge, and the pond has some obvious issues with it. The stream up front is stone-lined with no riparian buffer to speak of. So the question is, how much is enough for the site? And if we get to a point where there might be thinking that, what sort of mitigation opportunities are there to balance this out? The carport and driveway are proposed within a buffer area, and there are wetlands on site which are significantly degraded, consisting of just lawn. This site, there's only about 1/5 of the area that's being proposed for restoration, and so I believe that could be enhanced. So 3,500 square feet to be restored includes only 28 shrubs and less than 400 herbaceous plants. Including the herbaceous plants, that amounts to about 1 plant every 9 feet, which is sparse, and I believe that should be increased. I would recommend that the planting plan follow the existing lawn tree line. There was also a discussion about having an undulating buffer associated with the pond rather than a strict linear buffer. I think was less than the minimum of 15 feet that I would recommend. And this certainly should not detract from the visual enjoyment of the pond, that there should be no reason that this plan should not be, in fact, an aesthetic asset to the property. As described in a letter from Mr. Frangione dated May 17, 2016, the minimum size for a two-car garage is 20 by 24 and articulates the various constraints for zoning, health, et cetera, that drive the design. The letter does not provide an explanation of why the garage is proposed to be 30 feet by 33 feet, with an additional 17 by 33 feet, less the corner, which has been compromised to keep the setback from the septic intact. So I don't understand the difference in what's driving the size of this proposed carport. And likewise, the back-out area seems to exceed the minimum requirements. So I would suggest an alternative that scales back the proposal to meet more of a precise need rather than the additional space that's being proposed. The alternative for front entrance to the carport was discounted in part due to an aesthetic concern of leaving parked cars visible from the street. The choice of using a carport rather than a garage is the applicant's choice, so such an aesthetic concern would not be for us to consider. And the front entrance uses an alternative showing a 24-foot turning radius for cars. My understanding is that a 12-foot radius is what's required, so I would appreciate an explanation from Mr. Frangione so I can have a better understanding of that element. But overall, I believe that there is opportunity to improve the wetland at the sacrifice of buffer, which should be the priority. We are protecting wetlands and watercourses, not buffers, so if we have the opportunity to do better by the wetland, I believe that is a reasonable avenue to explore. I am recommending a delay so that these various elements can be fleshed out. But in the event we get to do that tonight, there's conditions to help the agency.
And hopefully we can. Rob Frangione, for the record, representing the applicant. The garage, as we have it shown, is 20 feet, 6 inches wide at the opening and 25 feet deep. First of all, with me tonight is Bill Kenny. I'm going to address the items 4 through 6 on Ms. Sesto's staff report. Sorry, getting a little tired as far as jumping right in. So, the rest of the addition is to provide a covered entrance to the existing side door, so the carport has been minimized. 20-foot, 6-inch opening at the driveway entrance on the proposed plan, 25 feet deep, okay? Yes. Whoops. This dimension here, 20 feet, 6 inches. This dimension here, 25. This is just the extra space so that we can then walk into the existing side entrance, and it's covered. Again, that'll be in place of a current lawn. We can't have this face forward because in addition to the other reasons I put in my May 17th letter, we cannot have garage doors, as it will be an enclosed space that counts towards FAR, and then the house would be above allowable FAR. It's not an aesthetic choice. It's what's been forced by the existing building. Also, having the carport face forward would not lead to a significantly reduced driveway, as a car needs a 24-foot back-out turning radius. 24 feet is the AASHTO standard for a passenger vehicle to the outside tire. The standard width of a car per AASHTO is 7 feet, so that would mean an inside wheel radius of 17 feet, and that is only a wheel radius, not a side swipe radius. You got to remember, you got the tire, but then you get a little bit of the car that's on either side of it. So when the car backs out, you still have the fender and the front sides that'll could conceivably hit something. So you can't begin your turning radius until you back out of the garage. Think about it, you can't turn the car in the garage, otherwise you'll hit the side of the garage. I'm not sure where the 12-foot turning radius is from. If you think about it, that would be, if it was a 12-foot, you'd have to take a car and 24 feet to turn around in a 2-lane highway. That's very difficult for, I don't know, passenger cars. Simply, AASHTO doesn't allow a 12-foot turning radius. In order to get the proper back out for a front-facing garage or carport, the driveway would have to look like I have it shown on my May 17th schematic, which is only 286 square feet less than what is proposed on the current plan. It's my professional opinion that the proposal you have before you is the most feasible and prudent alternative, especially in light of the mitigation that Bill Kenny will now go over, which has been significantly increased from the plan that I think was submitted over the prior to the weekend. Bill, do you mind?
Okay, so before we move on, so what Pat's talking about is coming straight in?
Yes, we met with Ms. Sesto in her office to talk about,
just pulling straight in.
Just pulling straight in this way, but if a car is backing is in there, hold on. I had it in my letter.
He can back out onto the existing driveway.
No, you have to expand out over the existing driveway.
Back straight out.
Do you guys have the May 17th sketch that was submitted? Sorry, I couldn't blow it up, but basically, you can't start your turn until the car has cleared the front door. Then you can begin your turning radius. So you do have to expand the driveway out beyond the existing driveway in order to get to here, and then you can pull forward. You certainly, under this configuration, you still couldn't pull this way and go. The only alternative would be for this car to go that way and there. Same thing, this car here would be able to pull out straight back, but the car on the left-hand side would not be able, it would have to back up, then begin its turning radius.
Seems like a
and then
huge
go forward.
turning radius.
It's the AASHTO standard. I don't know what else to say.
When it was, they were like all Lincoln Continentals?
Yeah, but an excursion's not very much smaller than, the turning radius on an excursion is still pretty big.
Seems like it would work to me, but I'm just an architect, what do I know?
This is
Mr. Kenny?
Good evening, Bill Kenny. I should say good morning. We received Pat's memo. What we've done is doubled the amount of proposed lawn removal. The drawing that is before you this evening reflects that. So we've gone from 3,500 square feet of lawn removal and native plantings to 7,500, so over more than doubled it. So we're about 50% reduction in lawn area. And in addition to that, we have put this removal along the stream in front. There's no more lawn directly abuts either the stream or the pond. So any areas where the lawn was directly abutting those open waters, we've gotten rid of that, and we're proposing this planting. So the planting quantity is more than doubled, and the quantities, I agree, for the rooted plants was low. We have a seed mix, so some of it was rooted and some was seed mix. We have 2.5 more times of the rooted herbs. We're open to increasing that quantity if you feel that's necessary.
So the area in the front yard are you replanting wetland there or buffer?
It is both. The wetland is within 4, or I would say it's like 5 feet off the stream.
So predominantly buffer.
Predominantly buffer, yeah.
So if, to me, the trade-off of, so I was unaware about the zoning, the FAR that was compelling the carport. So zoning is saying, geez, your FAR is maxed out, so now you have to have a carport. We have wetlands that were literally filled to accommodate a pool, and wetlands have been converted to lawn to accommodate outdoor space. To me, the carrot, if you will, for approving the carport and the driveway is to get the wetland in better shape. That's the priority, not the buffer. There's no point in protecting a buffer when you've got a degraded wetland that should have been the priority for restoration.
The reason that we're leaving this area open is that it's the last remaining area that's relatively level.
No, the carport and the driveway are also a level area.
In that area, because of the mounding for the septic system, it's not the same quality for use. For
Agreed.
Enjoyment. But
Restoring a buffer is not as good as restoring a wetland.
Right.
It doesn't make sense.
I agree with that. We're eliminating twice as much lawn area. We follow the limit of the lawn here. We could expand, reduce more lawn within that wetland area. Do you still see the value of having eliminating the lawn adjacent to the stream in the front?
Sure, I'll take it all, but I don't imagine that's what you're offering. For me, definitely the priority is restoring the wetland before restoring a buffer. And definitely having buffer restored alongside the watercourse is of value. But I've got to go wetland first, buffer second.
I think
But if
this
you want to
can-
offer it both, that's great too.
Personally, I think this requires a lot more thought. So I would move to delay.
Yeah, I would second that. I would like to take a closer look at, also at that driveway coming straight in. I'll take a look at the sketch that you submitted, because just from my own, I pull out of a garage and I make an awfully tight little turn, and I've got a stone wall on one side, and it's not nearly that much space. So,
All I did was
I'll take
take a
a-
standard AASHTO turning movement template and put it on.
I don't have
So
that there, but it's people do it all the time,
What's AASHTO?
AASHTO, oh boy, it's the American Association of something
Highway.
Highway and Transit Officials. It's the standard for roadway design.
The roadways.
But this
But-
is, this is,
But
this
They,
is back- this is
well,
backing
but
out
they
of the garage.
determine turning radii for different vehicles. P is a passenger car, you got your SUs, you
But
got your trucks.
it's for roads, it's not for driveways.
It's for the turning radius of a vehicle, it's when the wheel turns, what's the radius that the wheel goes? That's what the template is for.
Make them slow hard.
There's a second.
If this is to be delayed, we do need authorization from the applicant for an extension of up
Certainly.
to another 65 days.
Can I give it to you tomorrow, or do you need it tonight?
It is tomorrow.
Today is tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah, well, okay, should I say, can we give it to you on the 25th, as opposed to the 20th?
So we have a second. Is all in favor? Okay.
Thank you. Good morning.
Okay. Is that Dingletown? So now we go to 2016-056, 28 Houston?
No.
We go to Dingletown.
Buckfield. You just did Buckfield. Now you gotta
Okay.
do Dingletown.
2016-044, 53 Dingletown Road, Rocco V. DeAndrea for Jeremy K., trustee for grading and landscaping adjacent to a wetland.
Okay, this application was submitted back in March. We didn't hear it in April because, there were some issues that came up during the initial review by staff. Those were relayed to the applicant's agent, and the current plan is a revision of what was originally submitted. And I'm happy to report that I feel the current plan addresses the concerns that were raised initially. The project area is pretty limited. It's an area right behind, sort of within the L shape created by the old house and the new northern wing. They want to take that area and drop the grade to create a couple of lawned terraces. And in order to make everything work, they're going to be working a little bit of the bank down toward the brook. And the concern was raised because of the floodway that was shown on the original plan, and it's actually still shown on this plan, pretty much the same place. Staff questioned whether, doing grading and invasives removal and enhancement planting in a floodway is probably not a good thing. The Mr. DeAndrea's firm has now determined that the floodway elevation is about 182.5, and they're now proposing to limit activities to elevation 184 and above. So they're not going into the floodway with any grading. They're not going into the floodway with any invasives removal or planting. And they've also added erosion control details like core logs, erosion control blankets, and things that will help to stabilize and hold the bank above that floodway level. One question I had, or comment I had, is that they're proposing to use Curlex 2 erosion control blankets, and this product has polypropylene facing on the top and the bottom, and it is biodegradable, but you're biodegrading polypropylene into the environment, so I'd recommend they find another product that's made with natural fibers that are biodegradable. And let's see, I have a couple of other issues that are reflected in the conditions of approval, but I recommend the agency issue a permit.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Welcome, Tony.
Just an explanation of the floodplain issue. Our job was, our firm took over the project with the surveying that had already been done. So we left that, but we've since researched it from the flood insurance study and found that, in fact, as Mr. Clausy said, it's 183. We're well above that at 184. So nothing will be within that floodway or floodplain, which have the same elevation on this location because of the well-defined channel. I've highlighted the area that we're talking about. As Mr. Lawson pointed out, we got the core logs down there. We're keeping everything above the elevation of concern, and we've read the comments, and we would accept all those. I think they're all reasonable.
Okay, and you've got an alternative to polypropylene?
Yes, I think we've been doing the research. I haven't chosen the final one yet, but I understand the concern, and we'll identify that one to meet the condition.
Okay, great, thank you. Any questions for Mr. DeAndrea? Any public questions or comments? Would someone like to make a motion?
Motion approved. Second.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, moving along, 2016-056, 28 Houston Drive, Rocco V. DeAndrea, Inc., for Victor Construction, LLC, for raising existing dwelling, RAZING, raising existing dwelling and construction of a new family residence with associated site improvements 7 feet from a pond. This is for you, Pat.
You'd like to hand these down the line?
28 Houston.
Norma? So who's visited the site on this one?
Norma Curlin.
Thank you.
Joe Rogers. Bill Gallman.
And Jay.
That was yesterday.
Okay. 28 Houston Drive. We'll start off, so the proposed project consists of raising the existing house and redeveloping the site. The property has a ponded area that has been identified as tidal. It has a freshwater component feeding into it, and then there is a tidal influence that, I guess Mr. Kenny has gone to bed. He could have explained that in more detail. I think the tidal gates allow some backwashing. There is a tidal influence. There is tidal wetlands identified on the site, which constitute a fairly narrow band of wetlands adjacent to the pond. So the pond is technically in our jurisdiction because of the freshwater component, but the wetlands are not. So we get to, as DEP described it, we're regulating the hole in the donut.
Okay.
So there you have that one.
So I'm sorry, Coastal also has input on this then, I guess?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Did you say?
Yeah. Yep, this will then go on to Cam. So comments and recommendations associated with this site, for those who are out there today, it has been abandoned for, looks like, a reasonable time, and I believe Mr. DeAndrea's notes indicate that at Sandy, this house was effectively totaled at that time, and the maintenance of the property would suggest that to be an accurate statement. Section 710F requires a biological evaluation prepared by a qualified environmental professional. That was not submitted early on. It had subsequently been submitted. Attention to that matter, I think, is warranted sort of overall, not just for this project in particular, that this seems to reflect the fact that having the environmental professional as part of the early design considerations of a site is not routine, and encourage applicants to be more diligent in that. Sketches of alternatives were not presented for the agency's review. One would be to move the driveway to the north side of the property where it exists now. Under this configuration, it sets the driveway in the back around, which doesn't look like 24 feet radius there, but that sets it to about 7 feet or so off of the wetland and pond. The mitigation plan was submitted, but no narrative associated with it to describe what the purpose of the plantings are meant to accomplish and how the plantings actually facilitate that. And then how does the configuration of the house and the deck accommodate or limit meeting those goals? Delay was recommended at the time the staff report was written, and I welcome Mr. DeAndrea's further discussion of this and see if something different is appropriate.
Pat, welcome.
Thank you. Alternatives. We have two alternatives. One, remodel the house. It's impossible during Sandy, given the elevations of the ground and knowing that we had elevation 10 that was right up to the bottom of the ceiling of the first floor, so that house was totaled. So that's the first alternative. Remodel, can't do it. You'll notice that the existing house is closer to the edge of the pond than the proposed. So our alternative has been to pull the house back. We also are in the R12 zone. We have a deficient area, so our alternative is to utilize the R7 setbacks, which enable us to come up to 25 feet from the front and 5 feet from the side, which enables us to pull the house as far as possible to the setbacks and therefore as far as possible from the pond. The other alternative would have been to take the existing house and lift it. But to lift it, you would have to work from all sides. You would actually destroy the property by creating the access for the beams in order to lift the house up to the proper elevation to make the flood zone compliant, make it compliant with the flood zone. The architect designed the house so that we have a diagonal approach, if you will, to the driveway into the garage. So the garage is not perpendicular to this or parallel to the street. It's perpendicular to the access that we proposed. We've moved the driveway farther away from the pond. And the reason we have the driveway on the right side, as you face the dwelling, is because we have to somehow get from the driveway up to the front door. So the aesthetic elements for the neighborhood are to fill. By filling to the left side of the garage, or the driveway rather, we're able to keep the activities away from the pond. So we considered many alternatives, and this was the best. The design of the house is unique in that the activities will be elevated above the ground, so we're not utilizing the ground level close to the pond for that family recreation. There are decks around the house that are elevated about 10 feet above. So the landscape plan that we presented, prepared by Mr. Pop, was to, Mr. Kenny rather, was to have the plantings in underneath the deck. And we had that similar application with the agency about a year ago on Twin Lakes Drive. And we agreed that by cantilevering the elevation of the deck beyond the posts, we'll be increasing the distance from the pond and be able to plant underneath as the planting plan shows. The backout area is set so that we can have a minimal amount of backup area. We come out about 15 feet from the front and start our radius. We don't need a large radius in order to be able to back the car out, in this case, because of the diagonal orientation of the garage door on the house. So what we've done is, I think, identified the alternatives. We've set the house as far away from the resources as possible. We've taken advantage of the zoning compliance aspect of the lower zone, and the house has now been designed vertically rather than horizontally. So those are the alternatives that are most significant. The environmental report prepared by Mr. Pop, along with his landscaping plan, demonstrates or confirms that we've maximized our setbacks. We've identified the wildlife and the wetland impacts, and I think that we've satisfied that. While it may not have been done initially with the application submission, we'll be more cognizant of the need to provide that in the future. But we do have a plan that works well for this lot, and there's really no other way to develop it. It is already developed. There is a house on it. It is closer to the pond than we proposed, and I think that we've satisfied the concerns of the staff as evidenced in the staff report dated May 16th.
The deck, you're saying it's about 10 feet off the ground?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's on the north side, so it's going to be all pretty thoroughly shaded underneath. I'm just wondering about dieback of any natural materials that, or any plantings or things that,
Right, well, the deck is actually wrapping around the east and south, so where the pond is. So the landscaping plan shows that
oh, I thought it was,
we can plant underneath and extend in.
I'm sorry, which way is north? Oh, okay, it is on the south, okay.
Yep.
No, so you will get light underneath there.
We've had a densification of planting. We have extra planting on the backside of the driveway. We have no curb there, so we would flow across the
Right.
wetland plantings before it reaches the pond. Adjacent to this area is the inflow of the tidal water
Yep.
controlled by that tidal gate that location to keep water in the pond.
That gate works, that's,
As late as today, it was working in clean. I made a last-minute review of it again to see what conditions were down there based on what we had seen on the landscape plan. So, again, significantly, on the alternative plan that we have, we demonstrated here the difference. I have highlighted it in light green where we had originally suggested the driveway was wider by stepping the turning angle back a little bit from the front of the garage. We were able to make that turn into the backup area and then pull out. We pulled the driveway farther to the north than had originally been proposed, so that we can make the turn within our own property rather than backing on the street as we proposed. You also know, those of you who have been down to the site, you have the elevated egg bell home, which was a review, and then just past that is the sewer pump station.
Yep.
And many of the homes on the street have already been elevated to comply with the regulations.
Whose responsibility is maintaining that gate?
The gate is just off our property, but I would imagine that it would be beneficial for the egg balls and our client, with the construction at this point, to control that. Because it's flushing in at high tide, it tends not to clog the same way an upland drain system would.
Kind of naturally.
Kind of cleans itself up.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for Tony on this application? Any conditions for approval?
We did have suggested conditions, and we understand those and would be agreeable to all of them, of course.
Okay. Is there any public questions on this? Would someone like to make a motion? Okay, we got Jim seconds. All in favor? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next is 2016-058, 95 Glenville Road. Joseph F. Rizzoli, PE LLC, for Alexandra and Kevin Weiler for driveway and patio renovation, channel and swale repair. Mr. Clausen.
Okay, I understand some agency members visited the site today. If you'd like to just state on the record.
Norma Curlin.
Bill Galvin.
Okay. Quickly through the staff report, the patio and driveway revisions I don't see as posing any potential impact to the wetland or watercourses. However, and I recognize the intermittent watercourse behind the house is eroding and is depositing that sediment into the pond. So somehow correcting that erosion situation will be a benefit to the system. I just have some questions about how the applicant came up with the design they're proposing. Let's see. Specifically, let's see, could I see the pointer, please? Doreen, could you flick one more sheet on this? Okay, that's better. The pipe that they're proposing to install here, I just don't quite understand how come that they picked this point to use, because it seems to me that the farmer's drain maybe runs further to the south of this. Mr. Rizzoli can explain that. And, one reason I think it must run further to the south is there's a drainage manhole here on the abutting property, and there's a big, big tree right here that somehow they're saying the existing drain runs under. I'd like Mr. Rizzoli to explain what design standards they used for the channel details. The upper section, or upper third and the lower third of the channel are proposed with geotextile underneath gravel bed, and the gravel's only proposed at 3/4 of an inch to an inch. I think there's fairly decent flow through here. I don't know if computations have been done to show that gravel is going to resist that kind of a flow. There are several trees in the wetland adjacent to the watercourse and right on the edge of the watercourse. They're not shown on the plan, so I'm not sure whether that means the applicant's proposing to remove every tree that they don't show. That would be nice to know. There's a note on one of the plans, I think it's right here, that invasives in this area are going to be removed and something will be planted there per a landscaping plan that we don't have a copy of. Let's see, and I'd also like to know how the area around this modified watercourse is going to be landscaped, whether they want to, maintain turf grass all the way down to the watercourse, which is the current condition, and I think is part of the, partially contributing to the erosion problem. There's a curtain drain in the front of the property that's going to discharge to a lawned portion of the wetland. The question is whether vegetation changes of this lawned wetland might be a better way to handle this runoff, both from a water quality and a, erosion avoidance standpoint. And then there's some landscaping debris over here. I think it may even extend off the property that should be located so that the proper remediation can be determined. And finally, I distributed a memo from Mr. Finkbeiner, who is the consulting engineer for the abutting property owner to the west. And he has concerns about the design. And Mr. Rizzoli did submit a revised design today that I don't think I provided to you all, but he may be going to present it tonight. So let's see what we can get done tonight, but I'm recommending delay at this point.
Okay. Welcome.
Good morning.
Morning.
Let me take these in the same order. We have some historical documents, plans, old plans that show, and we just followed the old farmer's drain locations. Now, because of my discussion with Peter, we're actually going to take this pipe right to the property line. And Peter knows exactly where his 18-inch pipe stops at the property line. So we're going to connect these two and then follow the farmer's drain to replace it with a pipe. So will it be exactly here? I don't know. It depends on the historical documents that we have that show it in that location. But if it's not, it's not going to get any closer or further away from a wetland. It's the standards, the rule of thumb in designing these watercourses is armor any curves. That's where you get the most power, impact. That's where engineers like to use flat stones on top of geotextile. Now, the bottom also gets beat up in these turns. Rather than putting flat stones, some people do. We prefer to use an interlocking large gravel. We've found it works. These are details we have used for maybe 15, 20 years. So we're happy with it. Where you essentially have a straight run in the middle, that's where we want to get a little more environmental, using a blanket coir fiber matting, because when you're not in the curve, I think that that if you change the cross-sectional area gives you the exact the velocity requirements. So when you're going from an 18-inch pipe to a particular cross-sectional area that's rather wide compared to the pipe, it slows the water down. That's why in the middle we're saying, okay, we don't need to armor it as much with stone. The trees, I don't think we have any intention of taking trees down unless we think they're going to come down anyway. There's a couple of trees right next to the existing watercourse now. The roots are all over the place. I don't know if they're going to survive. I doubt it. Yeah, soon.
I actually talked to an arborist about that, and he said that all those trees could remain in place.
So you're planning to leave them?
I want to leave them.
Yeah. That's Mr. Weiler, my client, by the way. I don't have an answer for why you don't have the landscaping plan. We thought we issued it almost 2 weeks ago. We also have a wetland scientist report that comments on the project and makes further recommendations to the planting plan. Again, I don't know where the confusion is, or.
It looks like we're in a delay situation then.
I'm sorry?
I guess we're in a delay situation on the application, then lacking those two pieces, right?
You want me to continue with the rest of the items, or?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
The curtain drain and the trench drain, they utilize a 6-inch pipe. I don't think the velocities are that great, but I'll take staff's recommendations and enhance the planting in that area. And this landscaping debris dump in the wetlands, we can locate it, at least guess where it is. It's off the property. Mr. Chairman, I think that all this, we can work with staff on all of these. There's nothing really that onerous. If you'd like, I mean, we could, the planting plans are straightforward. They've been corroborated by a wetland scientist. I think I've responded to a lot of the other items, so whatever's your pleasure.
I'm of the mind to delay, but is there any other comments in the room on this? Mr. Finkbinder, did you want to speak to this application? Okay, let's get Mr. Finkbinder.
Chairman,
yeah.
Mr. Weiler would like to say something. Should we do it now or wait?
Yeah, why don't you speak first, and then we'll, okay.
So, I'm Kevin Weiler, I'm the homeowner. I've been in front of you all before with the project next door. My goal here is just to, since the day that I moved into my property, I've been taking every step possible. Some even things that you said about like the debris was, and I know that this is from previous owners. I haven't touched anything in there because I want to follow your rules and respect the agency. I brought a soil scientist in here from the start. In this last process, I brought a soil scientist in here. My whole goal here is just to get this project in order the way that you want it and move forward with it as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day. Pete Finkbeiner, I'm a drainage engineer with Soundview.
I represent the upstream neighbor to this project, and we would like to strenuously oppose the application as it was originally submitted. Simply put, we feel very strongly they need to connect their pipe to our pipe so that there's a pipe-to-pipe connection. Mr. Scott Marucci agrees with me on that issue.
So he said
Enough
he's
said.
willing to do, he said he's going to do that.
Then we would have no objection.
Okay.
Just
That's what you represented, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay, thank you. Okay, is there a motion on this application? Is there a second to approve?
Are we okay on?
There is a motion on the table to approve. We don't, is there a second? No? I'm of the mind to delay, so I'll make a motion to delay.
I'll second that.
There's a second on that one. Discussion? No? All in favor? Aye. Okay, we'll see you next month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a delay. 2016-059, 11 Pine Ridge Road, Mr. Rizzoli, PE LLC, for Deborah Bondanza and Alexander Crawford for drainage reconstruction and grading in and adjacent to the wetland. Mr. Clausen, please.
Okay, the application plan includes a note that says that the property owners were experiencing water problems in their basement, hired a contractor who installed drain lines here, not knowing that this area, which is a lawn, is also a wetland. So the applicant would like to remove those or abandon those lines in place and install new lines around the wetland, connecting to an existing pipe that runs sort of across the front of the property, do some other drainage work in an upland lawn area here at the very front portion of the property, and then reinforce the discharge point for this existing pipe here into a stream. The, let's see.
Pine Ridge.
My statements in the report were that there are two catch basins, one of which is already is existing here. One they want to install here to connect the new drain line to the existing line. That because these are very close to the wetland, they should be sealed so that groundwater doesn't infiltrate them and perhaps help to drain the wetland from just outside the wetland. Also, there's a catch basin that the applicant proposes to install here in the right-of-way, which is within 50 feet of the existing septic system. That too should have a sealed structure, subsurface structure, so that it doesn't pick up septic effluent. And there's this existing clay pipe that runs across the front yard is well within 50 feet of the septic system, and the health department agrees this should be replaced with a tight pipe.
Excuse me, Bob?
Yes, sir.
I at least don't have your report.
Look under the,
It's under the welling.
Oh, it's under the Welland joke.
Yes, because that came in after
Idiot.
the report, which I wanted to make the point
I'm
that
sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's see. The director raised a concern about the basins near the wetland and the one that's right in the front yard, not because of the subsurface concern that I had, but because these are open grate basins that I think the property owner wants to have in order to reduce puddling that periodically occurs in these low spots. The applicant might consider alternatives like planting in the low spots or regrading, especially in this area, so that the water doesn't collect in that low spot. I have provided conditions of approval in the staff report, not taking any of those changes into account. The agency may feel those are worth including in the conditions of approval, but I recommend the agency issue a permit.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Welcome. Again, Mr. Rizzoli.
Okay. Let me emphasize something that's very important. We are not proposing any new catch basins. For instance, this famous one here in the front of the property is already there. When I looked at it, it didn't look structurally sound. I thought some kid might fall into it. So we just want to rebuild it. This line is already there. We're not doing anything to it. We cambered it, and it was fine.
Okay.
So to try to regrade or lift this, to me, it doesn't make much sense, because it's there, and you have a natural low point. You're going to end up with 3-4 inches of water whenever it rains. Now, we did ask Mr. Welling to give us some ideas that might help, and he did. He said, why don't you agree to not fertilize within 20 feet of that basin and plant it around, maybe 10, 15 feet around this basin. And he's giving us the type of plans. Now, this came in this afternoon, so it hasn't gotten onto the drawing yet. But we think it's kind of a compromise. You know, we're going to do some planting, and this, we don't really need that basin. If that's a concern, we'll take it out and just leave what was there before. It was essentially doing the same thing. This one here, there is an existing basin right on the edge of the wetland. We are purposely moving it away, okay? So I think that we're there. I don't think we have anything that much of a difference that I think if I redo these drawings and show the plantings and show the areas around the catch basins, maybe we could avoid another trip.
Okay.
So the issue I have with catch basins and lawns is they are effectively taking polluted runoff, be it fertilizers or dog waste or geese poop, all kinds of things, and then it just becomes a direct discharge to the receiving wetland or watercourse without renovation. I understand the basins are there, but when an application comes in, it's our opportunity to see what somebody wants to do and where there are opportunities to do better. The catch basins in a lawn might have been desirable without understanding the consequences back when they were installed, but now we know the consequences, so this is the opportunity to address those.
I understand.
So I'm in favor of getting rid of lawn catch basins as a general principle.
I think that I would appreciate that more if we were dealing with a new property where we're developing. It's hard to manipulate. I mean, there's basins in front of people's homes all over town. Is this going to mean that whenever we come in now for an application where the wetlands is in the rear of the property, we're going to have to redo all these basins?
Where do those basins discharge to?
They all discharge eventually into a watercourse or a wetland, sure.
So,
but there's no basin that doesn't do that.
Right. So then, sort of looking at what the justification is for each of the basins would be appropriate. Some are capable of going away, and some there's justification to leave behind. So, for me, as the staff person, that's something I will look at consistently. We will all be looking at that consistently and providing guidance to the agency on that, case by case.
So you're saying it's okay to have 3 to 4 inches pond in the front of this guy's house? Because that's what's happening.
I imagine there's more than one solution to that problem.
I'm sorry?
I would imagine there's more than one solution to that problem.
Well, we could refill the entire area and try to make it all flow. But you're still gonna, it's still gonna be lawn going into a watercourse.
I believe I heard earlier this evening in another application on Leeward, that there was a seep drain. Remember that? So there was a yard drain proposed for that for similar reason, and Mr. DeAndrea had I can't say frankly I know what the seep drain is, but it's filtering before it's taking the water away. I think there's opportunity for discussion and some brainstorming.
So the drain itself is subsurface, so it goes through a certain level of soil before it gets conveyed away.
What if I say, okay, forget it, we're not going to rebuild it, and just leave it alone? We still have to change it?
No, if you don't come and ask for, we don't proactively knock on doors and say, get rid of your lawn.
Well, then I'm sure the client would rather have what's there than redo his whole front yard.
I'm more than happy to continue the discussion of what other alternatives might be available that meets your client's needs as well as protecting the receiving wetland or watercourse.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to delay under those circumstances.
Okay. All in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Where are we?
Now we can go to
we're on
Meadowcroft.
Okay. 2016-061, 17 Meadowcroft Lane, SC Minor and Company, Inc. for Watercourses, close enough, LLC, for construction of a new pool, house, patio, grading, drainage, new septic location 60 feet from a wetland.
Okay, I'm not going to review my staff report because I'm recommending delay. The DPW Engineering Division has asked for more information and revisions. If the agency, after looking at the plans, has any additional comments, I'd appreciate hearing them, and I can relay them to the applicant's agent so that they can work on them before next month.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone from the applicant here tonight? No? Is there a motion? Motion to delay?
Motion to delay.
Second.
All in favor?
No comments.
Sorry, no comments.
Not at 1:37 in the morning.
2016-062, 14 Paddock Drive, CC Brothers, Inc., for Lawrence Ariana for invasive management and installation of wetland plantings.
That was consent item, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Now we're on
I'm sorry, no. Yeah, you're right.
1664.
2016-064, 881 Lake Avenue, Soundview Engineers and Land Surveyors for Cheryl Lackoff for construction of a residential addition and patio 42 feet from a pond.
Let's see. There's a lot of work going on the property, if anybody's been out to this site. There was a permit issued in 2004, and the work that's ongoing is related to that permit and, is in compliance with that approval. And the additions that are proposed in the new application, conceptually, staff doesn't have any issues with them. However, after reviewing the record related to the property and doing a field inspection, there were a couple of issues that came up, and I would recommend that they get addressed before the agency proceeds with an approval. The stormwater management exemption form that was submitted with the application shows that there would be a 719 square foot increase in impervious coverage from this proposed project. And it's taking credit for the removal of this part of what's shown on the plan as existing driveway. Well, that driveway doesn't exist, and it has not existed since sometime between 2003 and 2013. So that, they can't take credit for that. So it looks like they're going to exceed the 1,000 square foot threshold where they need to do a full drainage report and do some more extensive drainage measures. There was a special condition in the 1981 permit that authorized the construction of the pool behind the house, and it required the, let's see, blah, 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 it required a buffer, naturalized buffer around the pond. Right now, there are a couple of areas where lawn goes right down to the water, and the pond is already starting to develop algae. It's just, a good example of nutrient-rich runoff going into a watercourse that doesn't have a lot of flushing going on. And there's a little bit of Japanese knotweed growing right over here. So I think a plan to address this outstanding condition of the old permit is in order. There is a wetland on the property that's not shown on the plan that runs across the front yard, and that should be added. I read through the old staff reports, and the description of this wetland is very different in those reports than what I found on site. There's a crossing at this point and a crossing over here, both of which have pipes under them. You can't even see the pipe under this anymore. It looks like both sides of this crossing have been completely filled, and there's no real indication of a watercourse channel running to this other crossing point. So I'd like the applicant to explain what's been going on in the front yard over the past few years. And there are cut logs and other material on the abutting property here that, in my opinion, clearly came from the subject property, because the owner's property, there's a deer fence that runs over here and doesn't have a gate or any other means to sort of haul that material into the wetland here, which is off the site, but it is there. So I'd recommend the agency delay this.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Eric Brower on behalf of Cheryl Lakoff. As Bob said, the issues aren't so much with what the application is, but as to working a little backwards and find out what had been approved and what evolved. So I'm more than happy to work with Bob on the issue that he's raised and the owner and try to reconcile the history. We'd be happy to put that together. The only question I would have then, in the meantime, is if the agency had any other questions, or just to confirm or clarify if the owners can continue to work on the existing house itself in terms of the siding, windows, and the roofing. Obviously, the proposal is calling for site work. We wouldn't request that, but if we could continue on the shell of the house, existing shell, I think that would help things in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, what they're doing now is being done according to the plan that was approved in 2004, and that permit still is active. It's one of these ones that got a super extension from the legislature.
I mean, my feeling is I would agree that they can work on the physical structure, but the site work we should hold off on until we get more information.
Fine.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Brown? No public questions, comments? Okay.
Motion delay.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't have to do anything with agent approvals, do we? 3 agent approvals this month. 2016-053, 2016-032, and 2016-057. Any questions on any of the agent approvals? I'm not seeing any. Next is to accept the 5 applications as listed in the...
You got to use this one.
Yeah, you've got the old
Oh,
agenda.
sorry. Oops.
15.
Okay. To accept applications 1 through 15 as under the applications to be received section of the agenda.
So moved.
And second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay, on to violations. First is cease and correct order 2016-08 for Miriam Syed, 14 Cat Rock Road, unauthorized removal of mature trees and disposition of dirt on a slope above wetlands and watercourses. Are you by any chance associated with that one? Okay.
Oh, dear.
Okay, so this one was a field inspection to check on existing activity that was approved under a permit for an addition and a retaining wall. During that site inspection, staff found that they had cut about 5 trees along a steep slope right above a wetland and watercourse.
Okay.
They have since submitted their application, so I don't believe there's any action that needs to be taken on this cease and correct.
Okay, thank you. So we would just pass on it?
Maintain.
Remove
cease
it?
and correct.
Yeah, is there a motion to just maintain cease and correct order? We've received the application, so we don't really need anything at this point.
Right, that's correct.
Okay. Moving on. Cease and correct order 2016-09 for Christine and Ken Bigassi. 32 Bedford Road, unauthorized removal of vegetation, deposition of wood chips within wetlands and upland review areas. Doreen.
And they're due within 10 days, they're due a notice.
We need a motion, is that what they're saying?
Okay.
We need a time?
Okay, so I think we may
We
need
do
to back
need a
up and make a
Okay.
motion on that
I'll make
cease
a
and
motion
correct.
to maintain cease and correct order for application 2016-08. And if an application has been received,
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's still- it's
We're
until
just
the
maintaining.
application's approved. Yeah.
yep.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? All right, okay, now we're on to you. Okay,
Okay, record of documents for 32 Bedford Road. 1, GIS map from 2013. 2, notice of violation dated May 4th, 2016. 3, photos dated April 13th, 2016. 4, violation summary and cease and correct letter issued May 18th, 2016. And 5, agent approval 2010-09, application 2010-054, issued April 30th, 2010. Staff went out to the site to do a bond release inspection and found that activity had occurred, well, the bond release was for activity that was approved for a residential addition, deck, and septic reserve. Upon getting to the site, staff observed that there were wood chip piles located at the front upland review area adjacent to wetlands. In the rear of the property, there were some debris piles located within the wetland. But more importantly, it appeared to me that a 35-foot buffer was cleared between the back rear wetland. The previous application states that that wetland had a natural wooded buffer of 35 feet at least. Currently, this area right behind the shed, you can see this line here, is completely cleared of vegetation, and there's a thin layer of wood chips located along that area. So a stop work order was issued on May 4th by regular and certified mail, and cease and correct order 2016-09 was submitted to the homeowner by regular and certified mail on May 18th. Staff is recommending that the cease and correct order be maintained and that an application to address the violation be received by June 17th, 2016.
okay. Welcome.
Thank you. I feel like I know you guys. It's
I
been
know,
7 hours.
I mean, we need
God
new
bless you.
We're going to need some new members, so if you like what you saw today,
You know what? You guys are
talk to
amazing.
your first selectman.
I've literally watched in awe for 7 hours. So,
Okay, so we're going to see a application?
Absolutely.
Are you a new owner of this, or?
I'm the new owner in 2011. We actually we have an existing bond out while we were doing some construction in 2011 and 12. I think the bond that you're referencing is a bond that was previously from the previous owner who sold it to us. So I just not sure if you have those records. Again, first of all, I will rectify all this easily. I'm a big fan of nature. It's why we bought the house. So in the plan, I'll work on plantings working with your staff on what you think is correct.
Yep, you can work with staff, or you can get yourself a landscape architect
Perfect.
that is familiar with wetlands, plantings, and.
You can meet that deadline for an application?
Absolutely. What does it entail? Just basically filling out the paperwork that we received and getting it back in?
So you got to correct the violation.
Oh, I got to correct it by June 17th?
No, you have to provide a plan.
Indicating.
No worries. I'll get it done immediately. Thank you very much.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I
Motion
use this little
to,
pointer and just plant stuff? Because everybody had it.
motion
It's very
to,
impressive. Thank you.
thanks. Motion to maintain cease and correct order 2016-09, and to file a certification on the land records if an application is not
So moved.
received by June 17th. So, second, all in favor? Aye? Okay. Who wants to go to Denny's?
Hey, bond releases.
Motion to release the bond. Glory Days is still open, guys. You can get.